telling small businesses, like, if you have extra capital, put it into a cold wallet, put it into Ethereum, put it into Bitcoin, and that is going to be your overall growth, your 401k, because you don't have that when you are a small business owner. And there's a lot of teachers and municipal workers that are now putting their extra money into crypto. That is an option now in Massachusetts, even. So, it's just education is key, and making sure that these investors that are, for instance, my mother-in-law put money into a money market so she can make what, $20 in a year. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me anymore. So I think that, we are early and we're going to see the biggest return. As the years go on, it's going to dwindle down, but, getting the education out there and getting people onboarded as fast as we can right now so that they can, obtain the most amount of revenue and, really capitalize on everything that's happening right now. Go ahead, Mar.
No, the one thing I do want to say, I posted this on my ex not too long ago. Like, if you have a nice portfolio, at least over 50K, I put 100K, but even 50K, if 70% of your holdings is not like these blue chip projects, like Zach says, like Bitcoin or Ethereum that's already been approved, it's like we're not going nowhere. We have ETFs, and you you got to be crazy, you know. Look, I don't have that many high risk plays. I mean, you all have heard me a million times here telling you about my projects like Max Chain, Art Trade, and uh, and certain others. But if you look at what I'm aiming to, my high risk, I'm holding those. I'm holding some meme coins. I'm not gonna have them after before the I'm gonna sell them not at the top, but before the bear market gets here. But it's been 3 years that I've invested into high risk plays that I'm holding that are RWA, real world assets. And I saw this. And if you go to my ex, the receipts are there. Like what's his name? Pedro always says, go 2 years back into my ex and you could see what I used to call these RWA, real world assets. I used to call it a company coin. That's what I invest on. You know, a coin that's going to have value through a real company. And a lot of all my high risk are RWAs from 3 years ago. So I was beyond. If you get in now, you're beyond early. Imagine 3 years ago, nobody was talking about this shit. And when I used to come into spaces, I used to say, no, or spaces, or not spaces, more like Telegram. I used to say, oh, I believe in the future is going to be a coin attached to a company. People thought I was what the hell is this fool talking about? But of course, it only takes one big guy, to, name it, which was BlackRock, and that's it. But yeah, mostly all my high risk plays. I know you're 100%. If it's not at least 50 mil or 100 mil, it's more of a high risk. But these high risk plays I got in under 2 million, 1 million, and they have the register as a company. You know what? It's still a risk. Still a high risk. But once you see these coins, these projects register and they have a company, especially in the U.S., registered, they're doxed. You get a little bit more like, okay, these guys are working on something. So yeah, those are basically my high risk plays, just RWAs from almost 3 years ago. I have and not that many. My whole portfolio is mostly blue chips. I learned the hard way last 2021. But if you got to do your research. Go deep. Into the whatever project you're planning of going in with a big amount of money. At the end, you want to hold the blue chips, but you also, life is about taking chances, and you also want to get into those 5 million, 2, 3, $10 million market caps. So 10 years, you could probably 100, 1000x uh, those uh those projects, even if you're holding a small boom bag. Look, before I land the plane, someone told me, successful guy in crypto said to me, I made more money out of my small moon bags that I stay with than the other 90% that I sold during the pump. I woke up one day and the small moon bag was worth thousands of dollars compared to the other 90% that I sold from that same project. So as I always say, always keep a nice moon bag in there, even if you plan of selling almost everything, uh, before the bear market or whatever it is. If we even have you know what, we're gonna have a bear market. That's crypto for you, but I don't think that bear market is gonna be that insane, like this last bear market. Just because of the ETFs and the institutions getting in. Like I've always said, they're gonna slow down crypto. They're gonna slow it down, and those 100x are gonna be hard to find in the future.
100%. Yeah, I mean that definitely changes the game with the ETFs this year. Is completely changed the game. So I agree with you. I don't think we'll see that epic crash, and if it does, the big institutions are going to buy it up because now it's a tradable asset. So I agree with you. Let's go to
Clifford.
Clifford and
Yeah.
then Base Lord.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. Yeah, that what you guys just mentioned is actually one of my fears from this run, because I think most of everybody's plan is what they would like to do is try to sell, obviously at the top of this run coming up, right? That's what everyone likes to do. We want to make some money. Yeah. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we didn't. So, but my fear is that, let's say, and I think I've talked about this before, but let's say you do sell, when you get ready to do that. What Mar just mentioned, maybe we don't have this big dip, in between runs, and maybe these institutions will pump money in to where we don't have this big dip or retracement after the highs. And if you decide to sell, what I've been struggling with the idea here is, if you do decide to sell and in between the next run you don't get back to those levels, or it goes, dare I say, even higher than what you anticipated, you may not be able to get back into the same position that you were. You know, just like right now, if you take, for instance, if you were to, if you minted some or mined some Bitcoin 10 years ago, you sold it back then, you're definitely not buying in that same price today. So it's just something I've been thinking about here recently. And like I said, I'm not necessarily worried about if the run takes 2, 3, 4 years, because that's not my main source of income. This is this is basically my retirement plan. So, I can wait, in other words. But a little bit also, I think somebody mentioned, may have been Zach, mentioned some crypto regulation. And I would just say a good Twitter handle to follow would be Stand with Crypto. If you're interested in regulation and law passage for crypto, they do a lot of cool things in different communities, live events and that sort of thing. And their goal is to try to get crypto regulation, sensible crypto regulation passed, so that we can flourish in this country with crypto and technology as a whole. But I would just say, go check them out, and they provide some cool information as far as how to get in touch with your congressmen and senators and that sort of thing. And if anybody hasn't paid attention, we've got a couple bills just kind of hanging out in the Senate right now, which would be really awesome if we could get that stuff passed. So you got to reach out to your senators and let them know it's an important issue to you, if you want that kind of thing passed. But yeah, that's what I got, Zach. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, going into the bull run, I'm not really worried about, Bitcoin ETH, because I see, 5, 10 years down the line. And when mass adoption comes, and how we're going to get mass adoption, I personally think it's not all of us. I think it's going to be the United States political stuff, them talking about it is going to onboard people. If it becomes a topic of discussion, boom, that's the biggest catalyst right there. But going into the bull run, selling the small meme coins, that kind of stuff, that's where I'm going to see the huge profits and take those gains out. But I'm literally not going to touch the Bitcoin ETH. If I see a real drastic dump, I'll move it to a stable and then just buy back in, because that's what you can do. But other than that, I'm taking profits from the small shit, honestly, and just letting that other stuff sit. I think Bitcoin's going to become, at least $1 million asset easily. When the United States starts talking about it, countries, worldwide adoption. The one thing the United States can't do is control it because it's worldwide. So that's why I think it's such a great place to put 80% of your portfolio, not financial advice. And the other stuff is risky and fun, and that's what we like to talk about, degen plays. But you got to bring it back to more of the stable stuff to be able to have longevity in the space and create generational wealth.
And Zach, to your point, we've got 4 states now, I think, that have outlined and implemented pension plans with Bitcoin in it. I mean, imagine when that takes off with all 50 states. Imagine when all of the largest corporations start holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Imagine when just every high net worth individual starts holding a little bit of Bitcoin. And that's global. It's global. It's not just the United States. It's global. But I agree, the United States is a big part of the puzzle here because the U.S. has always been the leader in innovation, right? If you look back, like the last time our world changed drastically, it was the internet, right? And this is basically the internet 25 years later. Where are all the biggest companies born from? Where's Google from? Where's Facebook from? Where's Netflix from? Okay, so the biggest companies need to be, I think, driven through innovation in the United States because it's set up for those big companies to flourish, right? Entrepreneurship, all that kind of stuff, right? So, I mean, you have Ripple, which is massive. They're just not letting them do their job, do their thing, innovate. It's not there yet. And I think it's good for us in the vein of, we're super early, right? But you can't wait forever either because, and Ripple's not. I mean, here's the thing. Ripple's doing big business in Japan, big business in the Middle East, big business in the UAE, big business in Europe. They're not waiting. But, I mean, eventually you get passed up here. And so let's just hope that they figure it out sooner rather than later. Whoever gets in here, I don't really care. As long as they make crypto flourish in the United States, that's what I'm looking for.
100%. Let's get to Base Lord.
By the way, dude, we're pulling up to the event right now, so we're gonna be. The line's not very big, so we're gonna be walking in here. Let's go.
Hell yeah!
Can you guys hear me? I wasn't able to hear that last guy speaking at all, but I hear you, Zach, just fine.
Yep. You might want to. The last guy was Zach Humphrey, so you might want to drop down and come back up, take a lap, come back.
Right on, man.
Because if he starts speaking to some projects and booths, you'll probably want to hear all that good stuff at each.
Yeah, I'm a lap. No worries.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go to Blaze. You came up as a speaker. Are you engagement farming? Or you got something to say? I guess you're engagement farming. Farmer. I like farmers. All right, we'll go over to Mar.
I'm good for now. We're reading here something real quick.
You got
Yeah. Matasco just requested, so as soon as he's up, Matasco, go ahead.
All right, Blaze, you got. Well, I'm giving you a count of 3. Blaze, 1, 2, 3. Anything? Nothing. All right, we got Matasco up here. What do you got, Matasco? How is your day going? Are you enjoying the space? Do you have any good degen plays?
I've got some degen plays. Selling, man. How are you, man? No, I was gonna say, as I was hearing Zach talk about Ripple, there's 3 things I'm gonna say. Ripple, and then there's I can't share things today, so I may not be able to share what I have to say, but I'm gonna say it out loud so anybody can go look it up. because it's kind of useful information. I had somebody say about retirement, and when you're talking to people who are not familiar with crypto, it's very difficult for them to appreciate how easy crypto can be. And you don't have to even get into the rabbit hole of like all the risky assets. Just stick with Bitcoin and Ethereum if you're talking to somebody who is just trying to warm up, because those are the things that when you say they can get into, there's two things that comes with it. If they just buy it and hold it, there is a potential that Bitcoin could double, triple from here in the long run. The second thing is there are products right now that are being offered by companies, um, that are hybrid companies, because they're traditionally um, TradFi business models, but then they're kind of merging into the crypto business. And the name of the company, and there's several of them. This one I like it because I've tried the product. I've seen how easy it is. And it's called figure.com. Figure as in FIGUR.com. If you go on there and just look at their loan product, they have what they call lending as a service. And what I like about them is, if you look at anybody that doesn't know crypto but owns a home, when you say, hey, HELOC, they know what HELOC is, home equity line of credit. And what these guys are trying to do is they're flipping that around. And as you know, if you're going to borrow off of your home to maybe do remodeling or do whatever thing you want to do, you have to go through a process. These people have literally cut the process out. And all the requirement, no credit score, no that, it's just beautiful, beautiful. But what it does is they can go up to like 90% LTV or 75 the midpoint. But what is cool is they have Bitcoin and Ethereum as a collateral. Now, if you're talking to somebody that say you have a 401k or you have the traditional types of mutual fund, whatever, right? The process to liquidate that comes with a lot of constraints. It's not easy. And when you try, it becomes a problem because you think about the taxes. Unless you're somebody who's like prepaying the taxes, it becomes a whole problem. So you're just sitting on liquidity, but you can't do anything with it. With crypto, as we know, if you look at the IRS rules to this point, when you're sending crypto, it's not a taxable event. But if you're swapping A to Z, that becomes it literally triggers the tax event. So when it comes to custodying, a lot of people are yet to warm up to how easy it is to tap into your liquidity. And if you own these two assets, let's say you have fiat just sitting in the bank. Yeah, it's not easy to convince people to do that because they're not crypto natives, right? They're just, oh my God, this is risky, go to zero. But if we get past that gravitational nonsense, that oh yeah, it's gonna go down to zero. If we get past that and we're above the cloud, you're gonna find out that people will become more comfortable just sitting on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, what you do with it becomes even more easier. And that's why I'm talking about Figure and the product that they're offering, because it makes it easy for you to just send the crypto. As long as you're sitting on it, you send it, you can borrow off it. Now, if you borrow off it and you're doing something, you're not even thinking about taxes, right? The other thing is the whole bogus credit score, like Experian,
We like Mutasco.
the industry that literally is part of the whole game to keep this system literally going, they're getting disrupted, okay? Because when it comes to a point where most people can now figure out a way to just bypass the system, okay, then there's no question, right? Because yeah, you're looking at 870 credit score, cool. Now people have the opportunity to mine crypto assets where they can bypass that. So that is you disrupting the industry that exists today. And then the technology itself also disrupts the industry as well. So I'm just sharing that. I can't believe I can't share this here. But if you go and look up, it doesn't give me the option. I don't know why. Usually it has a comment. But it's beautiful. They currently have Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I believe they may go beyond that by adding other assets as well, right? On the Ripple side, what is interesting about Ripple is
Oh, I
if
got
you
a
take
sheet.
Ripple, try to put Ripple side by side with Coinbase, and then start checking the box on the different products and services and what they're trying to do. And then measure Ripple from a market cap perspective, or maybe value them at par with Coinbase and say, okay, if they're going public, which I think Zach was talking about, if they're gonna go IPO, they've been doing this for almost 3 years now, since the whole case, even when it wasn't clear, they were still going through some, when you before you go public, you have to do some private roadshow, you go to public roadshow, and then you get on, you select one of those, investment banks to, do the due diligence and get you on the list. So that whole process probably has already started. Now, if they do, if you combine Ripple's valuation and XRP's valuation, that could take them across maybe 100 billion, right? Let's just use 100 billion for example. And then let's say you're buying Ripple right now. And Ripple, they have a relationship with what's the name of the company that does that? They have an app and a platform. Link to is like they they're more like a Uber, right? They're the Uber of the private market. If you're a private company today, like I said, it's very difficult to get liquidity, even in the private market. When you say, "Hey, I'm putting money into this startup," your money is locked up, okay? Because you're not going to get it out until like 5 years or whatever the time frame is. They tell you this is how long it's going to take before you start getting anything back. Now, if it's 5 years and then a year in, you have a cancer or you're trying to deal with a situation or whatever, and you need liquidity right now, you can't liquidate. Because if the private market, if you can't find somebody to sell it to, that's a problem. So Link2 found the gap and then they created that platform. So they will go, if you're somebody who wants to sell it, they buy it and they put it on the platform. They're actually trying to tokenize these, they call them securities. Yeah. So they'll tokenize assets on chain. And that relationship is gradually being merged with Ripple, the XRP ledger. It's beautiful. You look at these things and you ask yourself, why people don't understand what is happening? It's mind blowing, right? And again, I'm just gonna wrap up with this. The space is growing, but there's a lot of serious things that will make our life easier that most people don't talk about, right? And I know a lot of people like to look at the hype of the game, but there's a lot of really serious products that are being built that are going to make our lives easier. And the more we learn about them, the easier it is. The way I like to put this is imagine what I just said about Ripple, except forget about all the, yeah, cult, all the crap that people like to throw away. Just think about it this way. If you were lucky enough to access Microsoft shares on chain, and you just buy it, okay, or Amazon shares on chain, just buy it. Google, you buy it, and then you just hold it. And then you watch these companies evolve and become where they're at today. What do you think that would mean today for you? This is why I said Figure's pilot program, which is the lending as a service program, it isn't that we don't have it in crypto on DeFi. We have Aave, Compound. These are all like the biggest. If you go on Token Terminal and you look at each sector of crypto, from lending to L2s to insurance to Nexus is like one of the top ones. But if you go on Token Terminal and you look at different categories of crypto products, you can see that We are growing to the point where some of these products are like pilots. They're testing the waters, they're proving their existence. And at some point, if a big company wants to come into the space, they're going to look to them. Okay. They're going to look to them as like a collaboration, partnership. And then the product just gets morphed into that existing company's products. And then it becomes easy, right? So we tend to focus on, which is okay. You can focus on all this hype stuff, but don't ignore the fact that you just have an ability to hold your assets. And by the way, you can mine more fiat by buying these more risky assets and then clouding that money into Bitcoin and Ethereum, because you know Bitcoin and Ethereum will save you a lot in terms of being able to access liquidity. This is a big deal. I know some of you are here, if you're 65 or whatever, you have money locked up. Even getting the money is a problem. The system is so inefficient, right? But we have a technology that is making that easy right now. And access to capital is a big deal. A lot of people are sitting on homes, like people at the age of 45 or 55 and above, they have the largest in terms of owning homes outright, right? They own the lien. It's not a bank. It's almost about 65% now. And these are people who are not moving, they haven't moved, and they have the money locked up. They don't know what to do with it, right? Now, if there's a product that allows them to still keep the home and not have to just exit out of the home, do you think they will do it? Yeah, they will. But imagine if that person doesn't have a kid or a grandkid that knows that there's a technology solution that can provide them an easy exit. What are you going to do? The bank just gets them, or the real estate industrial complex gets them. And then they sack it into the system and let them go. And this is the problem that we're all trying to do by educating each other and understanding the options that we have on the table. Thank you, Zach. I know I blab on, but as you know, I like to degen. I can't follow your degen strategies, but I learn from them, okay? I'm just a boring guy.
Matasco, I don't think anyone can follow his degen plays. I sit next to him. We share an office. We like have our desks next to each other. I'm like, what are you doing over there? It's I don't know. He's on a whole nother level. But no, I appreciate you coming up and sharing every day, and we learn so much from you. So thank you, Matasco. I want to give a shout out to Being Based that just came in. He has an awesome X space going on, and he's done a lot for us. So thank you. Looks like we lost Zach, so he might be going through security or something. So hopefully we can get him back up here.
Right. We'll go to Alex.
But we did have Web3 Warrior jump up as a speaker. Did you want to hop in and say something?
Yo, GM, everybody. Actually, I am from African. I just want to come up and say shout out to you guys. Shout out to everyone on the space. Thank you for hosting down the space. Zach from Subway, from the zip to the A to the C to the K to the F to the R to the O to the M to the S to the U to the D to the Y to the A to the Y. Everybody in the space. Thank you for hosting down the space. Thank you so much. Let's fucking go.
That sounds like a Solana address.
Awesome.
Can
Well,
you
thank
repeat
you
that
for
again?
joining us. And let's
Sorry.
see. Zach, are you there?
Me, I'm here. I was just asking that guy to repeat that. I think that was a Solana address.
How can I not hear you?
He's gonna
Can't
do
hear
like
me?
the. Oh no, I can hear you.
Oh, Shelby, leave and come back. Tell her.
I think you need to take a lap, Shelby, because I think everybody else can hear him.
Yeah, I'll bring you back up.
Yeah, that was per Zach, not me. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's go to you, Alex. What do you
I was
got?
just going to touch on what Matasco said. Yeah, I mean, with any new stuff that gets introduced, especially when it comes to real world assets, there's going to be growing pains too. And there is that perception of ease and the problems that it solves. And you also talked about how it's probably going to be their grandson or their son that will help them get introduced to some of these ways that, they can start to profit off of their assets. But there will be growing pains because these are, this is something that these people have been through before. They've bought in a home before, but they bought it the traditional way. being the first people to pilot some of these new programs, it can be scary, I mean, especially with new stuff coming out, you're putting your home on the line to be one of the first people to do that stuff. So you're going to see people like really timid and intimidated really to do stuff like that. But once it's out there and there's proof of concept, you'll start to see it more. And it's going to take people like us and giving the information to people with those real world assets. And once again, to touch on what Zach Humphreys said earlier today, and what I say all the time, there's a lane here for everybody. So if you heard what I just said and you're looking to find a space here and you have some familiarity with assets and how blockchain works, you just found a lane for yourself. Information, giving people this information. You don't even have to know these people, but you just find a way to interact with them and say, hey, this is what you can do. This is how you can do it, and I can help you with it. Now you've just created work for yourself. So I think it's really good, Matasco, for sure. But the one thing with these new things, it's always gonna scare people. Just even buying Bitcoin scares these newbies coming in, but just putting their house on the line, you know how that goes.
No, if you don't do it though, you're gonna get left behind. There's a report yesterday that talks about even lawyers. I think it says that 200% of lawyers that have used AI so far have performed significantly better than their peers who are also lawyers that haven't actually even tried to use AI in helping their job, right? So to your point about the loan, I mean, if you look at the whole real estate industry, there's a lot of opportunities there, right? There are people who are just the builders. There are people who sell the homes. There are people who facilitate the loan. Now, if you look at the product I was talking about, if you're somebody in the current system, which, by the way, the current Supreme Court case, or is it a Supreme Court case? I think it was a Supreme Court case that talked about the extractive commission that is being cut out right now. That means you have to be at the top of your game in the loan origination food chain to make money, to even just survive. So if that's a problem, what you want to get to do is to retool your skills. And how do you retool your skills? We are people here, most of the people in crypto are the same people that will be consumers of traditional products, which is housing, car loans, all that. So if you think that you want to retool yourself, we're not aliens, okay? We're human beings, we have needs. And if you think that your existing product is getting socked away, then you can, because the figure thing, it's not just that. There's like, you can create your own, set up your own rate and offer. I shared some information the other day as well. These are products that exist that you can start to retool your skills and create a new market for yourself. Who knows, 5 years from now, if this market becomes a larger market, maybe 10 trillion, 15 trillion, 20 trillion, a lot of people are going to start looking into it, right? And by that time, you would have been ahead of people. Now, I'm not even selling this to current loan originators. You can be a crypto native that is trading meme coins, that can start training yourself on how to use these products and then create your own business model around it, right? This is why it's not, like you said, it's not one-sided. There's so many things here for all of us.
Oh, absolutely.
Speak for yourself. I'm an alien, preferably a Martian. But I just saw a new picture from Zach. He's at the K9 booth right now, and there is a K9 there.
You stole that. I know. I just saw that. I posted. They have actual little pups there. How freaking cute is that?
Right.
Engagement farming.
Let's see. Oh, shout out to Bitcoin on Base and Michael, DeFi Man. Love your space. All right. Let's see.
Shout out to everyone in the space. Request to come up. This is an open forum. We're not going to bro you. We're just talking great stuff here. And obviously the attention's around Toronto today. So hopefully Zach can hop back in and, maybe do some live interviews.
Oh, I really hope that those treats are flowing over there.
Maybe.
Those pups need treats. Maybe a bone.
Just want to pick one of them up. Just walk around with it. That's stealing. Don't do that. Anybody who's there.
Don't touch the dogs. They may bite.
Let's see. Oh, Michael came up. What's going on?
What's up, Michael? Speaking of Michael, we had a great space yesterday. I think it was like 12 o'clock or something your time. I think it was like 3:30 my time, but that was a great space. We talked about a bunch of stuff in there, more technical side, business, project owner side stuff, and I wish I could speak more, but I was working. But yeah, great space. What's up, Michael?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, Shelby? Thank you guys for hosting and co-hosting. What's up, Zach from Subway? I know I thought it was a actual C phrase from Solana earlier. He was spitting out in a rap, right? Yeah, what's up, I keep on chopping it up, bro. Amsterdamcius. I'm gonna
You
call
just
you
call me Ambidex.
Too early for this shit, right? What's up, everybody? Matasco, Mar, everybody up in here, Bitcoin base. I see everybody up in here. Max, I gotta give my shout out to Mario. Everybody up in the room, what's up? Yeah, man, great space you guys are doing, man. I love what Zach's got going on over there. Hopefully he makes it and they knock it out the water. Hopefully Pay is doing what he's doing and not getting too drunk in Vegas because it's his birthday. Oh my God, it's my birthday, right? You know, so man, what you guys said about asset classes, Bitcoin, I'm gonna chime in a little bit, and Ethereum, you guys are great, man. A lot of people don't know what's going on, and you're steering people in the right way, you know. A lot of people got to understand that Bitcoin and Ethereum, I heard you guys say multiple times, it's here to stay. It's fucking here to stay. You know, when you have people in the government, everybody open up ETFs around the world, different countries from, you know, China. You see so many people adopting crypto, right? So you guys hit some gems in there. Look at the other stuff. I think Zach was hitting it also. You look at the other stuff where people are like possibilities. These possibilities are the ones that are stable now. Bitcoin and Ethereum was a possibility. It's not a possibility anymore, ladies and gentlemen. That thing's here to stay. So like Solana, XRP, all these other ones coming up, hopefully they're paving the way for a lot of other ones that have the same thing to do. So I appreciate everybody pushing crypto. The education part, I do send people to your rooms and stuff because I love you guys' space and stuff like that. I try to get people, my mission daily is try to get new people onboarded, you know, try to get them to get into crypto and then also try to teach people how to adapt crypto with real businesses and different kinds of situations and stuff, empower men, women. I like what Shelby's doing. I love what Zach's doing, you know, so there's not enough time in it.
Shout out to anybody who's in the live stream. If you have any comments, put them in here, and I'll post them up here on the live screen. Get you some attention in front of the whole 5 people that are here. Space will grow pretty quick.
Else, it's all about the money. I understand it's how they structured us to, you know, live and we got to go chase the bag, right? But if you think of it a little bit different, you know, it has to do with everything around you. You guys were talking about, you know, you're going to use it for, you know, this. Maybe I could use it for that. If they connected NFTs with this, it would make it a lot better for, you know, they could track the food or they could track the fish, they could track this, and that's great. And that's where it's at, you know. So it has to do with money, but it also has to do with technology that'll make things better. It'll help people in the music industry. It's going to help people with, you know, trading cards. You maybe don't want to have them out there all the time, and you know, people maybe have it on an NFT platform. It'll help people selling dogs. It'll help people doing real estate. It's going to help people do so many different things in this world. It's going to make your life a lot easier. Like Matasco was saying about AI technology, people are using it to not use it. That's the same thing I think about crypto before I shut up. If you don't use it, you're going to be behind times. You know, blockchain technology, if you guys don't learn it, you don't know how to code on it, teach the kids, man. All these kids have spent so many hours in the days gaming. I'm teaching them coding. I'm like, no. You guys want to make some money? No. You guys need to start learning how to code crypto. You're going to start learning how to code Bitcoin. They're like, where? I'm teaching them the softwares. I'm teaching them what avenues to go to and stuff like that. And then you guys build off of that. Learn blockchain technology. You guys want to get in gaming? Learn blockchain technology and gaming. Maybe just learn blockchain technology, learn Web 2, Web 3, learn how.
We like Mike too, by the way. We like Mike.
Because I think a little thing you guys do will change a lot of people's lives. So thank you guys for what you're doing. I love every single one of you that you're out here daily pushing in crypto, grinding and making it happen and stuff. Got to give a shout out to the Breakfast Club. Zach and Shelby for holding it down today, and Zach out there doing what he's doing. Love you, Matasco. I love you, Amar. Everybody else in the room, have a wonderful day. It's always a Wolf's Up online, right?
Michael, I love that you came up and spoke. I'm definitely going to have to reach out to you. I mean, it's one thing to onboard and to get adults in, but a whole nother avenue with children and putting together after school programs. We're always looking at like STEM programs and coding and stuff, so I'd be interested to see what you're using to help those kiddos learn how to navigate Web3, because we're trying to come up with education. We're trying to come up with these new ways to get them off of maybe Fortnite and all of the other gaming situations that they're in. I know my kids probably don't realize it, but they're using crypto in V-Bucks. I mean, it's just not what we think of crypto, but they're being trained to use digital currency as they grow up. So thanks for coming up, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, that'll
Let's
be fun
go.
to see, especially with youth in the game. I think that when we talk about play to earn games and crypto being on the back burner right now, I don't think that's the case at all. With the Tapper games, the mini apps that are being built in Telegram, I talk about this all the time. Pinned message in my profile if you want to get started. But anyways, it's really on the up and up if you think about it, because now the play to earn games or Tapper games that are being utilized also as engagement, how to engage your community, also call to action for your community to do things. You're actually seeing all this wrapped into one. So when I hear people say that play to earn games are on the back burner, I think they're actually they've stemmed out. This is a new branch of it, and it's actually solving more problems with one hub for the creator. And you have your community now. They won't go anywhere else besides play your game because they're earning this token through you, and they're doing all the things to engage with your ecosystem. So it's actually coming up pretty quickly. And the kids, those are the youth rather, are whose opinions I'm asking personally when it comes to some of these games. Would you play it? Do you like it? They're like, like I have a lot of brothers and sisters. They have kids too. I'm looking to them for guidance with these games because they're the future, first of all, and they're the ones that interact with this stuff mostly. And it's just smart to do it that way. And teaching them play to earn games, getting them off these, I guess, pay to earn games is so ideal. And you're right, Shelby. They're already utilizing a system that we've built here, and they don't even know it yet. But they're not earning anything. Over here, they will, and they can create too.
Definitely. I know that you and Zach have spoke about that, and I need to look more into it. I want to get it into the hands of my son Parker. He's probably our top gamer out of all our kids, and if he likes it, I know we have a winner. Let's see. Oh, Being Based came up. What's going on?
Hey Shelby, hey Zach, hey Ambi. Hello to everyone that's up here. Good to see you guys. Appreciate being on top every time. I was just listening into the conversation, and some of the conversations that were going on in terms of crypto being here for the long term, and it's here to stay. I think I just wanted to touch on that a little bit in terms of seeing what Bitcoin doing, seeing Ethereum, seeing US politically getting involved. It's amazing to see that if you go back a couple of years, how we actually couldn't wait, it said one day this is what's going to happen, and we are all going to come to one day where people in general will just accept crypto for what it is. And I think as we go on, we started to see it, and it's amazing to see it slowly but surely. And I think what Michael was just mentioning in terms of teaching, whether that's your kids, in terms of coding or software or anything that you can, just to train them, because this is the future. So whether that's in school, trying to prioritize and push that education in terms of coding or solidity development, somewhat just in terms of getting the the knowledge of cryptocurrency and decentralization and blockchains. I do think it needs to be a compulsory syllabus, I'd say, within the education system. And, sooner than later it will be, I do believe that. But it's definitely awesome to see, from the years, because just listening to this conversation and going back a couple of years and, people talking about crypto as, no, it's a scam, or, don't get into this, it's just where you lose money and it's a casino, to what we are, today. And slowly but surely just keep growing with it. So, interesting conversation. Always fun to hop on, and listen to what's being spoken to just in general in terms of crypto. And I think it's lovely to see more in real life events even happening. I mean, we've got the Toronto event happening. We've got On-Chain Summit happening this weekend. Just goes to show that, crypto, even in people's, in real life events, are popping up more than before. And just this year we've had such amazing ones from the Bitcoin conference, the base camp that we had recently as well. So things such as that people don't realize, but if you just had to zoom out a bit, this is a dream that people had, trying to make this all come into reality. And it's just amazing to see. And once again, definitely agree with what Michael was saying in terms of push it into your kids and make sure that they stay up to date. Teach them whatever you can, little bit here and there, decentralization, development, web development, coding. Just push it in, because this is what's needed. That's our, I'd say, responsibility when it comes to whether that's as parents or as guidance or being in the space already, even if it's a friend's child or whatever it may be. Just touch them into it. And yes, at the end of the day, what we try and do is bring as many people on board. And when well, for us, it's on chain, of course, because we are from the base communities. But that's also something that everyone, whether you're on the base with a base ecosystem or just in general anyway, I think today's responsibility is teach them young, and even if they've missed the boat, or they feel they've missed the boat, even if they're a bit older, bring them on. It's never too late. This is the future, and let's all keep building, because this is everyone needs to be in this space in one way or another. Doesn't mean that you have to be an investor, but bring those Web2 companies onto Web3. Let them start accepting crypto as a payment. These are the kind of things that we need to start pushing towards. But John, once again, great conversation that's been going on. Loving to just listen in, and appreciate you giving me the opportunity to even have give my little 2 cents on it. So thank you.
Oh no, of course. I'm so happy that you came up. And in all fairness, I don't want to leave Paid out. So we have East Toronto, we have Rare Evo where Paid is right now, and then this weekend we have the On-Chain Summit. So it's just a whirlwind of Web3 mania going on right now. And I think that it's really important, especially for parents. Zach and I were in our late 30s. And growing up, I know that my parents didn't share a lot with us about, their financial, what they were investing in. It wasn't a thing back then. And so I really hope that right now a lot of parents are taking the time to educate their kids as they move forward. I think it's really important. And, they will be taking over our world. They will inherit what we give them. And I want to make sure that they are educated and that they are well informed about how and what they need to do in this space.
Yeah, super important for sure. Before we move on to the next speaker, let's make sure that if you're up here as a speaker, you are liking, following the space, and retweeting it. And then also, if you can, it's free to follow us, follow the co-host as well, and follow the speakers. Most of us here know what we're talking about. It'd be a good move. But if you are going to be a speaker, make sure we're retweeting the space at least. Let's get it out there.
I can't hit the button in the corner, so I just had to do a post myself, just FYI.
All good, man. Yeah, I can't wait to see some of this footage from Zach once he gets that up. Is anybody like monitoring his YouTube to see if he's streaming yet or anything like that?
I haven't seen anything come through yet. And he hasn't hopped back on here, so he might be really busy. But I know that at some point he's going to send over some stuff. I'm going to post it. We have a plan. It's just, getting the logistics sorted out at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure when you walk through the door at a place like that, somebody like Zach's probably shaking hands and kissing babies and all that stuff in the first 30 minutes.
We have Bitcoin on base up here. What's going on?
Shelby, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very well. What's up, Zach from Subway?
How's it going? Before we get to you, I just messaged Zach. We're talking on the back channels. Chances are he probably won't come back into the space. He'll do some content later. He's mingling right now, so hopefully tomorrow. But I don't see him coming back in the next 9-10 minutes. But we'll get to you. How are you doing?
Great, man. There's just so much happening. I haven't been able to come on spaces with you guys in a few days, but it's just because I'm rocking like 16 hours a day right now, and all the different developments. Some of the exciting stuff, obviously, On-Chain Summit is coming up in a few days. We'll be there, and we'll actually be doing a live interview with Rachel. She's known as Rachel On Chain. She's part of Women on Base. She's co-founder with Shelby, and that's super exciting. We're going to be going on just after her interview with Jesse Polak. So it'll be myself and David Rhodes, our chairman, who's also the chairman of Evergreen Fund, our partner. And before then, tomorrow we have a big interview on Wolf Financial Spaces. Similarly, we'll have David up from Evergreen to have an hour-long discussion about everything we're building. And I'll post some of that stuff in the Nest. We've been, building out the website, getting our narrative and our, direction solidified in how we're going to be engaging with Evergreen Fund, what the entire purpose is. The initial idea was, building this application to bring users on chain that are in treatment, recovering from, mental health and addiction in their treatment center there. But the big piece of Evergreen Fund and what's so successful in getting people healthy is the incubation that they have for entrepreneurship. And what that means is they're creating jobs from that platform. And we're going to be building out a workforce that is bringing other merchants and other enterprise businesses on chain. So everything you guys are talking about education. And a crucial part of that is having someone very well versed in the space and capable of putting on those sort of in real life events. And we're doing our first one August 25th. We'll have a workshop at the Evergreen Fund facility. It's in Bel Air, California. And Rachel has agreed to join our team as our director of business management. And she'll be assisting in that role, educating folks on the ground and building out this workforce through Evergreen Fund. All super exciting stuff. We're very happy to have her on board. And yeah, that's kind of like what we're working on currently. The few updates that we're doing now are coming through daily posts on Twitter, and then we're applying those latest updates to the website as well. So it's multiple touch points for people to see what's happening.
Nice. That's awesome. I just do want to say we got about 6 minutes left, so maybe we can get to some closing statements. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I just want to touch on that. Thank you for coming up, Bitcoin on Base. And, the Evergreen Fund is very near and dear to my heart. A story that I don't share very often is that my sister is a recovering drug addict, and putting her into a job into this kind of space really helped her overcome her obstacles. So, what you're doing, it's not glorified work all the time, but it's important work. And I think that everyone needs to take the time to educate themselves on it, whether it's a drug addiction or gambling addiction. It's really important. So I am very excited about that. I'm excited about the on-chain summit coming up, and Rachel, the girls, and I have been working diligently on the back side of things, getting our table ready for Saturday morning, and we're just excited about the whole event.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I've talked to Kevin and Rob almost every day since, I don't know, for the past couple of weeks in the planning phase, and they've been incredible, super professional, very high level attention to detail. So I'm sure it's going to be an incredible event, and so stoked that you guys are having your round table. I'll be front and center.
Thank you.
Well, do we want to get to some closing statements from anyone from the speaker panel, host, co-host? We are going to wrap this up at 11:30. We will be back tomorrow, but yeah, we're gonna. I think since Zach's not coming on, we won't keep it open too long because I know everyone's stuff to do. Time is valuable, and I do want to watch some of the Toronto stuff.
Yeah, no, I'll give my closing statement, and then we can go over to ambidextrous. But basically, thanks for stopping by our space today. I know it was a little different than usual, but we appreciate everyone that came by. And if you are listening to this, thank you. If you have any questions, please reach out. We have our website, which is the cryptobreakfastclub.io, and there you'll find all of our recordings housed, and you can filter it through by topic or project that you're looking for.
Right. And if you're a project that wants to get on Shark Tank, there's a section there called Shark Tank, and you can directly message Zach. It goes right to his email. So to cut out any kind of FUD or confusion in Telegram, just go right there. So hope to see you guys over there. You got anything, Alex?
No, thanks to everybody for showing up. Great conversation, great questions. Yeah, loved it. Looking forward to it.
Zach, real quick, I don't know if you see my hand up. Um, Two questions. I don't know if you're gonna get on a space later on, but paint sheets. Is there a way you could see if the project uh, paid with their own liquidity or with their tokens?
Yes. You mean pink sale?
Pink sales. I call pink sheets on fucking stocks. Yeah, pink sale.
That's
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Through the blockchain, you can tell. It is
you
a
could
smart
tell
contract. You have to find out the smart contract, but yeah, you'll know.
of the project,
Yeah.
right? And you're fine. And second, is that gonna do live YouTube streaming?
I don't know. He told me he might do some content later, but he's really just mingling right now. I actually just messaged him from my cell phone. So if anything, I think he'll maybe do some content later. He may stream it. Honestly, everything is up in the air at the moment. That's another reason I'm not keeping it open, too long, because we will be back tomorrow, and I got a lot of stuff to do today. So, but
I'll
yeah,
be streaming it all day from X. Don't worry. If you're looking for a place to watch it, just check me out. I'm about to start streaming it right after this.
Oh, fire! Maybe I'll hop on and check it out. But yeah, so thank you everyone, and I know we might cut it short a couple minutes, but anyone else got anything to say left in the speaker panel? If not, I'll close it down.
Yeah, just real quick, check out the project.
No, I just want to say shout out to you guys for hosting down the space. I don't know if any one of you need a Sheila. I'm from African community, man. If you need a Sheila, you can buzz me up. Thank you for hosting down the space.
Yeah, we don't need a shower. We have Zach Humphreys, but thank you. But Clifford was speaking. Go for it, Clifford.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, appreciate you, man. I was just gonna say, appreciate you guys putting on the space today. You both did a fantastic job. All the speakers did a great job too. I love coming in here and listening to the alpha, all the plays and information that all of you provide. I take something away every single time. So I appreciate everyone. And just the last thing on the Shibarium projects, check out Toronto today. There's going to be a lot of information shared there. I can't wait to find out what everything is. But yeah, there's some good plays on the board still today for some of those projects as well. So appreciate everyone and have a great day.
That's awesome. And also check out Coyote Token. There's my fucking chill for today. We are number 2 right now, and we're not even there.
Hey, I wanted to give a resource. I don't know if Shelby, if you're aware of it, but it's when I heard you guys talk about kids, it's cryptozombies.io. It kind of reminds me of there are courses there you can go play with. It's like what's this what's the name of this company? I forgot the name, but it's like a creator hub. They have a creator hub. Got their name. It's a gaming company. But you go in there, you play, and you create stuff. But it's a good resource if you register. You know, you have to be at least 16 years old or whatever. But you can always sign up people.
Awesome. No, that's
cryptozombies.io. Yeah, it's like educational, solidity training, all that.
awesome. Yeah, no, I'm gonna check it out and see if I can get that approved for some classes coming up. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's very good for and just to give you an idea, go on, and for anybody, you can go check this site out also. It tracks all of the global blockchain developer activity. It's called developerreport.com. Developerreport.com. If you go on there, it's fascinating. You can kind of see who are developing what, how many, through all ecosystems globally. It will give you a kind of a gist of how early we are in terms of people who have these skills and what they can do, their capabilities, and all of that. That's very, very, very nice. The last thing I'll say, watch the stock market as we see all the data popping between now and 6th of September. If everybody was familiar with Wall Street, there's like the window is open for buybacks. It closes in September, so there's about 1 point something trillion that these guys are literally buying. So it's like, think of it as Zach from Subway has a token and they're doing buyback, okay? When you do buybacks, it's like burn, right? You burn, and when there's demand,
Did you see that? No love lost. I just,
what is going on, and that's it.
It's awesome. I do buybacks all the time quietly. No one knows, but I do for my project. But yeah, on that note, also, the party doesn't have to stop. Please join us in the Telegram. Also, if you go to cryptobreakfastclub.io, there should be social links. And a big shout out to the admins and mods over there, like Amber. They definitely help a lot. Keep the,
Rakoshi, everyone in there, yeah.
Yep. So on that note, we're gonna close this up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, you can go check out Ambidextrous. He'll live stream the Toronto today, and yeah, go check it out. Do some research. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, Zach, I'm sorry, real quick. I wanted to say one last thing. If you
Sure.
have a second here, Shelby, I just wanted to thank you for telling the story about your sister. I think you said that kind of awareness spreading from people just opening up is what allows for a lot of healing in the space and people to become more comfortable having the discussion. So I really just appreciate that, and also you helping her.
No, thank you for doing that. So yeah, of course. So Zach and I are gonna go grab some lunch before we have our other spaces. Go check out Ambidextrous, a live stream. We'll have more from Zach Humphreys, and we'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Make some money. It's all about the money, baby. Just got a great community. Again, G'd out. I'm out.
I always love those spaces. Zach's friggin' hoot, but the Crypto Breakfast Club in general, Shelby's always fun too. I mean, those two together, great. Crypto Breakfast Club in general are just like a great resource, but also a great space. I do enjoy when I get the chance to co-host, but I am going to do my thing here, and let's get this party started. ETH Toronto. We'll catch all the way up. I can't hear anything. Oh, my volume's all the way down.
Staking, but probably like calling it risk free is in a sense of discovery.
Oh, their audio is ass.
Yeah, I would maybe add to that and say that when we look at the risk free rate,
Man, they did not do a really good AV check, man. Like I actually professionally do this. This is not. Maybe it's just a live stream, like their own live stream, because I'm streaming their live stream, so there should be no interference here. But like the audio is ass.
Again, theoretical stable government. When we're talking about comparison of risk-free rate and DeFi staking, I think it's important for us to understand that it's
Even if you go watch this on your own from their own stream, you're gonna get the same audio that I'm getting right now. I'm gonna try to tweak it a little bit on my end to see if I can raise it through the tool that I'm using.
And also, I think it's important for us to really communicate to investors in the audience that there are serious risks that are involved, even though this is less risky of potentially many risky activities.
Yeah, I guess just adding on to what from Dina said. I mean, personally, I hate the term risk-free rate. For some of the reasons mentioned, there are risks and people need to be aware of them. I mean, I say that not just within crypto, there are risks in terms of staking or anything else that you do for tokens, but I mean, anywhere. Like those so-called risk-free rates and academic theoretical concept, it does not exist. If you hold government debt, you can classify it as government debt.
They need to raise the speaker audio up like crazy. Can somebody call them? If anybody here knows them, just give them a call. Be like, hey, you got to raise the speaker volume up. It's crazy.
What's going on? But I think just as important, if not more important, is to explain the differences between traditional finance investments and crypto and staking and things like that.
And I just want to add to that. We talked about this earlier when we were sort of sitting and waiting for the panel to start. It's important for us to get used to out-of-the-box thinking rather than trying to draw direct, relationships between the traditional finance world and what's emerging here in the crypto space.
The only thing that I would add to that is just like with anything else, be responsible and do your own research. I think first and foremost, whether it's traditional finance or staking or any other investments that you're doing in crypto, whether you believe
Shout out Shelby. Love that one.
in what you're getting involved in, understand the upside, but also understand the downside, and don't risk more than you're happy to lose. These are just very common sense, basic understandings that I think everyone should do very well to take heed to.
So we've all mentioned the importance of knowing the risk that you're taking on when making any investment, but specifically here we're talking about staking. So
Yeah,
what
I
are
don't think
what those
anybody
risks are specifically in the case of
is
staking, and
watching
also
this
what
live stream. That's there should be
for
somebody like checking out the audio video. I mean, the video is cool. It's hella far, and you can see like the back of people's heads. But like, whatever, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying everybody's professional, but the audio we can't hear it, so it's crazy. If you're watching right now, just know the live stream on YouTube. No, it's not.
you're not able to touch
I could have done better with like some ragtag crew from my union.
result in risk to you if, for example, you need to rapidly exit your
Shout out East Toronto. I do love the folks that put this together. They're really good people. I've worked with them before, so I'm not hating on them, but whoever they hired, get that on.
So these types of protocols run on smart contracts, and like every smart contract, those are susceptible to bugs and exploits, which we need to be thinking about. We also have things like slashing risk, so validators sort of losing assets when they either are performing activities that are against the integrity of the ecosystem, or when they experience downtime. Um, yeah, maybe I'll let some of the other panelists chime in because there's a ton of risk that we should be thinking about. From your perspective, specifically,
Yeah, maybe show of hands. How many people know what staking is? Okay, looks like most do. How many people know what restaking is? Okay, good. So maybe I'll just take 3 seconds to just sort of build the stack, because it's a very abstract thing. By the end of it, you're kind of wondering, what the hell you're talking about. But the basic idea of staking is you take 32 ETH, you send it into a special contract on Ethereum called the Beacon Chain Deposit Contract, which then gives you the right to run a node on the Ethereum network. It basically lets you run part of the Ethereum network, so you're now receiving and processing transactions. In exchange for doing that, you get some rewards. But if you screw up, if you make certain kinds of mistakes, like double signing being the biggest one, or even just being offline, if you run that node poorly, you get slashed. So that's what's meant by putting your ETH at stake. You're putting it at stake, you're getting rewarded, but if you screw up, you're going to get punished.
Come on, East Toronto. Somebody send them a DM. Maybe I will. I still got their contacts in Telegram. I actually could do that. Give me a second.
For a few basis points. It's a pretty objectively low risk activity. You really have to try hard to screw up and get slashed. So, the stake system, a very
Sorry about
natural
that.
extension is, well, you've locked up all this ETH for purposes of running part of the network. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to use that ETH for something else? And that's where things like liquid staking and restaking work. Where restaking simply means taking that same ETH, which right now is like $70,000 or $80,000, is what you need to lock up in order to run a validator. You take that same ETH and you use that same pool of assets to secure other networks, other crypto economic networks, which could be other blockchains. So if another blockchain is launching and it's challenging for them to bootstrap their network, they can just reuse the same security that exists within Ethereum. It could be Oracle networks, could be bridges, could be all kinds of other things that you can secure. So that's the basic idea of restaking. It's simply taking that same pool of security assets and using it to secure other networks and then getting rewarded from those other networks. So the benefit is you're getting more rewards. The risk is smart contract risk, and now you could potentially be slashed by 5 other networks instead of just one. The last thing I'll say is the risk of that, the risk staking, has not been characterized yet. I think there's lots of reasons to think that it's probably going to be fairly low. That's a broad statement, but it has not been characterized yet because no restaking is actually live right now. It's not a real thing yet, but it will be in probably a couple of months.
Okay, so I think from an operator's perspective, whether we're talking about staking, whether we're talking about restaking, slashing's already been mentioned. That's one of the key concerns, key risks that staking service providers think about. The other one, though, of course, is key security. So, when you think about Ethereum and from a staking service provider's perspective, our concerns are a little bit different than token holders. So token holders, of course, the safety of your EOA, your externally owned account, or your wallet is very important.
They need to run an audio snake to that stage for their live stream, like crazy.
What are the policies around that? When you think about the risks that a validator staking service provider faces, they are different, but it's not the same thing. It's not. It's. I don't know of a way, and I don't know that anyone else does, where you could directly steal someone's stake, okay, because it always goes back through EOA. Okay, so it's a different set of risks. Key security, though, is very important, and it doesn't matter if we're talking about staking, for instance, on Ethereum. We're talking about restaking. So as a staking service provider, when you look at these things, again, whether it's ABSs, operating ABSs, actively validated services, these protocols built on EigenLayer, these restaking protocols, we're looking at the same thing. Each protocol, what are we being asked to do with our keys? How are we going to operate this? Does this put our stakers at risk? I think that the high level here is that from a staker's perspective, especially from Fitten's perspective, we don't do customers any service. Like, if we can earn a great reward rate, that's awesome. But if we put stakers' stake at significant risk, it's no good to anyone. Okay, it's no good. Whatever reward rate you can earn, it's irrelevant if you put your stake at any kind of significant risk. And so that's kind of the thinking when we look at all these different things to operate. What's the key security? That's a really big one from an operator's perspective.
I think there's also, we can talk about rehypothecation risk, which is not necessarily inherent in staking and restaking, but it's definitely part of some protocols. I think so. So for anyone that's not familiar with the concept, rehypothecation is basically when one entity reuses collateral that they do not own as though it were their own. And so what happens for the depositor is they lose control over those assets and how they're used, which can introduce liquidity risk and counterparty risk. And so if you are looking at a protocol that utilizes rehypothecation or engages in rehypothecation, you really need to sort of look at that protocol with a totally different risk profile than if they were not engaging in that.
I completely agree with that. So I think that's where one of the things that we have witnessed, grow the last few years, anyways, is counterparty risk. I think what type of activity they're involved in. So for me, it's been very, very simple. What is the underlying product that's actually generating activity? So understand what parties that your dollars are staked with, and what are the risks that are associated.
All right, they need to bring their big girl voices because that dude in the middle, I can't hear him. He sounds lower than that chick who's like the tiniest one on stage.
To where this yield of where the restaking yield is coming from. So on Ethereum, EigenLayer is the main kind of restaking protocol, and then there are many other protocols that build on that, including EtherFi, and the idea is that networks called ABSs then build on EigenLayer and use restake yield to bootstrap the security of their networks. And then
Yeah, you might have to put headphones on for this one, to be honest with you. And just beware if I chime in though, and you got this up hella loud. Oof.
So I think that the key question is, where are these networks building on EigenLayer? How are they generating this yield? And like you said, it's still a very nascent industry. We haven't seen that many of them even come live yet. But so far, it's really come down to just token inflation. So these ABSs are issuing their own token, and that's what's generating yield. But obviously, the idea is that that's not very sustainable. So how do we get from here to where restaking yield is actually sustainable and a more, a safer investment?
Uh, yeah, so where the yield right now is coming from is from speculation. I mean, there really isn't any other activity right now. In fact, I would say in all of crypto, there's gambling and there's stable coins. That's basically it. Everything else is, a rounding error. But that's starting to change. I mean, we're starting to see RWAs, real world assets, getting tokenized. We're starting to see the first little bits of actual economic activity, but it's really dwarfed by gambling and stable coins. And stable coins have, real utility. Okay, but going back to restaking, the only way this makes sense long term is if restaking networks get customers, and those customers directly or indirectly pay money for the services that these other restaking networks provide. There's a handful of ABSs, these restaking services that are launching, that I think are pretty interesting and have a pretty clear path to revenue. But I think realistically, before restaking can be sustainable on its own, outside of just speculation on tokens, we're probably talking years. I mean, I don't think this is something that's going to change in the next 2 months, 6 months, or any of that time frame. I think we're talking years. But on the flip side, I mean, I think it's inevitable. I mean, this isn't something that, at least in my mind, is a question about whether restaking is going to become big or the norm. I really think it becomes the norm, the default. But the path to that is probably a few years out.
I think just to add on that, I agree with Mike. But I'd also say that there will be a cycle, right? So you're just always going to see new ABSs coming online and then old ones getting launched. But I think the big event that everyone's waiting for is slashing, and also right now, Eigenlayer is going to incentivize some of the ABSs in terms of rewards that ABSs will be paying out. Eigenlayer will match with their token. I think that program needs to be over, and then we'll get to see which ABSs actually stand up on their own and actually have a use case and a business case. But there will be this pattern, right? They're always going to, I mean, as long as Eigenlayer is around, there will always be new ABSs coming online, needing to prove themselves, getting beyond points, getting beyond subsidies, and then standing on their own, and we'll see what's left. There will be a period of washout, and as Mike said, maybe it's years, I don't know. And then we'll know what are the real businesses, use cases.
That cycle that he's speaking of, it's with everything, and the things that aren't sustainable get washed out. And this is about paying attention to business plans. This is what I was talking about when it comes to KYC, real businesses checking in, tapping in. Not to discount meme coins and people who don't want a KYC. That's a thing right now too. But let's be honest. How many of them are going to be around in 10 years, 8 years, without the things that we need to feel comfortable, right? To be a sustainable business, right? Yeah.
But yeah, there might be a requirement to actually move towards a more sustainable business model rather than relying on purely inflationary mechanisms.
I agree with that, and I'm looking forward to a future that exists, whether it's a few years or sooner than that. But that's why I think these conversations are important because
Yeah, I don't think it's an if; it's a when that starts to become the standard. The standard, the line is always being set. The bar is always being set a little bit higher, and it moves very quickly in the space. You know that.
finding ways to actually generate a product or service that brings real life value to its customers.
And then looking forward at the macro outlook for staking and restaking. So
We're good. I got it here.
established that yield for restaking, for it to become sustainable, will probably say 10 years for that to happen, but we'll continue to see more speculative yield coming from um, token airdrops and that kind of thing. For now, the base staking yield on Ethereum and maybe other proof of stake networks like Solana. Um, what does that investment outlook look like for the next few months or for the next year or so? Considering that macro rates are expected to come down, but also considering the activity happening on the networks themselves. So we've seen how on Ethereum, activity on the layer one chain has declined because everything is going to layer two. Will that continue impacting staking yield? What is the case for Solana? If you guys want to comment on that, just interested in on that, just the more macro outlook for staking to, I think, close out that conversation because we have just 4 minutes left.
macro outlook. Look, I think probably, I imagine most people in this room are pretty bearish on fiat. Certainly I am. So I think the most dangerous thing you could do as an investor is, have all your assets pegged to
Here it is, the man behind the curtain. They're trying to fix the audio right now, probably.
term money printers back on, a whole hard assets. And I think Ethereum, Bitcoin.
Oh, this is cool. They got a little backstage speaker spot too. That's pretty cool. I like this. This looks like more of an announcement than it is like an accident.
Although Bitcoin staking is now going to be
No, this is definitely an accident, but still, it's funny.
As an investor, not that I should be giving investment advice, but as an investor, I mean, you'd really be crazy to ignore this space. I mean, this is a new frontier of technology.
Yeah.
You should be in it. That's that's my investment advice. And staking is part of the game, so you should be doing it.
I would say, to echo what you said, learn as much about the space as you can and every aspects of it. And there's a lot to know, a lot to understand. But find the niche or an area that you're comfortable with and become really, really familiar in what you're investing in. Know the upside and know the downside. That's just real fundamental, basically, risk management.
I guess I would maybe add that as there is more institutional interest in staking, that part of the space is also going to mature infrastructure better, more services will become available, and that will in turn make this.
These dudes they definitely do not know that they are live. They're having a conversation. Let's see if they slip up with some alpha.
I guess two quick thoughts. I think in terms of macro environment and staking, I think a friendly macro environment, of course, is good, but I view it more as like it removes a roadblock in terms of staking. I think for staking activity, specifically on Ethereum, let's say, I think the ETFs in the U.S. once staking is approved there, I think that'll be much more important potentially in the macro environment. But a friendly macro environment, of course, helps. So it kind of removes impediments to staking, for instance. The other thing too, I'm kind of interested in just thinking about is the last time I checked correlations between tokens and traditional assets, they're kind of tightly correlated, and I'm kind of wondering if and when that ever changes. I'm also wondering about the reward rate on Ethereum is lower than some of the other big networks. And I'm kind of wondering, there seems to be a bit of a shift, as I already mentioned, there's a focus more on L2s rather than base layer Ethereum. There's a focus on Solana, there's a focus on Bitcoin staking. So if you look at Babylon, for instance, something that Fitting's been involved with, there's a lot of tension there. I'm just wondering if the Ethereum core community does anything about it. As an example, right now Ethereum is bringing 100% of the base fee. So if you're a user and you want to use Ethereum, you have to pay gas. A lot of that is that's the base fee. There's also a tip. That part goes to the validator. But I'm wondering, with all the attention kind of moving away from Ethereum, I'm just wondering if there would be a consideration, maybe not burn 100% of base fee. We'll see. I don't know. But anyway, those are some of the things I think about when I think about kind of macro and considerations about different networks and things.
Super interesting conversation. I think we're all in agreement that staking should be a part.
Through the study of movement, Cool introduced our
Important to know the risks associated with that, and for those who want to take on more reward, but also more
Cool, those ads are crazy.
staking, and macro should be supportive or good for staking in the future, as should the continued development in the blockchain space. So thanks everyone for joining us, and thank you to the great.
Pedro, come on up. Wait, you guys.
Thank you, panel. Don't forget to visit our upstairs expo booth. We have ETH Toronto and ETH Women happening right now on our upper stage. And a friendly reminder that our Bitcoin and crypto ATMs are all available around the venue, sponsored by Local Coin. Up next is our fireside chat.
All right, let's talk 5 minutes of.
Looks like about to do some filler here between the next panel. Let's go. Let's see what they talking about. This dude needs to fix his screen though.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking, here in the digital media world. Got Pedro Garcia, the crypto chart analyst here. We're going to do 5 minutes of beat.
That's a part of the show. That's my bad.
Pedro, what's going on in the market right now?
That's a great question. Right now, we're actually seeing, like I already talked about this, we started seeing some weakness step into the market here. So it was real interesting as we started to see the sell-off today at the open, right? And give me 1 second here. As we started to see the market sell off today, it was real interesting to see it kind of come back. But we're really kind of staying below these, basically the moving averages. And right now, we're just playing around here. Like I said, I think what they're really doing here is playing with people's emotions here. So that's pretty much in a nutshell. But what's more importantly here is as we're looking at Bitcoin, one of the things we want to be paying attention to is what's it doing on the daily chart, right? Like, what are we putting a demand wick? Are we putting a supply wick in? And you can see here right now that we went up to go down. So you see how it came through here, and we saw it basically just pierce this area here. That shows weakness here. So for me, I want to see some volume. If we're going to see it move up, I need to see volume step in as we move up, because without it, it's like running without.
I like how these dudes talk like it's a football game or like a sports game. It's pretty good.
This up here as well. I've been looking at Ethereum, and everybody's been noticing that Ethereum has been going nuts, right? So let's go ahead and pull that up here real quick. And here we go. All right, come on. All right, good.
Which chart you got up there?
This is Ethereum, because I want to bring up Ethereum. Ethereum is showing some strength here, which has been pretty nice. Watching this throughout the market, it is finding some fair support right here above the 8-period moving average. So just like we've seen in the past, when Ethereum does really start to pump hard, it will pull Bitcoin up with it. So it all depends. If we can sit here and hold this position right here, which is pricing at, I think it's 2,600. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. If we can see this thing push up to 2654 or hold at the 8-period moving average, sitting at about the 20. Oh, there we go. Woo. 2581. That's the key level that we want to see hold here as we're moving, just simply because as the market is positioning here, we could see a bit of an arbitrage with how they play the market, but we're going to see what's going to go on. But I am looking at Ethereum here to see if we're going to hold above that 8-period moving average. If we do, then we should then see Bitcoin kind of hold on that. So from there, that's where we're at. Now, let's go ahead and check out a few of these other coins here. Shiba Inu is here at the play, so let's check them out here real quick. One of the things that I want to point out, and we talked about this a while back ago, right? That I'm definitely looking, and I'm actually using Tom's laptop here because mine wasn't working that well. So, but you can see here that we did come down into these lower levels here that we talked about. We've been waiting for a long time, right? That zero, it was like
the audio is way better now, Zach.
66 area, right? So those are the areas that I'm definitely looking at Shiba Inu. And so we did come through this 8-period moving average on that daily chart. So I do expect us to see a bit of a sell-off down into these lower levels. And again, these lower levels are sitting what I'm looking at right here. Let's go ahead, and I'll point out again what I'm looking at, right? Right at this level here.
That guy go.
And do another one.
Yeah, I slipped up. I should have taken my bag back yesterday.
This area here is we should see it come down and start to pick up. These you can already see here every time we came and hit this area here, right? Is that it was pretty clear that they're definitely picking up orders. So you can see we just barely touched this area and we saw it scream up, right? So it's something that I'm looking to be checking out for Shiba Inu as we come back down into this level here, because it's a buy for me, right? Anything at, and again, this is not financial advice, but anything that I'm seeing the market at, 401, 5. And let me make sure because I know the zeros are always off. Yeah, 40. 40 or four zeros 10 to 509 to me that's not a buy area, right? All that area, because I think that's the bottom part of that retracement that we saw when it had its huge push up. So this is the area. Also, the other part I talk about is the 6 mark area, 506, right? That area as well, just because that's another base area that we could see it come down to. So in a nutshell, it's something that I'm definitely kind of excited about.
Oh yeah, this looks like a really good opportunity here pretty soon, even at the moment.
Dude, I'm this first time I've ever been at a crypto show, and it's electric here. I mean, I don't. If nobody's ever been to a big conference like a crypto conference, you need to go because it is. I mean, I wish I can explain it. I mean, I'm just having so much fun. People are so friendly here. It is, and they encourage you. And the biggest thing, like I talked about, is actually seeing the community people, seeing the community members. So it's actually really cool. Speaking of community, we actually have one of our top community guys here as well.
You see, me and Zach would be at the bar in the background there. Everybody else would be like listening and shit. I mean, we'd be listening, but we'd probably be at the bar right there. At least I would.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Also on the back end, let's check out here real quick a little bit of the market here. And let me go ahead and point this out. Let's see here real quick. Let's check it. And this was the XRP, man, right? XRP. We started seeing this push out, right? But it was really interesting over the weekend, right?
It's got a third from 43 cents to like 60 something cents right now. It's, it's a little mini pump for a good business for sure.
A volume, right? Look, you have a lot of you just don't have a lot of volume sitting here. But the thing is we're not seeing the sell off that has been a lot of times we've seen the XRP community devs do, right? Where they sit there and they go through and every time it goes up, they sell off. So it's actually nice to sit there and see, you know what, at least they're not dropping this. So it's going to be really interesting as we start to move forward. Are they going to find support here at this level? And are we going to see a push up with XRP? And if that does happen, man, I have so many friends.
I think you'll see support around the 60-cent range, which is that right now. So like, yeah, look at it.
The next position on the top level here is a potential, and I'm not joking when I say this, is a 80-cent mark because we've already tapped this area here. So the next level is literally that dollar, that 90-cent, 80-cent, 90-cent area. It's just to get above this. So it's going to be really interesting to see as we move forward. All righty. The other part right here, and we'll just go ahead and go into ADA. ADA has been really interesting for myself because, as you guys know, I think it's one of the most undervalued blockchains out here. And I know people say it's a dead project, but I just don't think so. You know what I'm saying? There's so much money brought into this, so many things going. So as we keep moving forward, I'm definitely looking to be buying ADA. Like I said, down at these lower levels here. And we've talked about this already. That 30-cent mark area, as well as at 24 cents. Now, as we continue down, we can keep picking up like dollar cost averaging into these. And the biggest key is when it starts to make money, right? We want to make sure that we go through. If this is going to be a long-term hold for you, right? Then just go in. And if you're outside the United States, stake. I would be using this money to stake, right? So you can actually be bringing in income off of that and accruing coin. So I like these lower levels here. Now, in addition to that, let's check out Doge. Doge had some news over the weekend here. So it's really interesting. Oh, look at that. That's funny. We're seeing Doge here starting to push up. Again, it is finding some
Doge shit.
An average here. And one of the biggest keys and to point out here is that 10-cent mark. We fall through this 10-cent mark area here with the moving average starting to find support. The next level is, and it's going to pull this back. The next level here is, and you hear the guy screaming in the back. It's actually really cool. Let's check this out here. you can see this next level down in this lower level here, right? Which is basically the 5 cent mark. So I'm definitely looking to be capturing it because there's nothing really holding here. So, anyways, that's it in a nutshell, guys. Here for the charting, we'll go over it again later today, and be checking out Bitcoin and the price and what's actually happening. All right, guys. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Pedro's update. We're going to be back during the lunch hour here with more going over the markets again, and hopefully bringing up Zach Humphreys and some other people in order to cover the downtime while people are having lunch here. So,
Oh snap! Zach's gonna be on the stream. So I'm not sure at this point if they're going to go back to the panel or they're just going to wait for lunch to be over or something like that. But if they go back to the panel, we'll definitely get to that. If not, we'll jump into K9 Finance's space or something like that and check it out. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna roll this here in just a minute. So we'll give it a minute. So we'll step out for a second. We'll catch another space right now. We got K9 Finance. See what they're talking about. All right, take it back. So they're still streaming on. Yeah. Here we go. Dog. Can't hear shit. Okay. Like, is it me or is the audio getting worse now? Like, it was just pretty good when we were listening to those dudes, but I got this turned up all the way. All right. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because they could be doing better. I really know that this is affecting the stream and how many people are actually watching their live stream because you can't hear anything. Something tells me they're having technical difficulties.
Crypto in Canada is an opportunity for us to be innovative and for us to bring products and services.
There it is. Here's the audio.
Innovating in Canada has been challenged for many companies that have struggled with regulation here, and they've been forced to leave and set up business overseas, and that's not something we want to see in Canada. We want to see more businesses being built here. We want to see more Web3 companies being built here. We want to see more innovation and adoption of digital assets, and to do that, I think we need real leaders in government who are willing to understand, who are willing to put in the time, frankly, because it's a huge learning curve to understand the segment, understand the opportunity, to understand the risks. It's a lot of effort. So we need more people in Canada.
Oh, sorry about that.
Members of Parliament understand this opportunity because it's really Canadians that are going to drive change in Canada. And so, same with crypto is an incredible opportunity. I hope everybody signs up here. If you haven't signed up, it's ca.signwithcrypto.org. But this is an incredible organization. It's going to
$1.82 million in profit one of our clients just made from leveraging one of our trading softwares. Now, this is the same software that I
Son of a bitch. Hit me with the commercials right when I wasn't looking.
They should be putting in the time to speak with industry and learn about it, and ultimately change the laws in Canada so that we can enable access to strong financial technology.
I think that's a great note to close it off. Thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you to Noble for sponsoring. Thank you for Noble for sponsoring Alex. Thank you for the great fireside chat. Thank you to Noble for sponsoring Alex Tapscott's upcoming book signing. Noble is supercharging the modular ecosystem, one native asset at a time. Go to noble.xyz to learn more. And don't forget to grab yourself an awesome copy of his new book. Following the presentation, you're going to be able to meet him personally and have a copy signed in the New Mexico Hall.
All right. Quite the party over there, isn't it?
Now, could you please put your hands together and welcome the best-selling author, Alex Tapscott.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be back here at Blockchain Futurists. This is Canada's foremost Web3 event. I think it's also the longest running, and it's a great opportunity to reach
Where's this dude at?
the city and who are visiting from around the world. And it's also
Oh, it's the camera guy. He's over there having a drink at the bar. I forgot the pan.
and that's because we're in this interesting
Man, they should just. Who is doing this shit?
forms the economy, the social order, culture in some pretty profound and unexpected ways. And we've seen that play out time and again, most recently with the rise of the web, the internet, but before that, it was, TV, radio, steam, all the way back to the printing press. And now we're in a period where several new technologies are all emerging at once, each of which has the potential, in my view, to be as disruptive as any that have come before. The first of these, of course, is blockchain, the technology behind cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Blockchains are the first digital medium for value, a way for individuals, businesses, and so forth to be able to use the web as a way to move and store assets peer-to-peer without the need for an intermediary. The second of these technologies is AI. AI is an overnight success story that's many decades in the making, but recently has hit a key inflection point. And I think it's going to transform the world of business and also create a lot of disruptions that we're not really prepared for. The third of these technologies is extended reality. For 30 years, we've accessed the web in a two-dimensional way. First it was with PCs, then it was with smartphones. And every so often, you get a hardware upgrade. And so the question is extended reality, virtual reality, and augmented reality going to be a part of that equation? And the fourth of these is IoT. Not just, smart home sensors or devices that measure your glucose, but devices that can think, thanks to AI, and do transactions, autonomous economic agents. And I'm here today basically to tell you that these technologies are not separate. They are related. I think there's a lot of discussion, especially within the crypto community, that, interest in crypto is waned and it's picked up in AI. I think that is a pretty minimalist way of looking at this. These technologies are, I think, on a convergent course. In the same way that the term internet began really just by describing a narrow set of networking technologies. But now when we use the term, we're talking about many technologies, new business models, new social behaviors, new cultural phenomena. It is an all-encompassing term. In the same way that internet has moved from describing one set of technologies to describing an era, I believe the term Web3 is also going to describe the next era. So the internet is entering a new era. So the first era of the internet was the internet of information, right? When you use the internet today to send and move information, you're not sending an original, unique thing. You're sending a version or a copy, right? So if you send someone an email and you put an attachment in it, you can send the same attachment to someone else. If you access a website, anybody can see, or if you host a website, anyone can see that information. If you post something on Twitter, it's available for all to read. So in many respects, the first era of the internet is kind of like a printing press for information. And in the same way that the first era of the printing press transformed information industries, the internet is a broadly positive thing. But when it comes to things that have value, things like money,
I can see this dude's camel toe.
property, and so forth, being able to create copies of those things is not such a great idea. So instead of sending someone an email, let's say you were sending them $20. It's really
It's a manimal toe.
copy and send it to someone else. Because if we can copy money, the way we can copy information, the money becomes worthless. And this is the double spend problem that Satoshi defined in the Bitcoin white paper. How do you create a way to move value on the internet without leaving behind a trail of breadcrumbs? How do you provide a proof that transactions are final? And because this didn't exist through the first era of the internet, we've had to rely on intermediaries, middlemen, and platforms that sit in the center of transactions and perform an essential role. They establish the identity, they create trust, and then they do all this business logic, right? Clearing, settling, record keeping, all the rest of it. And these intermediaries have done an okay job, but they've got some pretty big limitations. They're centralized, which makes them vulnerable to hacking, to attacks, or to being co-opted by powerful forces. They are they add cost, they slow things down, and they capture data and information about people. And that's creating an asymmetry online where platforms have gained control at the expense of their users. So what if the internet was entering a new era? From an internet of information to an internet of value. Well, the Bitcoin white paper laid out the case for how you create a digital medium for value online. And what was really remarkable about Bitcoin was that it worked. There have been other attempts to do something similar. Mark Andreessen, the inventor of the web browser, said that the original sin of the web was not putting in a version of digital money into the internet. Later on, Bill Gates, in his 1998 book, said that every person should have a digital wallet that allows them to transact using internet-native money. And even Elon Musk, the predecessor to X.com, which became PayPal, originally began as an internet money startup. But all of these guys couldn't figure out the double spend problem, and Satoshi did. So in the 2016 book, Blockchain Revolution, which I co-authored, we made the case for how the underlying technology of blockchains, if they can work for Bitcoin, they can work for other assets. We can use this as a way to move and store and manage money and assets and value in the economy in ways that have never been done before. Now, a lot of water's gone under the bridge since we wrote that book. At the time, the market cap of the entire industry was maybe 8 or 9 billion US dollars. So if it was a publicly traded company, it'd be as big as Under Armour or the Gap or something. So it wasn't yet changing the world. And today, here we stand with a $2.5 trillion asset class. So in many respects, it's been an incredibly successful period. But at the same time, there have been a lot of setbacks. And I think that there's been a lot of mud that's been thrown on the windshield that has kind of obscured people's point of view and made it very difficult for them to understand and appreciate the way in which this technology is changing the world. So I set it upon myself to basically try and, set the record straight. And last year released this book.
Is this dude crypto splaining us right now? Kind of is coming off like that. Not gonna lie.
The book lays out the case for how blockchain and related technologies are changing different parts of the world, right? So the book begins by looking at assets. What does this mean for value? And I've mentioned how this is the first medium for value, so that's where we should begin. But then it looks at what does it mean for individuals, internet users? How does it impact organizations? How will it transform different industries? There's a lot of time spent thinking about, moving money, finance, and so forth. But as we well know, these technologies are impacting many industries. How is it going to impact how we access technology, our experience as human beings? And finally, what does it mean for civilizations? So the word cryptocurrency, it's not a bad word, but it's a bit confusing, I think, because when people use it, they're talking about every single token and digital asset. Sometimes people call those all cryptocurrencies. And a currency is actually a very particular thing, right? The classical definition is that it's a store of value, it's a medium of exchange, it's a unit of account. The US dollar is a currency. Bitcoin is trying to be a currency. It's mostly there, but maybe not quite all the way there. But a lot of other tokens are trying to do something entirely different. So the way that I think about it is simply that tokens are like containers for value. In the same way that a shipping container can contain computer parts, furniture, food, clothing, and so forth, a token is a standard economic unit, digital unit, that you can use to program anything of value, right? So it can contain money, like, I don't know, a US dollar stablecoin. It can also contain a share of a common enterprise, security token or RWA. It can contain art or a collectible. It can contain data or attributes of people's identities, credentials that we might use to access a community. A token is an infinitely programmable tabula rasa, right? You can think of a website sort of as a container for information. A website can be programmed to represent anything of information. A token can be programmed to represent anything of value. In the book, I also talk a lot about individuals. The way things kind of work today as an internet user is that you interact with all these different services. It could be your bank, social media company, government, you name it. And you create all this data, which they then use and monetize. But you don't get to control or keep that data, and you don't get to participate in the economic upside. So in a way, this is sort of like digital legalism. Now, in my view, the last 10 years, sort of the era of wild and crazy innovation in Web3 has really been focused on digital assets, right, tokens. But I actually think that the next era will be based on digital personhood, especially with the rise of AI. If there are tens of billions of autonomous AI agents trying to replicate what humans do, we need different ways to show our proof of humanness. And I think that Web3 tools are really the only way to get there. This is Clay Christensen, who wrote a really great book that I encourage everyone to read if you haven't, called The Innovator's Dilemma. And if you've heard of this book, you might know a little bit about the thesis. Basically, his book asks this sort of simple question. Why do great companies fail? Oftentimes, it's the best run firms in any given industry that have a hard time embracing a new technology. And he said, if you look at it, the reason is that when new technologies emerge, oftentimes they're not useful for the core market, but they might be really, really useful for a new market. And as the technology scales, the new market begins to assume the old. So here are a couple of examples. In the 1960s, Japanese motorcycle manufacturers brought small engine motorcycles to the United States. Big Harley driving Americans didn't want those, but off-roaders did. And eventually the off-road motorcycle market came to be 20 times as large as the market for highway motorbikes. Another example is computing. During the 1960s and 70s, the big trend was towards a thing called a mini computer, which is basically a dumb terminal hooked up to a mainframe. And these mini computers, people thought were going to be the future of computing. But the PC came along. The PC, by every metric, was an inferior device, but it was different in that it opened up a new market. Computers weren't things that researchers and programmers used. They became household appliances. So what Christensen says is it's hard to gauge how big a market is going to be. What is the market for AI? Well, a lot of people talk about it in terms of cutting costs. We can use AI to reduce call center operators, and that'll save your company X hundreds of millions of dollars. That may be true, but probably the innovation from AI is going to be way stranger than that, and it's going to be hard for us to anticipate. When it comes to blockchains, it's often, the global remittance market is $600 billion, and the average fees are about 9%. So $50 to $60 billion in fees. As Jeff Bezos said, your margin is my opportunity. So people look at stablecoins and they think this is going to eat that market. That also might be true, but we know that the innovation that's going to happen from this technology is going to be much stranger. So in the book, I talk about several industries. I want to just drill down on one, which is close to me, because it's where I've worked my whole life, which is financial services. So this is a photo of a thing called a Rube Goldberg machine. And a Rube Goldberg machine is basically a device, a very convoluted device, that performs a whole bunch of silly steps, and then it solves a simple problem, like it cracks an egg or closes a door. In many respects, and I know it because I work in it, this is kind of how the financial industry operates, right? Everyone thinks it's digital and everything moves at the speed of light, but actually, what you're really seeing is sort of the front end of the industry. Behind the scenes, there's technology that's been layered on other technology that in many respects requires 80 or 90-year-old programmers to debug. So you can think of a lot of innovation in financial services, what's known as fintech, not as some overarching category that crypto is within. You can think of fintech as just digital wallpaper. It is a fresh coat of paint. It is a new user interface that makes it a little bit easier to access finance. But whether you're using a robo-advisor or an online trading app, or you're using a payment processor like Stripe or any of these other companies, and they're all innovative companies, you're still, in the end, interacting with banks, and brokers, and custodians, and clearinghouses, and all these old traditional companies. So what crypto and DeFi as a subcategory is trying to do is kind of reimagine the industry from the ground up. Now, Wall Street loves Bitcoin, and now apparently Ethereum, with the launch of ETFs in the United States. And by almost every respect, this has been the most successful ETF launch in history. These assets have gathered net over $16.5 billion US dollars. Bitcoin ETFs are responsible for 25% of BlackRock's ETF business in terms of their growth this year, 25% of the growth. And in Fidelity's case, it's half of the growth in their entire ETF business. So that's kind of cool. It would be amazing, like if you had stood on the future stage 10 years ago and said that this was going to happen. Not many people would believe it. But there's something more interesting happening than that, which is that Bitcoin is programmable money. It's basically software. And the concept here is simply that we can take that concept and apply it to every single function of the industry. What does the financial services industry really do? Well, it gives us a way to store value, move value, access credit, trade, and invest, to connect investors with entrepreneurs, to organize financial information, to insure against risk, and so forth. Every one of these functions can be replaced with Web3 technologies. So, ensuring value. Prediction markets, which harness the wisdom of the crowds and put basically meat on the table, right, money on the line to accurately price risk. Well, prediction markets anticipated that Biden would drop out many weeks before pundits came around to the idea. On the eve of the disastrous debate that he had, the odds of him dropping out were already 20%. If you'd asked, pundits and pollsters, they would have said the odds were near zero. So people putting money on the line were able to accurately predict risk. I wrote this up recently for Fortune magazine, which is basically that, for the first time ever, citizens have a way to wager, if you will, on the outcome of political events. Now, you might say that, well, that's the influence of money in politics. Well, money's been involved in politics forever. And it's always been big companies and other powerful lobby groups. Now individuals at least have a seat at the table. But prediction markets can be used for a lot of other stuff. What if you're a farmer and you want to hedge against a drought or a bad crop season? Well, you can predict that there will be a certain amount of rainfall in the year or not as a way to offset the risk. You can base your investments on predictions about earnings that come out from big public companies. You can make predictions on whether one company will acquire another and so forth. And even governance. Vitalik has talked a lot about this idea of using prediction markets as a way to incentivize people to perform more in the governance process. What about moving value? Well, stablecoins have done over $25 trillion of volume and counting. Last year, stablecoins, USDC in particular, did more volume than the Visa network. And
That's interesting.
crypto market is not back to where it was in the last cycle. Stablecoins are almost at an all-time high. What about decentralizing value exchange? Right now, we are at the point where decentralized exchanges account for more volume than they ever have. We're hitting a key inflection point at 15.
I don't think the guys running the camera know that they got a hot mic.
This is going to be happening on chain, right? Doesn't mean there won't be exchanges that act as on-ramps and facilitators and so forth.
I'll tell you, the biggest slip ups happen with stuff like that when you got a hot mic and nobody around you knows and you just say something. It's hilarious, actually. It's ruined people, but it's funny.
Toronto. Now, full disclosure, Noble generously sponsored the book signing that I'll be doing right after this event. So thanks to Noble, everybody here will have an opportunity to get a free copy of my new book. And if you like, I'd be happy to sign it. First come, first serve. I think we have about 150 copies. Looking around here, I think it'll be pretty tight, but we should cover everybody up. So Noble is an organization based in Toronto that is helping to onboard US dollar stable coins and other real-world assets onto the Cosmos blockchain. So Cosmos, as many people know, is another project started by a
Here
group
we go.
including many Canadians based in Toronto.
They're coming back. They got something to say.
Technically one of the most sophisticated and most admired platforms. But in order for a blockchain to be useful, it needs assets. And so
I don't want it
Noble's
right now.
doing that.
I'm about to go get these guys on.
Issuance in the ecosystem of over $500 million a month. And the TBL 242, it's actually at, I think, 246.5 right now. So Cosmos connects various different blockchains, application developers can
Just pounded that cup of wine.
and now they can use Cosmos native US dollar as a way to do transactions, which is pretty cool. They're not just focused on USDC, they're also focused on lots of other assets. As I said before, a token is a container for value. If you can onboard a US dollar stablecoin onto a blockchain, then you can onboard lots of other kinds of assets. But you need a partner that knows what they're doing. And Noble is certainly one of those things. So check them out, noble.xyz. And if you'd like to learn more, I'd be happy to tell you more about it when we're over at the signing desk. So I mentioned earlier that we've accessed the web using kind of a two-dimensional medium, right? Computers, smartphones, and so forth. And there's a theory in computing that every sort of 20 years or so, the technology interface for how we access computing changes, right? So there was mainframes, and there were mini computers, and there were PCs, and there were smartphones. And the iPhone came out almost 18 years ago, right? So it's actually almost been 2 decades. So weirdly, like we've kind of been in the smartphone era. And a lot of people have high hopes for what that next era is going to look like. I don't know whether or not VR or XR is going to take off, but I do know that we are entering this new era. The mobile app, the Web 2 world, was a smartphone device with applications. The Web 3 world, whether or not it's a PC or a smartphone, the software interface is for wallets, right? If you think of wallets as like web browsers, basically, for the internet of value. I'm going to actually skip it, just so I have some time for my concluding remarks. So, Silicon Valley was once called a technical Galapagos because of the very unique blend of talent,
Best time buying crypto? So start with un poquito, a taster.
The internet giants that survived there, thrived there. And those companies ultimately came to dominate the first era of the internet. But also,
They tried to get us with the commercial, wouldn't let it happen.
people ask, where's the Silicon Valley of the future going to be built? Well, probably it's going to be built in Silicon Valley, but also a lot of other places too. It's probably not going to be one single place. I think we found that technology tools allow people to work from anywhere, and I think that Web3 tools accelerate that process. But place is still important. Where you live, where you work, where you make your life still matters. So I think people don't really realize this, not entirely. But Ethereum is basically the most successful thing that's ever come out of Canada, except for maybe like Wayne Gretzky or something like that. No, the most successful business, certainly. And it's not a business, it's a blockchain network with a native token and so forth. But this thing is worth $500 billion. That's 3.5 times as big as Shopify was.
I do walking around with a hot mic.
Our biggest bank and one of the 10 largest lenders on the planet. This is a thing that should be celebrated in Canada, and it's not. And that is extremely unfortunate, but it's not too late. So I wrote an op-ed recently for the Toronto Star, making the case that if you look at the early days of futurists, the early days of Web3, there was a lot of Bitcoin activity happening here in Canada. Some of the Bitcoin core developers were in Canada. Ethereum is a made in Canada project. We heard from Anthony Diorio, who's in the building, one of the founding members of that team. Cosmos, as I mentioned, came out largely out of a group of Canadians. So this country has everything to make itself a successful Web3 innovation center. But we need to get 4 things right. Number 1, we need to depoliticize crypto. Crypto is not partisan. Web3 is not partisan. Web3 is a technology toolkit that anyone can use to better their lives. And we need to stop talking about it as if it belongs to one party or one ideological group. Number 2, we need to adopt a pro-Web3 national strategy. Parliament actually developed this entire strategy last year. 14 points. Regime for stable coins, clarifications around custody and so forth. None of these things have been implemented. We have the roadmap, we should follow it. Number 3, we need to prioritize investments in blockchain and other Web3 technologies. This is something Canada and other countries are doing in lots of other areas. You know, we have a national industrial strategy for AI and EV batteries and so forth. We need a national industrial strategy for this as well. And the final thing is, as a broad point, we need to make it easier for people to take risks, to start companies, to build businesses here. Because private sector, small business job creation is responsible for most job growth in the long term. You cannot have a few big organizations in the government pulling the ship. We need entrepreneurs to want to build here in Canada. We need to make it easier for them to do that. So that's my platform. Talk more about it. So I'll just end with this. My new book is called Web3, Charting the Internet's Next Economic and Cultural Frontier. And I chose this term frontier very intentionally. You know, a lot of frontiers in human history have required superhuman strength or expert ability, right? Or a lot of money, venturing to the moon, you know, going to Mars, you know, crossing an ocean and so forth. But the most bountiful frontiers in human history are typically the ones that are actually pushed by everyday people. Everyday people who, driven by opportunity or circumstances, pick up and hit the trail. And I think that this time is very similar. But the difference is this. All frontiers in human histories have been bounded, right? They're geographically bounded. They're limited by resources. The web and Web3 in particular is the only economic frontier that is unbounded. It is an infinite economic frontier. And so it has an infinite, in my view, set of opportunities. But even the most enterprising and adventurous frontiers person needs a guide. And with some humility, I hope that you choose my book as that guide. Thank you very much. This has been very fun. Thank you very much.
I didn't think I was going to enjoy his whole thing, but I actually did enjoy it.
Just on the other side of this wall, there's a nice booth set up. I'll be there to sign books. Love to see you all there. Thank you very much. Take care.
He's a great speaker for sure.
He's now going to be hosting his book signing in the Expo Hall, sponsored by Noble XYZ.
Why don't you stand in the middle?
We'd also like to make an announcement that LTD Token, IDO, is now live on Ape Terminal today only. We'll be taking a short lunch break from the Wonderfy main stage. Please don't forget to go visit our expo booths, both upstairs and downstairs. Grab some.
Oh, snap. Got Zach Humphreys in the building, and you got Omar in the building. Wait, that's his name, right? Yeah. I'll be slipping sometimes, man.
Conference. Grab your Coinbase water bottle, fill it up, and just hang out in the Coinbase lounge. Thank you.
I like people when the music moves you when it comes on. Like, you could tell that they're actually like normal people.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, snap. I'm on stage.
I'm ready.
I'm on stage. Let's go.
Just you.
All right.
Good day, everybody. My name is Tom, otherwise known as
Damn,
Striking here in the digital media universe. It's lunchtime here at the Blockchain Futurist Convention, and I've got a couple of guests of honor here, fellow creators. Zach Humphreys here, Oscar Ramos, and Crypto Mark in the house. Gentlemen, what is happening?
I said Omar. It's Oscar. What a dick.
Tom, happy to be here. Glad to meet you last year, but man, I think the excitement's even bigger this year. Ship's has a huge footprint. I know Oscar's rocking this.
What's going on, Shiba Army?
Amazing energy here in Toronto, as always, man.
I think it's a bigger show, and the difference is that the market's a little better this year than last year. I mean, last year at this time, we were seeing the altcoins kind of moving up a bit. Bitcoin was still languishing in a period of consolidation. And now we've had a little hope with Bitcoin. They pull it out from under us again, give us a little hope. And we've been going along in this box for a little while between 58, 54, and kind of mid 60s or so. Does coming to a conference like this, Oscar, give you ideas about price predictions? Does it give optimism and say, let's go?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is my first conference, and
what I'm looking right now is community. I'm looking at community, people who really want to learn this space, DeFi, Web3. I mean, everybody's just welcome to learn and receive. And obviously, in 2024, we're going to be seeing what we most
This will just fucked everything up with what he did.
Back and forth because we're getting an echo on these.
Oh, 100%.
I didn't have it
which
set
one?
up.
This one?
Yeah, just take that. So, well, Mark, this is another show. In the past year, you've seen your own YouTube channel grow by leaps and bounds in what you're doing. I've really enjoyed watching it. Zach brought me into it. When you come to a show like this, do people start to see, hey, that's Crypto Mark, or have you met some viewers or anything like that?
Well, Zach gets all the recognition. He's Mr. Shib here, but and Oscar, obviously, great channel as well. But I think it's just kind of the general consensus here is the optimism is back. It's not 2021. It's not levels that we were back in March for Shib, but I think across the board, it's definitely a happier crowd. And for me, I can see the optimism. So it's not so much just the talking with people, but the expression, the nonverbal stuff. People are just back into crypto, whether even not invested, just the narrative's just way different than it was last year.
Well, Zach, there's a couple of things different this year than last year. One of is Ethereum. The ETFs are out. How's that been affecting the market?
100%. And a lot of people wondering, Tom, why it really hasn't taken off. But I just think it's a positive thing. That's how early we are. I know here in Canada, you guys have had Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs for a while. But in the United States, people are still learning, what is Ethereum? What are smart contracts? Why should we care? Whereas Bitcoin has been around really long. They kind of see it as a store of value. They understand it. The institutions are soon going to find out once more utility in the real world, which it's happening right now with BlackRock, using Ethereum as their main source.
Amazing,
for RWA. That is going to be a jumping off point, and we're going to see, I think, Ethereum ETFs take off, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
Welcome, Zach from Subway.
So
Welcome, Zach from Subway. Thank you for coming out.
footprint. Apparently, Oscar's into the Shiba.
Let's go.
He's got a shirt. So tell us about what you see going on last year Shibarium launched here. This year, Shib's got a big presence and stuff. What's going on in the Shib universe this year?
Absolutely, Tom. So everybody, I think after just walking around for a couple of minutes, you can easily notice that it's all flooded with Shiba Inu logos and Shiba Inu love and Shiba Inu passion. That means because there's community who bought years ago and is not only bullish, but is building. And I think that's what matters at the end of the day. We don't see the prices where we all want it to be to cash out or maybe say we're financially free, but we are not wasting our time by building.
There's a lot of guerrilla marketing opportunity just by being there with your own Shib project right now.
From Texas, that podium, that stage, and yes, we watched the video. It was
Coyote.
A lot of yes or
yeah, that's what I mean. It should have been
There's
like
a lot of expectations, right? How about
Coyote
Shiba Inu
streaking
Burns?
through the
How about,
lobby and then just run right out.
The chain, who's going to be?
I think Stan was going to shout us out a little bit.
We'll see. We have room for improvement. I'm really down to see what Satoshi is going to tell us, and all different kinds of partners like K9, which I've seen their boot is phenomenal. But as someone who is a content creator for Shiba Inu, like Zach, like Crypto Mark, we're not only ready to see our portfolio explode and say, okay, we're not making crypto. This is actually working and we're making money.
I'm actually getting a sandwich right now.
Relationships, the networks. I see people that recognize me. I see them. I talk to them. It's like,
tell us Zach's sub.
All those
what
years,
does Zach's sub look like?
Off, and I'm so happy you're here with us.
No, it's amazing, Oscar. Here last year, as Tom mentioned, Shibarium launched. So we're a year in now with Shibarium, and now all eyes are building on top of the chain. We're waiting for Treat Token to launch. Treat Token, literally right on the other side of this wall, has a huge booth. So maybe we get the launch of Treat. Just speculating a little bit.
Speculation is live.
You mentioned K9 Finance, liquid staking on Shibarium. Big news. They got listed on Gate.io. There could be more news to come. Shytoshi's going to talk later tonight at 5:30 before the big yacht party. So it's going to be a ton of fun. Mark, I know you're here. You see the
He's
ship
really
footprint.
good at this,
What do you
man.
think?
Well, we just talked with Shaitoshi, right? He's just hanging out right back there. No, just kidding, just kidding.
You're watching this.
But,
come hang
no,
out.
Jokes aside, yeah, treat. I mean, everybody's been waiting for that, and Shibarium.
This is the guy who's
whether or
like
not,
he's running all the audio,
good
video,
reviews
and he's
for-
also
for-
trying to
for
host.
good,
That's
better,
like
or
it's a lot
worse,
to do, man.
it's
Usually
still
that's like 3
positive
separate
for
jobs.
Shiba
You
Inu.
know.
So whether you're not,
Oh, I know.
a believer, whether or not you're all on board, it's still renewing the optimism. And we just listened to one of the speakers talking about the crypto winter, kind of just coming to a conclusion. It's, he used a really positive way of describing it, saying it's cooler.
They have a little baby
It's not
audio
winter,
snake.
but it's cooler. And that's just still a better place than we were back in 2023. So still a better time period, I think. And it's a way better conference. It's a better event. And I think we're just renewed optimism across the board.
Yes.
I gotta hop
Let's
on my
go,
computer
Ship.
soon.
Gentlemen, I'd like to address that about optimism here. Always at a conference, it breeds optimism, and everyone leaves
When can I
pumped
pay
up,
my
like
bills
ready
with
to go.
optimism?
Obviously, everything's going to the moon because everyone's happy about it.
2028.
And then everyone gets into the real world,
Oh,
and the market
man.
maker said, we toyed with you a little bit. We're going to pull her out.
I need
the right
Coyote on
money."
ETH to hit 1
Petra
cent
and
at
I
least
talk
in the
on the
next
show
few
about
months, all right? You'd be rich.
the effect of the market makers and
I
the
know.
larger institutions getting into crypto a lot. And we compare the price wanting to rise to 100,000 of Bitcoin to 150,000.
Do you think this venue's big enough for a
versus
concert?
the bigger institutions wanting it to go down on the concept that
I
it's
have some
easier to
ideas for
make
next year.
2x going from 15,000 to 30 than 60 to
It depends
120.
on how
The
much
money
the
that
venue's
needs
getting
to come
used, to
in
be honest
is
with
not.
you. After events
How do
like
you
this,
guys, from
probably pretty
your
cheap.
roles in the crypto
what
sphere,
you asked.
feel about that? Do you think that the institutions have that much power to push it down so they can 2 and 3x up later, or are we going to skip that and go up higher directly?
I mean, I'm just going to start by saying MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor, they're not making a mistake by buying it anytime they have a chance.
Absolutely not.
Because the guy is always borrowing money to buy more Bitcoin. And we're not talking $100,000, $50,000, talking billions of dollars in Bitcoin. So, I mean, we all know that whales, they already control the market. Like, take a look at the top 10 Bitcoin holders, and you're going to see BlackRock.
What about the
ETF
top 10
pricing.
Coyote holders?
That means
That dude's got a
they
vape pen in his
obviously
hand. I
have
love
an
it.
edge. Wealthy people are going to get richer, but I mean, ETF already launched. Beautiful. We still haven't seen, I believe, guys, that we still haven't seen that effect in the price. So it's going to come eventually. There's a lot of macro issues that obviously are putting the price down for a lot of different optimism, right? Geopolitical unrest, inflation, the election year, whatever. So I know institutional investors, VCs, asset managers, they're all eyes on BTC. They're all eyes on the next ETF, maybe Solana or Ripple. So it's going to be fun.
There's no doubt that the institutions want lower prices, but more than that, I think they want to keep prices somewhat stable so they have time to accumulate, right? Because the thing is now with ETFs, this isn't like a one-off catalyst, right? We're seeing a lot of institutions slowly but surely come into Bitcoin, come into Ethereum. I was just talking about this on my Crypto Breakfast Club X Space. If you guys haven't checked it out, definitely do so. We were talking about this morning.
The plug.
And here's the thing. We're looking at Bitcoin with pension funds in the United States. There's 4 states now that have added Bitcoin in their pension funds. Imagine what happens to the price of Bitcoin when all 50 states do this. Imagine what happens when large corporations, the Apples, the Microsoft, start putting 1-2% Bitcoin on their balance sheet. We are super, super early, and it's hard to believe, but there's no doubt, Tom. I mean, institutions want that price somewhat stable. And I
He's
think
even
they're
got that
manipulating
name.
it,
There's
but
no
they
doubt,
can't hold
Tom.
it down forever because
Yeah,
once these
things
big
are looking
players
really
come in,
great, Tom.
it's going to be so much
Tell me about
capital.
the life.
I don't even think we realize how early we are still.
I always like to talk about the total market cap in crypto. And even though it's 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, what a small number that is, and I'd like to have that problem of a small, but I always tell people the value of real estate in Manhattan is about $2 trillion right now.
Yeah.
So if you think of our crypto market in the size of Manhattan, when there's cities all over the world, thinking about how much money could come into the Bitcoin or crypto universe, it really is amazing. We just gotta get over that next hump in acceptance. Even though so many of us you've seen the popularity
perceived
grow
legitimacy,
even
and
to
I
the
think
point
we're
where
actually on that path already. I mean, we're not only
pain
on that
point
path,
in
we're
U.S.
actually at the
presidential
threshold
elections
of
now. It's crypto.
worldwide
Yet
perceived
it's still
legitimacy, and
not
that
the
is
market cap of
the
Fidelity
entry
has
into
93 different
full-time
funds that
adoption,
are
to be honest with
$1
you. So
trillion,
I think we're
you know,
there.
and that type of stuff. So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, just to piggyback off of that, we watched the X Space in brief with Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and you can really just feel the presence of the crypto conversation, not just in the United States, but abroad. And I think that, if you would make a list of the top 10 things that could drag a crypto market into ruins, destroy projects, ruin, projects launching, just drag the market caps through the mud. We've went through all the hell. We've went through geopolitical conflicts, inflation at all-time highs. And, here we are today, and it's really unfazed. So the only way to go up from here is up. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I'll tell you something, guys. We were just talking about asset managers and institutional investments. Well, my friend Zach Conference went to the Bitcoin conference, right? And a lot of you guys, attended that conference, and we saw Trump speaking, Michael Saylor, Katie Wood, and other different Bitcoin OGs and legends. You remember what was that base, bear, and bull price prediction they gave us? It was $3 million for one Bitcoin. It was $13 million base, and it was $40+ million for one Bitcoin. Tom, that means that if Bitcoin has 15 trillion in market cap, that is gold's market cap, and that's not even 2 million in price or so. It's just unbelievable the amount of bullish acumen they could have, and there's so much here still to be on tap.
Well, you brought up Michael Saylor during the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. He famously said one of his path predictions is a $13 million price point for Bitcoin. He said, I have bearish and I have bullish. And he said, by 2045 or something, or 2040, he said he could see a $13 million BTC price in one of his models, which is, that puts the market cap at about the value of all the money in the world right now. But you never know. With inflation, with acceptance by countries, Argentina, El Salvador is small, but it's one country. If Turkey and Nigeria come on board as into stable coins or into Bitcoin, we could see the market, explode beyond what we think about.
I think one of the big things we need to watch relatively short term, how long does it take for Bitcoin to eclipse gold? Because really that's where people are in their minds, right? This is the new digital gold. It's the new store of value. It's the new hedge against inflation. We're infancy stages right now, but we're not that far away. We're about a 10 or 11x away from Bitcoin recapturing gold. And here's the thing. You talk to somebody Mark's age, our age. Are they investing in gold or are they investing in Bitcoin? Let's be real here, right? So more and more people are seeing Bitcoin as that safe haven asset. And as that proliferates, it captures gold's market cap. Then things, really break open.
All right, just a quick break to talk about we're on the Blockchain Futurist live stream right now. Got a couple of hundred people watching us. So I'm going to try and go through some of the comments. If you've got a comment or a topic that you want any of the four of us to address, just let us know. We've got a few minutes left in the lunch hour here, which we're filling.
Somebody tell them Coyote Token. Plug Coyote Token. I don't know how to get a hold of them, but do it.
Like Shib Army going on here, talking about the speakers that have gone here about what we haven't hit is politics and regulation, as opposed to in conjunction with the U.S. Election with Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. When Biden was running it, he was very anti-crypto. He had his alliance with Elizabeth Warren, we don't have a lot of information about Kamala Harris, but one of the things is she's not really in the Elizabeth Warren sphere of influence. So it's possible we could see a warming. What are your guys' thoughts on the us versus them in the election coming up?
Yeah, it is definitely an us versus them mentality. Whether or not the crypto conversation turns to be kind of, the forefront of the election, I don't really know how much that's going to play a role. I think there's going to be a lot of votes out there to be had that maybe don't even own crypto, but for the mainstream media, I think it's going to be something that we're going to be talking about. Kamala Harris still hasn't really spoke at all. I'm not going to use this platform I'm standing on to be a political stage. But, you know, we all know the answer to the question. It doesn't really matter who you guys vote for, but it is kind of there, and it's been quoted, a vote for crypto is a vote for you-know-who. So that's kind of where we're at. I think we're all aligned for the most part. I mean, if you probably asked the audience here, survey 100 people, I think it'd be a pretty one-issue ballot in terms of that. So, Oscar, do you want to add?
You shouldn't be so scared to say Trump. We all are voting for him if you like crypto and you like no problems and you love your country.
Simple. Winklevoss brothers, Elon Musk, and many people involved in Congress as well. You can see their support to crypto pro regulation here in the United States.
If you didn't know, there was charges that were wild charges thrown out at Elon Musk and Trump after their labor charges thrown at Trump and Elon Musk yesterday after their live stream. So it's weird.
Administration, they've been at war with crypto, and we see Gary Gensler effect. When Donald Trump was at the Bitcoin conference, he said, "I'm on a who."
Been looking for the past year to get.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell. What a commercial to play during the middle of that. That was funny.
Jerome Powell said, nothing is happening. It's just on the side, not really too concerned. They're concerned to get inflation back to 2% headline and core inflation. We have two more. Actually, tomorrow we have CPI, and then in a month from now. So once we get the first federal funds rate cut, that's going to be pretty bullish. And, well, get ready because election is coming and people are voting for their money. They're voting for crypto, and they're going to select somebody.
Here's my take. I mean, I was there. Trump said all the right things. He was definitely schooled to say all the right things. Will he actually implement the things he said? That's what we're going to be looking for. And if Harris gets in, she's mentioned she wants to rekindle relationships that were damaged by the Biden administration. Does that really happen? I mean, here's my take, guys. It's real simple. Whoever gets in needs to act and needs to act fast because the United States right now is losing ground on the rest of the world. I was in Dubai recently. You can go and buy things with Bitcoin and Ethereum and USDT. They make it super easy. They've fully adopted crypto already. The biggest innovation has always come out of the United States. The biggest internet companies, which was the last thing that changed our world drastically, they all came out of the United States. We've got a company right now in Ripple that's based in the United States. It's been a 40-year lawsuit, right? We need guidelines, we need guardrails, and we need it now in order for companies in the United States to flourish. That's it. Simple as that. So whichever candidate is going to help proliferate that, I'm on board with.
Just wanted to add something really quick. As a Crypto.com affiliate and as a CrowdFund member and as someone who really is finding a top-tier place to buy and sell crypto, the first CFTC-regulated crypto product got it by Crypto.com. And I'm just going to say, let's go, because there's companies who want to do the right thing, and it's tough, maybe making it a little easier for more to come and establish in the U.S., but still keep it difficult. So only the best ones stay in business right here. So I really like how companies adopt all the CFTC's SEC guidelines, which, like you said, we got to be careful because we don't want a 2022 FTX event happen because that really destroyed us and put us back. We got to be protected. We got to be knowing what really happened. So really support the good companies and be careful and always do your research because that's the best way to keep your wealth protected.
All right, I'm going to bring it back to Canada just for a minute here since it's a blockchain futures convention here. One of the issues that the CEO of Coinbase Canada brought up was that 80% of the wealth in Canada is managed by professionals. And these professionals are largely unaware of how to properly invest using crypto. Obviously, it's new. It's a newer thing. Different risks, different rails for getting things on and off the investment profiles. So here in Canada, the Coinbase Canada is trying to figure out how they can educate the professionals and bring that institutional money in. What would be your guys' advice in order to get, because many of these professionals are our age, and, they're younger people, they're the ones that signed the deal with crypto. Well, You guys, I'm a little older. Sorry, I've got another interview coming up, but we'll go for a few more minutes. How would you guys see that how do we educate those institutional people so they can take that 80% of the wealth and invest it into crypto and not just, forward stock and earn 1% per year?
Provide real businesses that offer those services. Let's go.
Definitely a lot of enterprise related businesses here on the crypto front, and they're all looking for the same thing. They're looking to get in. People are having trouble with taking currencies across borders. It makes it hard with regulation. A lot of the companies deal specifically with taking care of those regulation hurdles. But in terms of the money, I think it's just plain and simple. Regulation has to go down, and that's kind of where the politics come in. You have differences of beliefs. It depends on what side of the argument you are, but if everybody's not aligned politically, it's going to make it very hard, and especially in this market when everybody's kind of hesitant to put their own money into crypto. An institutional side of that money is going to be even more of a larger scale and really added that difficulty, no matter really how old you are, if you're trying to start a crypto business.
I think the big thing, I'll keep it short and simple, it's data. We have to show the institutions the data because they're data-driven businesses. What's the best performing asset in the last 13 years?
Bitcoin.
It's not even close. Okay, so show them where this is going. Give them an idea. If you look at the bell curve between how the internet was adopted and how crypto's being adopted, it's on that same trajectory. It's on that same path. Why wouldn't you want to be early? I mean, that's where I would start. Show them the data, get them interested, and then get them really intrigued. And it doesn't have to be a lot. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. Just a little bit on the balance sheet is going to go a long way.
100%, I agree. One of the things that I always like to see and calculate is how Congress here in the U.S. and in Canada, it all starts by making the right policies and making the right regulations. Right, I do agree with crypto market ideas because at the end of the day, you can have a company and give them all different venues to succeed. Just mentioning some like Celsius, right? That they say banks are our enemies. The banks are not your friends. And a lot of new investors are going to come in. Maybe institutions want to partner up with them. I had an experience with Gemini and Genesis, and they went back and forth on some legal issues because one of them really went down. So that really puts some shade in our industry. What we need to do is have data-driven conversations, make the good regulations and laws, and act now. Because if you're waiting for the bull market to come to do so, that'll be a little bit too late if you really want to get into and transform your business. But I'll end it with this. Small businesses, they got to make it easy for small businesses to start adopting and bringing all the new investors to crypto. We're getting there.
And just to piggyback off that, I think I don't have a PhD in business, but something I'll add is I think the volatility with Bitcoin is kind of the issue as well. When
people get scared,
when that volatility lessens, let's say the supply of Bitcoin, gets fully exhausted, businesses
but to that point,
see less risk.
To that point, Mark, we have ETFs now, right? So like that needs to be part of the conversation with these institutional investors. Hey, look, we have ETFs in place. Diminishing returns is going to happen because there's so much volume, inflows and outflows. We're not going to see that volatility forever. So why not be early, right? I mean,
I think it's just too much present risk for these startups. And I think once the supply starts leveling off, like when Bitcoin becomes, stable almost with that supply, that's when I think the businesses really flock in.
Hey, we're getting the 1 minute mark. So I just want to plug our channels. Is that cool, Tom?
Yep.
All right. So the Crypto Mark on YouTube. I'm Zach Humphreys, and this is my good friend, Oscar Ramos. We're all three on YouTube, on X. Find us. And Tom, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for coming by.
Awesome, brother.
We're here for 2 more days. Let's talk. Let's talk shop.
Let's do it.
Other times too. There's lunch tomorrow as well. And the YouTube viewer Shabansky said, "Looks like Ramos is ready for a fight." All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with APX Lending in 30 seconds.
What's up, Million Bit homepage? Yeah, Dingleberries in the house for sure. We are streaming East Toronto for the foreseeable future. If you have any questions about the Dingleberries, just join the Telegram. Actually, find us at the Dingleberries on X.
Let's go.
Dingleberries on base. We're about to get it. Let's go.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm eating a sandwich. Me and Shelby are
I can
chilling.
hear you. Yeah, sounds delish.
I'm excited to see the Dingleberries back, honestly. I miss that PFP of yours.
Yeah, that's my roots. I love the art so much. I mean, my whole right leg is tattooed with Dingleberries characters. I mean, it's crazy.
They should just have Zach host this whole thing.
Oh, for sure.
Mic drop.
That dude should have hired Zach to do all this talking, and he should have ran the audio. He should have ran the show because this shit is terrible.
I heard a shout out for LTD. So what's live?
No, I don't think anything went live. I think that they had some presence, I guess, around them, and they might be up on the panel here next. Not here, but up on stage.
I specifically heard they said
Andrei Polyakov of APX Lending.
I must have missed them.
It's in 2024 here in Toronto, Ontario. Andre, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did he say Toronto, Ontario? Is that right?
I don't know.
About the markets and learn about investing in crypto. One of the areas we have not really covered.
I know. I'm just saying.
Toronto, Ontario, two different cities.
He said we're in Toronto, Ontario.
What is the history of APX? Where did you come from?
Absolutely. Pleasure. And thank you for having me. So Apex Lending is a crypto-backed lending platform focused on compliance, safety, and security. So what we provide...
Yeah, you're going to make mistakes. It's fine. It's funny, though.
Either fiat currencies like the Canadian dollar or the US dollar, or stable coins like the USDC, using Bitcoin or Ethereum as collateral. What we focus on is a very safe, secure, and compliant experience.
So, Andre, tell us.
He's very handy. Very handy.
A few years ago with a couple of unnamed companies. How is the market different now for lending, and how does APX address those concerns?
So I think that's a great question, and I think the industry has matured a lot over the last several years. The way that Apex is going about this is with a very strong focus on regulatory adhesion. So we are registered with FinTrack in Canada, with FinCEN in the US. We have an application for registration with the OSC in Canada. We're going through a SOC audit right now. So that very strong and sort of approach to regulation.
Right. It's the SOC audit is very thorough.
It is. A SOC 2 audit is nothing to joke around with.
Now, do you have exposure to the Bank of Canada's PSP program, the payment service providers?
No, we do not.
Because you're registered with FinTrack.
Exactly, with FinTrack, exactly.
As the American here, I'm starting to figure out the Canadian marketplace.
That's right. It's a little bit different, but it's similar.
So in the past, we'll say bad actors in the industry took people's cryptos that were supposed to be custodied. Supposed to be in custody for them.
That's right.
And then rehypothecated it and relent it out. That process seems to an end. Tell us, what is APX's strategy to dealing with clients' funds?
Right. So the way we approach that is by design eliminating that entire possibility. When we take your collateral, we do not rehypothecate it. We do not reinvest it. We hold it with a qualified custodian, insured, and most importantly, it's visible to you, the borrower, on the blockchain for the duration of your loan. So you don't have to take my word for it. You can go on chain and you can see your collateral in cold storage. And that's how we completely eliminate the possibility of us doing anything untoward with your collateral.
All right, so you have that stuff. It's on the blockchain. How is it stored? How can you keep the bad actors from getting a hold of that?
So I have a very long experience and history in the crypto industry. I previously ran a company called Coinberry, which was one of the largest licensed crypto exchanges in Canada. So I ran that company from 2017 to 2022. And a plethora of experience, obviously, dealing with penetration tests, hacking tests, all those things, to make sure that the technology that I build and I bring to the market is safe and secure. Most importantly, we hold your collateral with qualified custodians that are insured. So we work with one of the top tier qualified custodians in the world to custody that collateral.
Well, that brings a good sense of safety and security to everybody. So you have many products. Are these is the lending available to individuals or businesses or corporations? What are you? Who's your target market?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a lending platform available at apxlending.com where borrowers in Canada and the US can apply and get loans. We also have a white label solution that we offer to banks, credit unions, financial institutions, or the fintechs that are looking to offer crypto-backed lending services to their end clients. And we've been seeing a lot of demand for that solution globally. So there's, to your point about, how's the industry changed, there's a lot of interest from institutional players, banks, credit unions that are looking to get into the space and start offering these services to their end clients. And that's where our white label solution comes into play.
Earlier, we heard Lucas Matheson, the CEO of Coinbase Canada, talk about how the wealth in Canada is 80% managed by, or 80% of the wealth in Canada is managed by professionals. So obviously, those people, that's a great target market for all types of crypto products, and maybe not just in lending, but in derivative products and counterparty agreements and that type of stuff. How does APX see themselves getting into the institutional markets?
Well, we offer our services to both retail borrowers and institutional borrowers. So we have two sort of tracks there. So we offer white glove service, obviously, to our commercial institutional borrowers, and we offer loans up to $10 million in value. So they're quite large for our commercial clients.
All right. So you've told us the products. You told us how you're regulated well, safe and secure. What's next for APX?
So I'll be making a very exciting announcement in about an hour about our global expansion, and I want your viewers to tune in. I don't want to make that announcement 50 minutes too early.
I tried.
But let's just say we have a lot of exciting things on the go, and we have a global vision for our business, and so that announcement is going to be in line with the expansion pertaining to that global vision.
Well, Alex, good luck, Andre. Good luck with that, and good luck with your announcement.
Thanks so much, sir.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks, Stu.
Appreciate it.
Very interesting. All very interesting. I actually liked what he was saying. It's pretty cool. Not the first one to do it, but sounds like they're doing it the right way. All right, let's see what's up.
Surprised you're still awake.
I mean, once I'm awake, I'm awake.
Yeah, I know. You get past that cycle of...
Poor baby.
Yeah. She's fine. She's taking a nap.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
They got the new panel up there.
What we've done really well.
Why is this so quiet?
I don't know, man.
They need an audio engineer.
They need an audio engineer. I don't know who could absolutely do that job. But...
They don't have they probably don't have an audio snake running directly from stage to their setup. It's
right.
It doesn't seem like the stage and the back of house are working together at all, to be honest.
Correct.
Thank you for sharing that
Yeah,
context.
that's exactly what's happening.
Now that we've set the stage, I'd love to hear from our other panelists about what they think is working about Canada's current approach to regulating Web3. Stop here.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Kanal, senior partner with KPMG. I lead our crypto asset and blockchain center of excellence. So in terms of...
Is that Crypto Chrissy on stage?
I can definitely say from an investment fund standpoint, when we talk about crypto ETFs,
No.
Bitcoin ETFs, security.
It looks like her. No, not anymore.
I think
yeah, no.
Fantastic job of providing that platform and the regulated pathway.
I got jokes for days, but we're trying to be professional here. I don't hear anything they're saying. It's terrible.
Nothing. I have my shit all the way up. Like my neighbors can hear you. I can't even hear them.
I think you said Dingleberries and Coyote. That's what I heard.
And I'm pretty sure that's what they said.
Yes, all the crypto trading platforms. So yeah, I think those key things are going well so far. Of course, there are more opportunities, but I'm sure we'll be talking about those as well.
We'll get to those shortly for sure. Dan, any thoughts as someone working with a
a crypto exchange that's navigating this process? What do you think is working about Canada's approach?
Come from the chest, boy.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Nunez-Goen, Vice President of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at Crypto.com. If you can't tell from my accent, I am an American, and that really shades my view of things. What I love about Canada is that there's a very clear pathway to regulation for exchanges like Crypto.com. You know exactly what you're supposed to do, who you apply with. All the provincial securities regulators work together for one system, so you don't have a patchwork framework. And there's actually staff ready to answer your questions, work with you. Now they're tough. We have disagreements for sure on policy, but the process to get registered and to keep your registration is clear and straightforward. I think that creates a lot of certainty for businesses and for consumers, because it's real easy to know who's a scammer and who's not. You just look on CSA's website, are they registered or are they not? If they're not registered, that gives you a good indication. In the US, it's the opposite. We have licenses in 40 plus states. At the federal level, there's multiple regulators, some of whom have a process for certain products, some of whom do not have any process, prefer to fight things in the courts. So it's refreshing to come and operate in Canada for the certainty. Certainly, there are things that could be made stronger, and as we kind of move through the market, I think things around stable coins and how they're used in the economy, how they're used on platforms. I think iteration on the process, the rules will be helpful, but the fact that there is a process to register is incredible. And again, there's clarity and certainty. So just continuing to work together between platforms, issuers, developers on a pathway, I think is very useful and something that CSA is doing.
Awesome. Anything else we covered? I feel like we covered a few points there. Anything else you'd add to that, Marva, or does that cover it in terms of main points?
I can just quickly add to Marva Rahani, the Executive Director of the Canadian Web3 Council. We're an industry association representing corporate trading platforms, custodians, liquidity providers, and blockchain projects to governments and regulators. So I have more of an ecosystem perspective, and from an ecosystem perspective, I agree with Suzanne that we didn't have to wait. What's working is the fact that we didn't have to wait for broad sweeping legislation in Canada. But I would like to note that that was likely because, as in Canada, we had a crisis, Quadriga, and regulators had to deal with that. And so what the framework that we have today is as a result of, we need to get our stuff together, and we need to make sure that we protect investors, protect consumers, which is obviously really important. But in terms of what's not working is that approach is not fit for purpose anymore. And the digital asset ecosystem requires more of a fit for purpose framework. And we're seeing our trading partners, in the European Union come up with more fit for purpose regimes that don't have any gray areas. For instance, right now in Canada, we're seeing stable coins as a huge gray area from a regulatory perspective. There is interjurisdictional issues, like whose responsibility is it to oversee issuers and to protect consumers and to protect investors. And so there are a ton of other areas in this area in our industry that I think will continue to pop up, whether it's DeFi or other things. And so until we have a mentality that this ecosystem is different, these assets are different, and they do require a more thoughtful approach, then we're going to continue to come up with other gray areas that we're not addressing that are going to cause issues, not just for businesses, but also for Canadians from an investment protection perspective.
Does that, Canal, does that line up with what you're seeing? Where are you seeing gaps or limitations in our current approach to regulating Web3?
Yeah, of course. So I think stablecoin definitely, I feel there's a lot more room for opportunity for improvement. So even if you look at what's happening in some of the other jurisdictions, and I know we're talking about catching up and staying ahead, what's happening with Singapore, Hong Kong, and even in Europe with MiCA, especially as it relates to stablecoin, we're seeing a lot of there are central banks and those kind of authorities coming in and regulating stablecoins, similar to how they would regulate PayPal or other service providers. And we're not seeing that similar approach work here in Canada. But I do feel like that's the right approach. Like just regulate stablecoins, add those stablecoin issuance management and reserve management activities as payment activities under RPAA, and let the Bank of Canada sort of step in and govern these stablecoin issuers the way they govern other payment service providers as well. So certainly, I feel you can generally, in my personal views, you can't really expect like a stablecoin issuer to come in and register with this. They don't expect to come in and register with a securities regulator because they don't see stablecoins as securities. And again, we can have a whole conversation about whether or not they're securities, but similar to how other jurisdictions have taken an approach of regulating stablecoins as a means of payment and let that ecosystem flourish, I still think there's a lot more room for improvement there.
Dan, I'd be interested to hear from you. I know a couple other points that were brought up previously include custody and DeFi, which is something that regulators on both sides of the border haven't really grappled with yet. Where are you seeing anything you'd add in terms of where you're seeing gaps in our current structure?
I think to the CSA's credit, custody is becoming a big hot-button issue globally. I think unfortunately what you're seeing is every country is getting a bit nervous and they're saying, okay, custody has to be localized, right? So if you want to serve Koreans in Japan and the US, your custodian needs to be here. The problem with that is crypto is a global 24/7, 365 marketplace, and the technology that we've developed actually makes custody much more resilient when you use geographical diversity, when you can have access devices in multiple jurisdictions, multiple servers. So requiring everything to be one physical locale as if we're holding physical gold actually introduces more risk and makes global operations more difficult, which ultimately raises costs and burden and less effective services to customers if you have to have 50 different custodians. I think CSA is really exploring not just Canadian custodians, but American custodians, and hopefully in the future, MiCA-regulated custodians or other jurisdictions. It can help kind of pioneer a global, cross-border system where, as long as custodians all meet certain shared standards, they can all be used rather than just saying, okay, it has to be Canadian, it has to be local. That's the main thing I see on DeFi. I think the right approach is kind of what we're seeing now, which is let's start with the CeFi framework, let's get that in place, because that's where most customers are. But then on DeFi, let's have a different approach. It shouldn't have the same characteristics of regulating a financial intermediary. We should be focusing on things like code security, free speech, IP rights, public goods, and licensing of open source code. So it's a very different framework that's complementary. But I think it's wise to put that second while we get the CeFi part done first.
Right. I appreciate you speaking to that. So we've just hit you with a few gaps and limitations. Suzanne,
what the hell was that?
More about how regulators are grappling with some of these issues right now and how they're thinking about them?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where to start, but we could, I don't know, let's unpack sort of the fragmentation issue, right? Again, regulatory fragmentation, it's not just a Canadian reality, right? We've got many countries that set up different regulators to look at different types of financial products and services because they believe that leads to a more effective, focused regime, right? And we all know crypto doesn't fall neatly into any one of those buckets. And so now when we're dealing with regulation for this new and novel asset class, it becomes an issue in trying to fill in the patchwork within an existing regulatory system. So fragmentation by itself is not a bad thing, but there are solutions available in which we're able to try and, I want to say, work within that construct of fragmentation to get to the right outcome. So I'll give you an example. Ciro, our organization, Where's solution to fragmentation, right? Securities regulation in Canada is owned by each individual of the 13 provinces. That's who owns regulation. We have been given oversight by each of these 13 provinces to regulate across Canada consistently. So it doesn't matter where you run your investment firm, we have the same requirements and rules for each firm here. We're a solution. It works, right? From a federal and provincial level, there's a lot of collaboration happening between financial regulators. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the HOA, the Heads of Regulatory Agencies Committee, but it's chaired by the Bank of Canada. And as part of that committee, they have all of the big four provincial commissions, Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta, and BC, represented there, along with OSFI, which is the banking regulator, and the Department of Finance Canada. So they meet every, I think, couple of times a year at least, if not more, for that express purpose, to figure out how they can all collaborate as financial regulators for the well-being of the financial well-being of all Canadians. So I think, I guess what I'm trying to say is fragmentation is a reality, sometimes a necessary reality that we have to deal with, but I think the key is in trying to help find solutions within that framework so we can build the best outcome for crypto regulation. So that's fragmentation, but I don't think.
That's fragmentation. Obviously, we talked about a few other things. I mean, anything else you'd add? Obviously, stable coins are something regulators are thinking through right now. I'm sure custody's on the agenda somewhere down the road.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I have to caveat stable coins. Okay, so again, Zero, we do not own the Securities Act or securities legislation in Canada. Those are the securities solutions. What we do is we regulate the distribution channels, the investment firms, the marketplaces, wherever investment products are being offered, we regulate those channels. So we're not allowed to, but we do not interpret securities legislation to determine whether a particular product or service is a security, a commodity, derivative, investment contract. We don't. That's not our job. Having said that, though, I mean, personally speaking, as a regulator who's been doing this for a while, I always encourage people, and I'm not saying that's not happening, but I always encourage people to look a little bit to the substance of what the requirements are as opposed to the form, right? Instead of sort of focusing on this payment instrument and it's not a security, if you look at the actual substance of what the CSA is imposing as conditions on firms offering stablecoins or value reference crypto assets, as they're calling it, they are grounded in core investor protection and fair disclosure principles. And it is what is held investor protection from a security standpoint in good stead in Canada. And so I'm sure that was what the CSA was thinking about when they put a lot of those conditions in place. So that's stablecoins. Dive right into custody now, or one on a roll, I don't know.
Appreciate that context. I know there's so much more there we could unpack. Maybe since, given the title of this panel, I'd love us to chat a little bit more. We touched on this already a little bit, just about how Canada's approach to Web3 regulation stacks up globally. Dan, I'd love to hear from you first, given Crypto.com has an international presence. From your perspective, how does Canada compare to, say, on the one hand, the US and then other countries around the world?
Sure. Yeah, so we operate in 90 countries, so we have a lot of familiarity with the different regimes. I would say Canada looks a lot to the US, UK, Europe for ideas. And I would probably put it in the middle between Europe and the US. Right? The US is a state-by-state approach, and then there is a jurisdictional fight over if something's a security or a derivatives. We have two separate regulators, two separate processes, not as much clarity. So the US is very patchwork, not as clear, not as easy, and doesn't make a real distinction between stablecoins and non-stable coins. Europe, I think, is a little more cohesive and a little bit more harmonized within itself and a little more clear on stablecoins. But MiCA also goes into effect, in a few months, so we'll see how it all plays out in practice. The UK is the one caveat. The UK is kind of been backwards. The UK has started with marketing rules, but doesn't have market regulation. So in the UK, what they say is, all right, we're going to tell you what you can say about the product. We're not going to tell you how the product should be regulated, operate. But they're getting there, so hopefully that will come soon. And then other jurisdictions, I mean, the UAE with VARA has a new, relatively comprehensive approach. We'll see. It's kind of a basic market integrity. And that's the other kind of major quarterly focus regime.
Right. Appreciate that. And more of a, from your perspective, how do you think today Canada's approach stacks up globally?
Yeah, of course. So I think I definitely appreciate the approach and the tone that's been set by regulators in Canada in terms of the willingness to have something in place and to comment on some of the nuances that Suzanne spoke to. I think while the intention is appreciated, you have to look at practically how are things working. Practically, how many Canadian companies are staying in Canada versus going to other countries. Practically, how many things are like how much can the Web3 ecosystem do in Canada? And again, from a practical, another thing from a practical perspective is the fact that we are realistically a smaller economy. We're not the United States. We're not all of the European Union. And so to stack up against our trading partners is one thing, but to be competitive with them, I think takes a lot more effort than that. We have to be able to go above and beyond what some of our trading partners are doing in order to be able to keep talent here, keep the capital here, keep the innovation here, encourage people to stay here. And I do think that the regulatory framework and taking a very realistic stance of like how is this actually evolving from the perspective of incubating businesses to not just launch here, but to also grow and scale. How does our regulatory framework support that? I don't think we're there yet from that perspective. Like realistically, right now, when it comes to stablecoins, for instance, by the end of October, I think we're going to see a lot of stablecoins delisted in Canada. And that means that if you're in Canada and you want to be a stablecoin issuer, you do have mountains and mountains to climb. And so if you're a business person and you find another country where it's easier to do that, you're probably going to do that. So as a smaller economy, we do have to be more realistic with ourselves in terms of, we can't, like Dan mentioned, I think, we do compare ourselves to the US a lot. Like, are we on the same track? Are we taking the same approach? Great. But they are a massive economy. And, they kind of set the rules of the game, and people play by the rules because they want to play in that economy and they want to have access to that market. We have to go 2, 3, 4, 5 steps above that. And right now we're not doing that. So in that sense, I do worry about what the future of, the Web3 innovation in Canada could look like.
So now I'm going to ask you a big one to close this out here. Can you help me tie together some of the threads we've been talking about? Like, what do you think Canada needs from a Web3 regulation standpoint to either catch up or stay ahead globally? What's on your wish list?
I think in Canada, we're still not seeing a lot of the federal, like even politicians, and setting the tone from the top about making this industry and this ecosystem a priority. Again, I understand there's tons of different things that can give priority, but this ecosystem is flourishing in Canada. There is a lot of innovation happening in this ecosystem. We've got some of the smartest people, and a lot of innovation was happening in Canada, but then it didn't move out. So really, I feel like in the US now with the presidential elections, like we are seeing nominees come out and talk to this industry and engage with this industry in a meaningful way. We're still not seeing that from Canadian government yet. So I think they need to set the tone from the top that this industry needs to be a priority. we want to keep the innovation here. We want to keep the builders here, and we will do sort of, while keeping Canadians safe and secure, we will do what it takes to make sure that Canada is at the forefront of this industry. Like if you think about what's happening in Dubai, like they're actually coming out and saying we want to be at the forefront of this industry. All of GCC region is doing that. We're seeing that same thing play out in, of course, some of the islands that are smaller in nature, like Bermuda and Bahamas.
Zach, I need one more friend on Musk Empire, okay? Have one of your kids join Musk Empire.
Orders, and now you're seeing that from some of the US candidates as well. So,
Man, as soon as I start talking, you just bail on me.
I'm back. I had to go to my computer.
All good. I was saying,
You want
have
the
one of your
link too,
kids
Shelby? Send you the link.
click my link on Musk Empire. I need one more friend.
They're busy playing hockey in the garage right now.
Oh, that's so awesome, dude. I used to rollerblades. I used to play yeah, I used to do that.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground. I know there's so much more we could all say on this, but I think it's a good place for us to wrap. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
What's garage hockey, though? You have to tell me about that.
Basically, when you back all the cars out, you set up
All right,
a
ladies and
net.
gentlemen, that was the first panel of the afternoon session here at the
Break some
Blockchain
windows.
Futures Convention in
yeah.
2024 here in Toronto, Ontario. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking here in the digital media world, and I'm so glad to be hosting this,
He sure is striking.
trade show on behalf of the group at the Blockchain Futurist and Untraceable, and now of Emerald groups. Pedro Garcia and I are here reporting on what's going on, interviewing. We just had Alex Polyakov of APX Lending
You met
here
me.
talking
I'm
about the new
ambidextrous.
products going on in crypto lending.
Hey, you got
It's about
120 in the
2:30
space.
p.m. here. We're going to have
it's
Lucas
cute.
Matheson, the CEO of Coinbase Canada, on to talk about how Coinbase Canada has progressed over the past year since they enjoyed getting all of their regulation taken care of, I should say registration taken care of in this regulatory climate here in Canada. And we'll have a lot of good things coming on with more guest appearances from Zach Humphreys, Oscar Ramos, and Crypto Mark coming on as well. And next up is Tyler Spalding from the Acronym Foundation. But anyway, we're going to be coming to you. Pedro's going to be back in a little bit to give you an afternoon Bitcoin recap of what's going on with the markets. As always, drop your comments in on the live stream, and we'll answer your questions. If there are people here at the show, go to the Futurist Conference website. It's not up on the screen, so I don't want to say it wrong. Just Google it and look through the agenda. We'll find the speakers you want to talk to,
Bitcoin's
get
up.
them on.
Bitcoin's
and answer
up
any questions you might
61.
have for them. So stick around at 2:30. We'll have the
dope. I'm
CEO of
bullish now.
Coinbase on. That is in about 40 minutes or so, but likely we'll be back on before that with Pedro. Also want to take this time to shout out our sponsor, Bitfi.com.
Coyote.
Bitfi.com. One of the leading
Coyote
crypto
token is in the building.
exchanges.
I want to give
We're
a shout out
sponsoring
Kind enough
to
to sponsor our
at
show,
Token
so
Coyote.
kind enough to ask
Listen,
you to
Coyote
go to the links
Token
down below
is
and
sponsoring
click
the
on
show
the
right
referral
now.
link and open up an account with them. If you do that, as a result
You
of
could open up
campaign during
an
the show,
X-Space.
you'll get access to all kinds of bonus and
Are you
free
live,
money,
Shelby?
as they like to say, to trade
We're right
and
next to each other.
invest
This might
with
be a weird
over
echo.
at bitfi.com.
There will be.
Later, we're going to have a representative from Bitfi here and to talk more about the exchange.
There it is.
But we really want to shout out to Mark at Bitfi, their Chief Marketing Officer.
Tell me when you're
and
talking
Bitfi
on mute.
Stella, the Business Development Executive, who brought the relationship
Yeah, I'm
to
unmuted.
TYOR Media here. We've enjoyed it so far, enjoyed using your platform, enjoying teaching our users how to go short instead of just buying spot long stuff. So, ladies and
What do you mean, who are we
gentlemen,
going
a
to?
big round of applause for Bitfi, Bitfi.com,
who's on deck?
leading crypto exchange, kind enough to sponsor
It's crazy
us.
because I can
Sign up
actually
in the
hear Shelby
referral link
clearly through
below,
your mic.
and get
Really?
some
Oh, yeah, you don't even have to turn your
out of it.
don't even turn your mic on, Shelby. See if you can talk.
I was just talking. He said he could hear me fine.
Yeah.
Can you? Okay, perfect. So you don't need to turn your mic on.
That's funny.
Gucci. Oh, we can't hear this guy. Come on. What he's saying is,
shit.
coyote. Go to the chart, look up Shibarium pear bone, and buy some coyote. I think that's what he's saying.
I own a fat bag of coyote. You should own a fat bag. We should
Right.
all own a fat bag of coyote.
Let's check out the chart.
Whether it's on Shibarium, whether it's on ETH, you should have coyote in your wallet right now.
Let's go. take a look at the chart.
He just gestured towards his midsection. I don't actually know what he's saying.
He's saying Coyote is up 28.6% at the moment. I can't
Oh,
hear
look,
him.
they got the ads up, but they don't got the audio up. I love it.
Oh, I got to message someone again. This is just ridiculous. I give up.
It's striking. It's striking me. I don't understand this. I bet this dude showed up to the show with milk crates of cables.
Milk crates of cable is the ticker.
Yeah, exactly.
Who do we even message to get this?
What's his name? The guy that runs it.
Like next time, hire ambidextrous. He actually knows union members.
Right. We'll be there next year.
This is a non-union job, you can tell. I just want to throw this out there to all our viewers right now. It's not on our side that the audio isn't here, okay? This is an everybody problem right now. Although, I would like to hang out with Tom. He looks fun, you know.
The tweet is going out right now. Come on.
Where would they be without us? There would be no show at all. If I was him, I'd feel so gypped right now. I'd be like,
Oh, God, yeah.
Dude.
You'd get better promo right here.
Exactly. Yeah. And if you buy Coyote token, and it's at Token Coyote on X, you're gonna kill it. You're absolutely gonna kill it. You're gonna change your life. This dude's tall and he's fidgety. Like, you know how that you pay attention to people's body language and you can't hear their face language. It's like he looks like he could be talking about the next best snack on the market. Man, Twinkie Hostess got the next best Twinkie coming out. It's filled with churro cream.
Let's see if this works. If I can join the chat here. Am I in the chat? Let's see.
I like how they got the ETH women on deck the whole time at like the DJ booth off right or off left.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I feel bad for this guy. Honestly, I would want my money back. I mean, this is worldwide. We're streaming.
We're holding it down for him.
I can't hear anything. Maybe he's talking about the tacos he had last night. They were delicious.
I went for the mild salsa because I'm a mild salsa kind of guy, you know.
I am too.
No,
I am. I may throw some sriracha on it though.
That is mild salsa. That's not even salsa, boy.
That's just like tomato sauce, like tomato water.
Tomatoes the ticker. Tomato sauce. That sounds like great. That's it. Pump fun right now. I'm just kidding.
Killer tomatoes. I mean, first person to do that, it's gonna make a killing. You can call it ticker attack.
Ticker attack.
Oh.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so when are we gonna start plugging this roast space that we're doing? You know, let's start plugging it. Like, I'll start doing it. I want to kick that shit off.
Are you gonna be there for the pup space? You know, the one I sent you. I think there is a dev roast space too, so that might be a good kickoff, and see how if people can take the heat or get the fuck out of Hell's Kitchen because I'm coming.
Yeah, I think that Friday conflicts with what we want to do. Actually, now that you bring that up, because I was thinking about that yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm roasting everyone. I'm roasting everyone and their mother and their mother's cousin's brother's uncle's sister's daughter.
Baby's mama.
Baby's mama. I'm roasting them. Pop the
Your
bread
uncle
in the
cousin's,
toaster.
yeah, little fucked up toe. We're getting all that.
Watch this guy have the best speech of the whole fucking show, and we're missing it.
Who's going to be in this roast space of yours?
Shibarium devs. Oh wait, are we talking about ours or this one, the
Well,
group one?
Your group one.
The Shibarium project ones or the Alex me?
Alex.
Oh, we don't know. We don't know.
Who's like your moderator? Alex Ambidextrous.
I don't know.
Presented by
It's like a shared responsibility.
Come on, Toronto, step your bars up. If I was there, it would be all different. You'd be able to hear everyone.
I was listening for them to slip up when that dude had a hot mic. It was hilarious because it was like all them talking at the bar, bullshit and fucking around. I couldn't hear anything, but I was listening. There many times on a show like this is how you lose a career overnight if you're an audio guy. You're your talent is backstage, they're in the dressing room talking shit like, fuck man, these guys are fucking whatever, or like they're just, like just being human beings. They had a bad day, they're like, oh, I gotta take a wicked dump, like whatever, but they're on mic and everybody can hear them. Like sometimes even the audience or the whole crew at base, man, it's
terrible.
On television, dude, and you got a hot mic and let's just say you're in the bathroom and you hear some like stream of water and then it just cuts off. You know what that is if you know.
Well, this is kind of depressing that you can't hear them.
It is very depressing. And I want the audience to know this is not our doing. It is.
Nope.
It doesn't matter if you go directly to YouTube. It's not going to be any better. You just won't have us. So it's going to be less better.
Right. We're awesome. We speak the truth. We lost better. Perfect English. I love it.
No, I say things like that on purpose.
Me too.
Not Mo Better. That's what it's going to be if you go over there. All right.
I can't believe I slipped up this morning and was like, my yacht.
Yeah, my yacht. I parked my yacht in Harvard Yard.
Did you just own it the second time? Because you did the second time, I was like, oh,
I can't stop. I can't do it.
The yacht party. I was like, yeet. That's funny.
Yacht party.
Yeah, conversation on Crypto Breakfast Club was cool this morning. I thought I was going to be like totally useless. I wasn't as useless as I thought.
No, you're great.
We need you.
Tired.
I'm sorry. I'm like,
I need you
more and I take over. I'll just let you take over.
They're leaving Brewster in 5 minutes. For the years.
Man, they still haven't figured it out. Like not one person's been like, hey, look, I was just fucking around and looking on the live stream to support you. Your audio's fucked up. Like, how do they not like a little monitor like on side with audio to like kind of check your work? It's kind of like how it's done back then. I don't know, whatever. I'm not being judgy. I just know there's a better way.
No, you can be completely judgy. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, look at this. This is such a huge conference, and you tell me the audio is fucked up? Give me a break. I can do this shit in my sleep.
You would almost do better without video and have the audio. If you had to trade one for the other, you'd just be like, let's be honest. Okay, at least we have ears. We can do that, right? But
right.
I don't read lips.
Unless you have blind people.
Unless they're sex lips.
I mean,
and that's
deaf people.
Deadpool, sorry.
We're going to hell.
That's the Deadpool quote right there.
They're crazy down there. Why is our ring doorbell going off?
I have my Niggles chat that keeps going off, and I can't
mute it.
Why can't you?
Because it's like set up like Discord on Telegram.
Oh,
so
I
you have to
hate
mute
Discord.
each single one.
I hate Discord. It's the worst invention ever. I mean, you can just use Telegram and put it into those subcategories if you want to use Discord. Discord is like dial-up for AOL.
Dog, how many people built on there and were so convinced that Telegram was a thing of the past, and now they're like living in a fucking cave essentially. They don't have any plugins. They don't have any of the bot. They got nothing on Telegram when it comes to the crypto community. Period.
Oh, I know.
Gaming there, like, cool. Maybe that's for you, but like crypto community, like, no, that's not it anymore.
No. All right. Well, this is a great event at the moment. I've heard nothing but silence.
He's reiterating about Coyote Token, about how great it is. I'm gonna pick my nose on stage real quick and put it in my pocket. Coyote Token. Did you see that? He literally put his thumb up his nose on stage. But hey,
right. I think I heard him say something about a Dingleberry pre-sale at some point in the near future.
Yeah, I don't want to put too much hype on that. We're having strategic partnership conversations right now. Okay.
Oh, I don't even know. No, I'm talking about the Dingleberries and the guy's ass on stage.
Oh yeah, he's definitely going for one of those soon. Watch, he uses one ply.
Imagine. I wonder who's listening to this stream going. I mean, there's nothing we can do. The guy's not. I mean, he's talking, but the audio is not there, so it's kind of like a roast space right now.
I bet his elbows are dry.
Yeah,
you can see him from here.
Right, I saw the six-pack he had last night. Now it's in his belly.
Hey, he's out of town. I think. I don't know. He looks Canadian. He's a big Canadian, though, right? Or Canadian small?
Although he is holding the mic properly.
It's consistent.
Right. Now the real test is what kind of shoes is he wearing. That can tell a person's.
Shit.
Looks like black Nike is about $49.85 from Dick's Sporting Goods.
Looks like he has just socks on.
I'd be there with flip-flops.
She can't tell with the fucking alcoholic. No, those are like
great.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh,
Once again, this is DYOR live here on the DYOR Media Channel. We've got another important guest today of the show here today. Scott Johnson, CEO and president of Digital Shovel. By the way, great name, Digital Shovel. I really appreciate that. He's here to talk about the Bitcoin mining container industry and how his company is addressing that and building products that the mining industry needs. The Bitcoin economy, people that don't understand Bitcoin say, well, it's just a token, a coin, has no value. And I try to explain to people, actually, there's a massive physical economy behind Bitcoin now. Tell us, how does Bitcoin mining infrastructure, fit into this? What are you building for them?
Yeah, so I mean, our core business is building the infrastructure that houses the miners. We don't get into the actual miner side of it, but we build everything that goes around it to allow the miners to do as much hash as they can, take as much power as possible, put it in there, and exhaust that heat out in an efficient way. And what you were talking about earlier in terms of how there's nothing behind Bitcoin or nothing holding it up, but that's the difference between Bitcoin and a lot of other coins is the proof of work element of it and needing.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know how people are still building businesses off this. It's so competitive, and there's not a whole lot of money to be made on the people who are paying for that hash power that he's talking about.
Well, it seems like in most industries, as they grow, companies try to do everything, and then they suddenly realize they're not an expert in everything. And mining Bitcoin is a lot different than cooling it, or locating it, or providing electricity. They're different ideas, and people have to specialize in that. How did you become a specialist in the infrastructure behind mining?
Well, through 2015, 2016, I started as an Ethereum miner, went down the rabbit hole, converted a room in my house, converted another room in my house, did an industrial unit, and then I started cutting apart shipping containers. And in 2017, there wasn't a lot of people doing that. And people started coming to me and say, hey, will you do that for me?
At least he is doing it the right way on a large scale.
And one thing led to another. In 2018, we formed Digital Shovel and started providing the infrastructure side, not the mining side, not the hosting side, but just providing a home for people to put their miners in, and all the guts that go into that.
We just
So
did
it
an
probably
interview
took
with
a little while,
EOS
but I
USA, and they
imagine
have
the
a
light bulb went
huge
on in a lot
property
of
with
miners.
just these containers that he's
brains
talking
saying,
about.
"Oh,
and he took us across the
I
property.
can just buy this
It's
product instead of
crazy
having to
how
do it
much
myself."
goes into this now to be
Yeah,
competitive.
I mean, it's a huge challenge. There's a lot that goes into it. A lot of people think it's super easy. They'll throw a couple miners in their basement, 10 or 20, and they realize very quickly that the infrastructure from a power side and a ventilation side, it takes a lot more than what they think it is. It's not just plug them in and go, or where can I throw this and plug it in? And as you scale and as you try to get larger, those challenges increase exponentially. And what we bring to the table is a value add because of the economies of scale. We're taking a whole bunch of people's operations, using that economies of scale to bring a really good value proposition to the market and to our customers.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but my limited knowledge about your part of the industry, what your products can also do is help manage those clusters of miners as far as temperature, who's online, who's not online, whether things are performing well, the air temperature and everything. What things do you guys also monitor to help the miners?
So we do everything that you just said. We try to make our data centers as autonomous as possible. But one thing I really like to try to hit home is how we help the grid and how we help the energy grid. There's this big negative narrative of how Bitcoin mining is bad for the electrical grid. And the reality is, if you have a managed solution that can curtail on and off, and you just use the excess power, the cheap power, and when we reach the top of that bell curve at the peak, we turn off, we actually help the grid because we generate power for wind energy and solar when there's nobody else to take those to take that energy, and they would have been losing money or costing money to go into the grid.
He's actually
We
doing it
help those
the
projects
most
become more
competitive way, to
economically
be honest
viable.
with you. That's pretty cool.
And you can turn your load on and off. It's not like a giant motor
Whoa,
spinning
easy
down.
there.
It's on and off.
There's not a single load in the world that
I
can
was
be
gonna
200
say that.
megawatts that is a regular customer that you can turn off in 30 seconds. Aluminum smelting plant is not going to pause their melt. A giant forming line is not going to pause 1,500 people from running because energy price went high and you're about to have a blackout in ERCOT in Texas. Bitcoin mining can do that, and they can turn back on and help to stabilize the grid. Because sometimes you need the demand to go on the grid to help to stabilize.
It has to be
the
balanced.
waveform. Exactly.
All right, so new industry, new products means new competitors and stuff. You had some IP issues in this sphere. How are you addressing those?
Yeah, I mean, it's public knowledge. We're in a lawsuit with a company called RK Mission Critical. We built some of the really early technology in the space, which was quite innovative and allowed us to create a higher density, amongst other things. There's a variety of factors, but higher density into a single 40-foot container, which was otherwise possible with conventional designs. We've got 3 full patents on that and more that are in the pipe right now. And we're in the process of trying to enforce that. I mean, we attempted numerous times to engage in meaningful settlement negotiation and licensing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and we've had to go the litigation route, which is playing out.
I didn't realize that
Never
these guys
fun to
were
do
trying
that.
to
Never fun at all.
patent that,
Well, I wish you
shipping
luck in
container
that for
design.
sure. But what also is not fun is learning your chops in the
Because
fabrication
EOS USA
industry.
has like
What's your
5 or
background
6
in the
on their property
fabrication
at least.
industry, and how did you learn to build these things?
Outside.
So I didn't have an extreme knowledge in this side. I mean, slowly but surely, we became more and more vertically integrated. We were subbing stuff out, but I grew up on a marina out in the country, and we didn't have access to a lot of things. And when you needed something, you built it yourself, which was very ingrained in me from an early age. We are now one of the most vertically integrated mining manufacturing companies in the world. We have a full sheet metal shop. We have pick and place for assembly for PCBs. We make our own panel boards. We make our own switch gear. The only thing we don't make in-house is the motors for our fans and the actual circuit breakers. Everything we make in-house, and we're proud to say we make that right here in Toronto, Canada.
Which means you can offer an exceptional warranty with great customer service.
Yeah, and not only that, we have the ability to pivot quickly when you
They
have
make you
form
do all the
factors
work.
changing, which unfortunately the Bitcoin
the
industry
online.
has not evolved to a point where we've got a standardized form factor. These manufacturers change their form factor and the
What'd you
shape
say
of their
there, Zach?
miners, the
Nothing.
type of power plugs they use.
Forgot we're doing
And without
business
being as vertically integrated
live.
as we are, you wouldn't be able to pivot.
I love how it
change,
says
adapt
do your
to the
own
market as
research
quickly as we
live.
can.
All right, well,
Yeah.
since you talk about pivoting and adapting, what's next?
Coyote token.
I think the evolution is going to be moving a lot
What?
to some of the liquid cooled
Alex
solutions.
is?
Air cooled is still very much going to be very predominant in the market. But
That's
having the
everyone's
ability
platform.
to reuse heat and use heat for other purposes that comes out of Bitcoin mining is really,
The
really
guy talking or the guy hosting?
more
He's the
advanced
guy that
power
slightly be a little off-putting with the audio. But he's hosting good. They should hire Zach.
a little
Zach's
more
got the energy. He's got that
adaptable to
whole
AI and
commitment
cloud
to
compute
Ethereum.
is very exciting, and I think that's going to be a very interesting.
It seems like he's the
industry's moving to.
showrunner for the back of house.
All right, ladies and
but,
gentlemen,
man,
Scott
like,
Johnson,
Right.
CEO and president of Digital Shuttle.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining the show.
Christian's
Really appreciate
mingle.
it. Gentlemen, we'll be back shortly with more with the
That dude
CEO
looks like he
of
actually
Coinbase Gaming.
mines with that beard. Like he actually gets like a pitchfork and shit. Like he goes to work, just keeps the sheath on the pitchfork. It just shows
Yeah.
up to his mining operation. Like even though
Right.
it's all digital.
Right. In the background is Becky, get me a beer. Can't quit now. Oh,
Like,
God, here we go. Someone email this guy. Someone talk. I got to fucking find out who this guy is that runs this shit. I'm pissed off now because every time there's a stage, I want my $5.58 back.
I could try to find the messages from last year from ETH Toronto with the team, but like
What's that guy's name?
Jesus Christ. I can't remember off the top of my head.
And this is recorded, and I don't care. Come on, people. This is such a big event. How can you fumble the stage?
Yeah, but that dude looks like something you'd see in like Lord of the Rings, you know, like they just make him like a small guy.
Oh,
He's got
yeah.
that like troll build, like an actual miner. And he like does all that stuff in-house. That's super impressive. Okay, so like when I was speaking in the beginning about hash power and renting it not being profitable for the most part, when you got people who are the first people in the game, like him and the people that I were talking about at the beginning of that, those people have even told me it's not profitable. It's not. Like if you know them, they'll tell you don't start your own operation. Like the best you can do is get through them. And if you get through somebody who started after them, they're buying the shit from these people to sell to you now. The hash power that you're getting from them, they're building the machinery. So why wouldn't you go with the people who are building all that stuff in-house? Super impressed the fact that they like are like doing all the machine work themselves too. That's pretty cool. But I think renting hash power in general is a fucking scam. But not them, but you know, in general.
I hope they get a message after this one here.
Zach is right next to or was right next to them. If you just like text him and be like, hey,
Oh,
tell
yeah. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I got an inside connection.
Yeah, you can be like, hey, Tom, his audio isn't coming through on the live stream.
See if he looks at it.
Then just make sure you send him a link for oh nice. Send him a link for our live stream right now. He'll repost it. And, you know, it'll be all good. You could hear just us. All right, for all the viewers out there, I just want to catch you up. The audio is a problem for their stream, and we're live streaming their stream. So even if you go to their stream, you're going to hear absolutely nothing. You're going to see the same thing minus us. Next on stage, the ghost of Christmas past. We're talking about Coyote Token. I wish I created Coyote Token.
He said, oh, that's Tom running. Tell him. We were just tell him.
Who's co-hosting for you tomorrow?
He is fine talking, but can't hear any speakers.
The last 3 speakers too, man. He's gonna hear about that probably.
Last speakers. Dead air. Okay. Yeah, I told him. He just messaged me right back. He said he said that's the guy. I'm not gonna mention his name, but yeah. So he's on it, I think.
He's already mentioned his name on here, Tom.
Oh, Tom. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
they already mentioned him. He's striking Tom at that.
Striking Tom.
Got a really nice tan. Okay. Tom's out there tanning.
Tom Tanner.
Oh.
Live stream banner.
We got the. Oh no, stagehand crew just coming through.
Does that guy got a helmet on his head or like a pot?
That's
He's a
probably how
pothead.
it's staged crew.
He's a pothead. That's a bad dad joke right there, everyone. Anyone's listening. We don't get out much.
Some dirty stagehands.
I don't know. I don't know if Page's going to be there. I'll find out. Who the hell's calling us?
Oh, snap. Oh, I thought we got audio.
Oh, God. Here we go again.
Oh, it's that guy. He was just backstage. We heard his whole spiel about Coyote Token.
We're not doing summer cup. Okay.
Where's this live stream? I'm going to send this to Access TV.
His parents are on their way from Brewster.
Brewster, Las Vegas.
Okay. Kid problems. When does school start?
I don't know. I said I ordered some orange juice and some eggs this morning. It came out not that great. What you can see today is that there's a whole group of people that can't hear me. I'm doing excellent on the stage, but unfortunately,
I was going to say, maybe if you need someone, you can ask Alex if he's not sleeping.
I'm a very tall guy and I'm very handy. I like to
if you're
express myself with my hands.
if you're not sleeping, if you're available tomorrow, maybe same thing.
Let's get it.
Okay, he's on it. He knows. Oh my God.
So no Shark Tank tomorrow, though, right? It's just going to be a
No.
normal space.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get
No.
Coyote up as a speaker pretty early.
Do it. I'm gonna be working.
I just meant at least to like chill up there.
Is Coyote
yeah,
in here? Or is that you?
Yeah, that's Shelby.
Oh, okay. I'm like, sweet.
Coyote's in here. There's 3 of us.
That's the best thing you can do, right? There you go.
You should give me the
You know what I should get them is an $8 microphone for their fucking stage.
This is true. I think Staples could provide that. for
Oh,
them.
Staple, not even Amazon Prime expired membership would do better. We're roasting right now. I mean, how can you not? The proof is there.
Will you give the token co-owner access to the X page
Oh, which one?
for Coyote, and I'll just let it chill up there while you two do your thing?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because I had it, but then
This guy right now is explaining how there should be audio quality on the stage. But that's
It's like, if you knew how basic audio fucking worked, we wouldn't have this goddamn problem for the last 3 speakers. I'm the 4th one up here. Me. Yeah, me. Okay?
they need an audio engineer, not a blockchain engineer. Whatever that is. A blockchain engineer.
Crypto Chrissy hired me.
Oh, come on, East Toronto.
Oh, God. I heard that.
Oh, yeah.
She gave me blockchain advice, and I ended up here on stage somehow. I don't know. You know?
Right.
It works out that way. I shave my head because I'm bald.
I wonder if someone pulled their trailer there for ocean water view.
I can grow a full beard, but I choose to be hairless all over.
Oh, come on, people. This is
He's got one of those little big baby man faces. I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
right. He's talking about how he invested in the shitcoin and the dev rug the project, and now he's on the stage without audio quality.
And he's revamping it. He's like, I'm going to revamp this shitcoin that got rugged because we didn't know anything about it. We didn't make any money off of it. I mean, we may have sold right before it, but it doesn't matter. We're revamping the community.
We're going to
Everything.
CTO this stage. It's the new meme coin.
Revamping
Tickers.
all meme coins that were rugged. We're bringing back Preem.
No audio is the ticker today.
This is the perfect environment to bring back the original Shib Preem. Look,
It might be. I mean,
community that got scammed, and now they're under the power of somebody who's not as mobile as everybody. And you could be better served here. Okay, let's do this. Let's relaunch Shib Preem. It just seems like every rug project is relaunching right now with somebody who's a part of the project. I'm like, just do something new. Just do something new. Don't do that.
yeah, just do something new. It takes 2 seconds to think of something. Chat GTP a name. Boom, done.
Yeah. Literally, AI is your best friend.
Right. Also, that's pretty funny last night when Trump said he told Elon how expensive it is to host AI and how much energy it uses. He kind of grilled him on it for a minute. I was kind of laughing. And Elon didn't really say anything. All he did was stutter.
His brain probably works so goddamn fast he trips over his own words.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Most people that are intelligent do that. And people that are intelligent swear a lot. Like myself. Fuck yourself.
What does CYA stand for?
CYA? Coyote Youth Association? No. CYA. What? Explain it.
CYA means California Youth Authority in California, and that's the youth prison that's equivalent to adult prison. It's basically the worst you can get for youth prisons in California. CYA.
Murder for 16-year-old. Why?
Oh
What is
yeah,
the
you can
context?
stay in there until you're like 30.
Well,
I may or may not have been there, but just say it is not a great place to be recognized with.
Hello,
Oh,
everyone.
CU. CYA and the written abbreviation for CU.
Oh,
I don't know that.
I don't know. Why can't people just speak English? How the fuck hard it is to just speak English?
You can eat shit.
This is the roast of Zach and Subway. Well, that was a great speaker. I'm glad I learned a lot.
Yeah, he told us a lot about Coyote Token. It was amazing, and his breakfast and his movement this morning. It's been a party weekend. People are irregular.
He said, "Not financial advice, but I'm dropping a bag."
On both pairs.
With all they could get all the lights right. Like, look at all this quality they have around there.
So you're telling me that this is the people who are going to be presenting the SHIB army, the SHIB Toronto. This is how they're going to be presented right now.
I'm gonna message a few people right now.
Nobody else is streaming this as far as I know, but if they're allowing this to happen and nobody's actually watching this, there's so many people fumbling the ball right now. There's so many people.
Yep, hold on. At everybody. Here we go. Ready?
I'm like, don't get banned from anything, but I'm just saying, there's so many people. Pick the motherfucker up. It's right there. We got like 140 people in here. We all know. We can see it.
Let's relaunch Green.
Shaitoshi comes up and reveals his fucking face finally and gives a speech, and we can't hear anything. That would be so. I wouldn't want to be that guy. You're fired from everything after that, literally. Striking strikes again. No audio. No audio. I'm gonna see if he'll get on a live stream with us. Be like, striking, we were covering this fuckery the whole time. Would you like to come talk about it? Probably be like, no, I'm tanning right now. I don't have time.
I just sent it out. You want to? And I went.
You click it away.
Yeah. No, they're going to be on it right now. I guarantee this will be fixed in about 5 minutes. If anyone, let's see who looked at it so far. 2 people. You better check. You better check your shit, fool.
Yikes, a Rooney's. Oh, fucking.
So, breaking news to all of our listeners right now: we are on the ground floor trying to get audio fixed at ETH Toronto, even though we are in our garages or above them, one of the two. And we are here trying to fix the problem.
Above garage.
I just realized we're both sitting in our garage.
Wait, we're not in the garage. What are you talking about? We're at ETH Toronto in the back room. About to
You're
get
in a
the
loft.
fish ginger ready. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Boom, boom, boom.
Coyotes are getting ready to streak the lobby.
Oh, not sure. Sorry.
It'd be crazy if one of these, like, you just do like some stupid guerrilla marketing and like 8 people show up and maybe 4 people make it to stage, and you just do like Gangnam style in coyote masks and like skin toned spandex.
I can make that happen next year. Put my dance skills to use.
I would not be great. I'd be the guy that takes it for the team. I'll be the one that gets caught. Anything to not dance. Yeah, it seems like they're wasting a lot of time. It could be something happening on stage that's affecting that shit.
Zach from Subway.
It's something. They got hacked.
Fucking up the stage. They didn't get hacked. It's...
Sorry, guys. We got rugged here. Everybody's going to have to go home. We can't give you the rest of the show. Sorry. We're going to keep your money, though. Sound familiar? Just kidding. All right. Here it is.
I mean, if this is the futuristic conference and you can't have live audio, it's it's not that futuristic. Sorry, I'm not gonna. I mean, come on.
I'm not going to even comment on that, actually.
I will.
I don't want to make any enemies. I'm just trying to be friends and be funny. You know?
Yeah, you can blame it on me. Come on, I'm an audio engineer. This shit pisses me off.
As many fucking nerds that are in that fucking building right now, and nobody's figured this shit out yet. I am so disappointed. And you're giving these people your fucking money, and us 3 have to fix the fucking audio problem here. How many people are watching this shit? Like 4 people on YouTube? Like, what?
Don't you say 4 people? Yeah, we don't have any followers. No one's watching this. And as Eminem would say, "Hey Toronto, you know I love you."
Yeah. Shout out ETH Toronto and the team behind it too. They're really good people.
They are.
I mean, dude, they're good. Most people wouldn't have tolerated some of the stuff that they had to deal with last year, man, and they really were graceful through it.
But we're talking about speaker live stage spots. I'm not being an asshole here. I'm just being honest. Like this is out.
Maybe they had like too much confidence in somebody who said they could do the job. Because the house crew there, I can guarantee you, this is a setup that's already standard. It's there. Anything you need is already there on stage for the most part. They just build a bigger stage. All the points of connection, audio, video, all that stuff is already done in-house. They've done this a million times. So that's why I really do think it's the guy at back house, the one that's probably brought on by the show, that didn't really get his shit together early enough or do a sound check or something like that. Because honestly, these things are done over like days before the show.
Yeah, not just Monday.
No,
yeah, you need to
not when you show up that day with your fucking milk crates full of cables.
From dealing with
on-chain summit, we had to hire out a whole crew just to live stream it. So that's exactly.
Hopefully they didn't get their cables from Radio Shack. Hopefully they use Monster.
That's why it's just better to. Oh my God, here we go again.
Here we go again. Come on, everyone that's watching. Yes, I posted this in the back channels. You see, I'm not lying. This is not us.
Hire union members. Okay, so people like hate union workers, but I'll tell you this: you'd never get this on a union show. We do fucking Oscars, the Grammys, we do all that shit. Like in other towns, the union members are most likely the better option, even though you got to pay them a living wage versus the people who work for peanuts. And this is exactly what you'll get.
What a disaster.
It's terrible.
You're sure it's not you, right?
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. Go independently, go to YouTube yourself and go to their live stream.
Oh, their own. Okay, I believe you. Well, yeah, no, it's true. Because
I'm gonna do it right now, just to make sure.
The offside conversation, like with Zach Humphreys and Oscar, that was perfect. Like the audio right there. But this guy, he got up out of the hot seat.
I went to an independent. Look, I'm sharing it on another YouTube channel, and it's the same thing.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Just for the audience.
No, I wanted to check it myself. Like after you said that, I was like, let me just double check it again. But yeah. He's like, literally, I messaged everybody in the fucking world, and if it works and it's just you, fuck you. Yeah, I wouldn't do you like that.
Oh my God. What a waste.
Oh shit, what the hell? Why do you got all that weird shit there? Oh yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I thought something happened to my screen.
Nah, that was
but no.
That was me. All right, so the audience, because there's like 20 more people in here since the last time I said this. This is not our stream. That's the audio problem. The problem that the reason why you can't hear anything is because the audio there at the venue isn't live on the stream, and there's some connection issues there, and we're trying to work that out. Zach from Subway's already messaged everybody in the world. Joe Biden right now has gotten out of bed in his hospital bed to fix this issue for us right now.
He's pissed off. He's got his hand on the nuclear code. It's like if you eat
him and Kamala pissed.
I know.
They're coming up next with Cardi B, and they're going to come out and show out.
Forget about us. Think about the guys they're prepared their speech. They're sitting there. They're going, fuck. No one's hearing this.
This camera guy is really shaky too. I don't like this. But this man,
it should be on a tripod.
I mean, look at him.
Okay.
He has.
So they need a riser. He's either an extreme alcoholic that hasn't drank this morning, or that is just in a high traffic area, like straight up.
What YouTube channel is recording? What's the one that's recording? Is it ETH Toronto themselves, or what is it?
It's the only. So if you put in ETH Toronto on YouTube and then you go to the live portion on YouTube, you'll see it at the top, and then you'll see me right under it because I'm a player.
This would be a good time to have a glass of wine. It's after 1 o'clock, so technically I think I'm in the clear.
Yeah, it's 11:36 here.
Okay.
No excuses. Yeah, it's the one at the top of the list that says 8 watching, even though we have like 150 people in our live stream. I wonder why there's only 8 people watching. Oh yeah, that's right, because I can't hear shit. All right, I'm like beating a dead horse. I feel like a dick. I'm gonna stop doing that. Who's that camera guy? He's like all up in his grill. Like he's trying to be like the stagehand Solo. He's like, oh yeah, look at me.
Well, he's converting this into a rap video after My Mom's Got Bags. It's a single.
He's,
nobody can hear you, but I'm gonna buy your shit. I don't know.
Be on a hoverboard, just swaying back and forth with his camera.
Come on, people. Well, yeah. What are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do.
You could.
Tell me not one
I'm
person
gonna
there is
make
listening to
them-
the freaking stream.
Oh, I have the hiccups. Just kidding.
I mean, Elon fixed his cyber attack last night in 20 minutes. This has been going on since when?
He got charges. Him and Trump, I guess, got charges brought up against him, right? Last night.
For what?
Because of last night? Fuck, what was it? Labor laws, something like that. Like, Google it. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I read it even. But I've also been in here for 4 hours.
Shit. Alex, it might be us. I'm getting. They said they have sound.
There's zero sound for me, and I have nothing on mute here.
These mics are again.
There it is.
Real close.
Okay, it just came through, right?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Okay, so what happened is there was a little bit of lag in my feed, but it was not live the whole time. 100%. We were watching it live.
Yeah, absolutely. Today we are working with our launch stand with crypto across the country. Stand with Crypto is an advocacy group that is
what happened right now was because I switched browsers to try out the YouTube to make sure that it wasn't us. So we had a little bit of lag, and it was still no audio. Now that I fast forward, I think like maybe like 30, 40 seconds, something like that.
We're really excited. It's
now they have audio.
Huge success.
But they didn't have audio
in the United States. We have over 1.2 million.
Well, we'll wait until the next
We
speakers
recently
come up.
launched in the UK, and today and
Right?
last week
remember,
in Alberta, we
had
excited about
audio
Crypto
backstage
Canada.
last time, but we didn't have audio on stage.
Growing is good in this industry. So in the past year, or I should back up a little further, Coinbase was out of the Canada market for a while, and it came back in and said, all right, we're going to come in, do this right, and adhere to the registration requirements. I think you mentioned something called Registration Zero.
Look, even if I do this right
or
now,
something to that
watch.
effect.
Yeah, pre-registration undertaking. So
This shit is live. This is live. I'm not making this up. And then if I go into current right now, look.
Yeah.
Audio.
I should back up a little further. Coinbase was out of the Canada
So
market
we'll
for
see
a while.
for
and
the
it
next
came back in
speakers.
and said, all right, we're going to come in, do this right, and adhere to the registration requirements.
Guarantee you?
I think you mentioned something called Registration Zero or something to that
Guarantee
effect.
you.
yeah,
Probably
pre-registration undertaking.
I don't know why
So
I'm
what
betting
happened in
against
Canada
it.
was
The real
our
test is
regulators.
the
we
next
had a
speakers, not
central
backstage.
exchange that failed
Well, but
in
it's also
Canada 3 years
recorded on
ago, and our
YouTube, so
regulators
like,
decided
fuck
to
my
step in
live
and
stream.
regulate
How about we
crypto.
just go to
And so
YouTube
they
and
asked all the
rewind it
crypto
like I
trading
just
platforms to
did,
sign something
and it'll
called a
show you that there's
pre-registration
no audio
undertaking
there.
that
and a
effectively
huge gap.
was a promise from
Yeah.
crypto trading platforms
And
that
that's
wanted
their
to
live
operate in
stream,
Canada
not mine.
legally to
Right.
follow the rules and become compliant. And so Coinbase Canada was registered this year in April as a restricted dealer, and now we're the first international exchange to be registered in Canada, which is a huge milestone for us. A significant amount of work for
They'll
us
rewind
to
and check
update
it
all
and
of our
see.
infrastructure.
No, it's all right. I
to
told the guys they're all waiting to hear
speakers
from. I
around
said I'm going to wait for
keeping
the next
fantastic
speakers and then
safe.
let them know.
And now that we're registered, it's really time for us to start building and growing in the ecosystem, which is why
Because this was never a
Stand with
problem.
Crypto
This
is
kind of
absolutely
conversation.
important right now, because the opportunity
No.
is for us to
Well,
find
this was the
champions
last
in
time we
government,
could hear anything was when
find
they were
people who can
backstage like
advocate for
this.
change, and ultimately, we want the
Or,
laws
sorry,
to change in Canada. If we
back
want
of
to
house.
increase economic freedom in
Middle
the
of house?
world,
I don't
and,
even know
and we
where-
want to increase economic freedom in Canada, we need rules to change, and for rules to change, we need public officials to understand the
They're at a
opportunity.
bar.
Well, we saw that some regulators had an idea about crypto coming up with the pre-registration, but other ones out there are seemingly still lacking the knowledge of it, and thus are not those champions that you need. How do you identify those champions and really teach them about what Coinbase can do and what crypto can do for the Canadian economy?
Yeah, then the number one thing our industry is doing right now is trying to find champions in government. It's so important that we find leaders in our government, elected officials who understand the opportunity, who believe in it, and have the conviction to introduce new legislation into the House and help people, their colleagues, better understand crypto trading platforms and digital assets in Canada.
It's a tough road to climb there with teaching the politicians about new topics, but it can be done, especially as new ones come into the market, into the House with new elections, or just people getting educated, maybe even by their children.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, the industry is doing everything we can to educate members of Parliament. I think really the opportunity in Canada is for Canadians to help educate their public officials, which is why Stand with Crypto is so powerful for us, because it gives a voice to you, the Canadian, who I'm hopeful, if you're watching this, that you stand with crypto. You believe in the future of digital assets. You believe in the future of a digital economy. You're excited to encourage our government to adopt digital assets, but technology in general, I think, is more the opportunity for Canada is to adopt more technology, drive more efficiencies in our economy, and I think the digital economy is a great place to start.
Well, on that topic of education, one of the things you mentioned in a speech earlier today is you mentioned that 80% of the wealth in Canada is managed by professionals. Many of those professionals don't really understand crypto. How is Coinbase going about helping educate those professionals so we can get more institutional money into crypto?
Yeah, it's a great question. So advice in Canada is regulated. When you think of advisors meet certain requirements in Canada to be able to provide financial advice to Canadians and help them learn about their long-term strategy. And I hope everyone watching is saving for their retirement and saving for the long term. But most Canadians use advisors to manage their wealth. And right now in Canada, the advisors that operate in Canada are not soliciting advice around digital assets because of a few things. One is the education required to ensure that an investment advisor feels confident actually giving advice to their clients about digital assets, and that requires them to understand that asset class in the context of all the other asset classes, which is complicated and takes a lot of work. But they're also missing the tooling to actually execute those trades or investments on behalf of their clients. And so Coinbase is working on both of those opportunities. We're trying to better understand how can we educate investment advisors in Canada so that they can confidently speak about the asset class and understand the opportunity. And then how can we give them the technology to actually help diversify their clients' assets into the digital economy?
So it seems like Coinbase is making a significant investment into the country of Canada, both financially, people-wise, and relations with politicians. That means you're looking for to grow your market share. How are you going about that?
Love this guy.
Yeah, we very much think about growing the pie in Canada. Our industry is very close. We're working together as a team to try to help increase economic freedom in Canada and get our members of parliament aligned on the opportunity. And our business is really growing beyond just wealth and retail. We're looking at institutional clients, helping institutional clients access our Coinbase Prime APIs, which is a set of staking, exchange, and custody solutions for institutions and banks in Canada. And so, yeah, we're really excited about the opportunity. Canada is the third most crypto-aware country of all the international geos that we operate in. Canadians understand the opportunity. 86% of Canadians want an updated financial system, and we're excited to help more Canadians get access to the digital economy.
I'm on a limited budget and I can't overspend. With Upwork, you can set different milestones for the project. As they meet it, they get paid. And then it protects you in case this isn't quite the right fit. So it's fair to me and it's fair to the freelancer.
This is a HELOC. It looks like a credit card, it works like a credit card, but it's actually an easier way for me to access the equity in my home. With an Avon card, I get an ultra-low interest rate, high spending limit, and cash back with every purchase. Oh, and the best part? It cost me $0 to get. Approvals come in as fast as 15 minutes. So don't wait. Click this ad and see what you pre-qualify for today.
Skip. Are they talking again?
Millions of dollars over the past 7 years doing educational seminars all across Japan on educating people about why Japan missed out on the internet. Japan missed out on the internet big time. They were 10 years behind because they were like, everything is paper driven. Still to this day, believe it or not, they're still very paper laden. But they missed out on. Look, at Amazon is the largest e-commerce retailer in Japan. How could that be? Because they were 10 years behind. Now the Japanese government is saying we are not going to do that this time with Web3. We want to be in the forefront of this industry, and we're going to take it from the regulatory standpoint in Japan is completely different than anywhere around the world. Because I've traveled everywhere, and how Japan separates itself from Canada, which is a nightmare here. I just read the new regs that just came down. Japan took a different approach. The FSA, which is kind of like the SEC in Japan, They said, we don't understand crypto. So what we need to do is we're going to form a government body called the JVCEA, which is Japan Virtual Currency Exchange Association. And what that comprises of is all the top executives from every exchange that's trading crypto around Japan. They create a governing body that looks at the industry and educates the FSA and the SEC on, look, this is what's going to work. Here's the scam. Here's the guys that are going to get it. Here's the one that's not. We're not trying to go after the central banks. And here's the ones that are compliant so that you, FSA, can be happy that we're not going to harm the consumers. It's very consumer, 100% consumer protection. And so that's why the FSA, which we are members, the FSA relies on the JVCA, which we are a member of. So we have 2 directors on the JVCA. So we have a voice. And we have told, thank God that we're in America, so we're kind of more open thinking than they are in Japan. And so we kind of show them the look. Everything works here in
I'm
Japan.
messaging people right now.
Translated around the world. We need to perfect it in Japan, but we need to also make sure that this voice is heard and understood around the world. And that's what we're doing here today. So our goal is to make an impact like we are in Japan, and then we're going to roll out country by country strategically to make sure that the uptake and the story and the meaning and the passion and everything that we've done for this project stays true to its form, because we're a Japanese company and we have a reputation to uphold. So that's my soapbox.
Thank you so much. The back is really flying. I see the timer is almost at 0, but I will ask one last thing. If there was one word to describe Rio, one word that comes to your mind, what would it be? I will start with you, Nani.
I would say it's user friendly. It's customer. It's all about the people. I know it's more than one word, but user friendly.
User friendly. Just robust. And then you have the last word. What would be that word?
Oh, well, it seems like the audio issue.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that ends the LinkedIn broadcast for the afternoon session of day 1 of the Blockchain Future Conference here in Toronto, Ontario. Ontario. It's been a long day. My voice is getting a little shot. But thanks for tuning in, whether you watch this live or whether you're watching this on the replay. And thanks to Lucas Matheson of Coinbase Canada for coming on the show and giving us the goods about Coinbase.
Thanks for giving us the goods on nothing for the last hour.
Toronto is a city in Ontario.
Oh.
Yeah.
That makes sense. We had it wrong. Not you. Yeah, but I did for sure.
Located in the event have a chance to win real VIP wristbands, merchandise.
Is that John? Oh, look at little one-leg fuckface.
Oh shit! Oh man, shit!
Little bitch boy. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. It was funny to see him hobble out, though.
Oh no.
Gotta look for more faces now. I like how he was one of the first people out. He was probably on the aisle seat. All right, I'll stop.
Yeah.
She is way too young for you. Let her go. What the heck is that guy doing?
Let it go, let it go. Can't hold on anymore. Since I have a meeting with Coinbase, I will take a bottle of white and red, depending on my mood after that.
Next up, please welcome Dustin Walber, the CEO and founder of New.
Sounds like the plan.
I like that. I am so disorganized right now. I have a note written on the back of a napkin on my desk.
At least you're writing notes.
Here's a note. Fix the fucking audio. Yeah, I'm messaging people.
No,
Not
it's
you.
okay.
That's not okay.
They're all talking about
Actually, should be
token
fine.
anyways.
I told
No,
them
it's fine.
I told
It's
them
fine.
I'm an audio engineer and I'm pissed off. I literally told them.
It's the burning ship. I'm fine.
Hopefully
Yeah,
that trust me, I'm talking to someone that has actually got a spot soon, so he won't be too happy.
yeah. Yeah, I bet.
I mean, it's not good. It's really not good. Because, yeah, there's people there that can probably hear it, but the majority of people are not there.
I was gonna say if that's a part of the package, it's a little, somebody's gonna have to come out pocket probably. Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Who's the shicey little bitch?
The bulldozer.
Fuck her.
Oh, I got a whole story.
I mean, I love them.
People can hear you.
Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot I was unmuted.
Just didn't want you to slip up with the hot mic. We're just talking about that.
Yeah.
But whoever she is, second that motion.
You'll find out.
Dun, dun, dun.
The boss is here. What's up, boss? Why does it say
Shit.
5:46 p.m.? Am I drunk or something? Where is he?
The fuck?
Boss is laughing. That's good. So we're not crazy, right, boss? We're not crazy. The backstage is perfectly fine because it's probably connected automatically.
It's true.
He's laughing. And then on stage, they just need the output signal from the microphones to be louder. It's not rocket science. I mean, it's technology, but someone should be paying attention. Eastern Standard Time.
From fucking A to Z at this point with audio, it's been a big fumble, man.
It is a big fumble.
I think they have dirty audio too, because you can't hear a hum, but it's like muffled. Like they're doing something. There's like a list of things. Like and you can count them on your hand what the problem is. That's why I don't even know why they haven't fixed it yet.
They're cables.
They're cables. They didn't use monster cables. They used RCA.
They came in a crate and they're probably not over under. They obviously don't coil their cables properly, like came in milk crates. Bottom on Temu.
They should literally just bring all the speakers to the backstage and give them the microphone and we'll be good.
They bought their audio snake on Temu.
You go get the vodka? Yeah. Nice. All right, you go drink. I'm not a big drinker.
Shut the fuck. Okay, I'll be quiet. Are you not?
What? I don't drink alcohol.
Oh, nice.
I'm actually allergic to alcohol. I turn red and start shaking, and then I start jeeting out of place. No, yeah, I'm a water drinker.
He said, whatever. My inner Jeet comes out when I'm super drunk, okay?
My inner Jeet comes out. To make that $5.87 managed on my 10-screen portfolio.
Then to lose buying back in, thinking it has a future.
Right. Yeah.
Well, R.I.P. though.
All right, so we're not crazy. I thought we were crazy, but I think whoever's streaming this, that we're streaming from them, they should go outside, take a walk, and turn your phone on and listen to it.
They're probably on Tinder right now. It's like
Tinder.
They're watching their own live stream. He's like on Tinder, like just swiping away.
We need Tinder for crypto. So, what chain are you on, baby?
Just all rights. He doesn't even care what they look like.
That's funny.
I'm in town for one night.
I'm in town for one night.
I'm at the crypto convention. I'm very important. Tap, tap, tap.
Yeah, tap, 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 tap. Swipe.
Send me a link to your fucking stream. Oh shit, I can't hear shit. You kind of suck. I don't think you're getting laid tonight, bro. Like,
It would be easy to match people up too, because you could check. You would have to send their wallet address and match the funds.
oh, they have that on Telegram on Tom already. They have an actual.
We have a guy talking about absolutely nothing again. Yay!
Here we
Great
go.
job. Here we go.
And you can
Come
see
on,
his
audio
man
guy.
toe. I love his man toe. He's flexing it.
Oh yeah, look at that. He's saying bye,
Look at that.
Coyote.
Look at that hog.
He's saying bye, Theft Solutions. Shibarium is the #1 blockchain. I can't hear you, guy. Come on.
I
This
wear
is what,
small
fucking
shorts
4 hours.
just so it slips out by accident.
Yeah, I'm complaining. I don't care. This guy should be fired.
I
I'd
like
fire
tomato bisque, not tomato soup. You know the difference, right? Okay.
Yes.
I love me a good grilled cheese on the side. Yes.
Yeah.
A grilled
Like, what am-
cheese.
Is there
With
any good?
Gruyere.
Is there any good Chinese food restaurants for after the show? Because I'm hungry right now. That's what he said. Yeah, he's like, I really want wonton, poo platter for 4, egg roll, chicken lo mein.
He's like, honestly, I haven't eaten since yesterday.
See, now I'd
Project
be
isn't
mad.
paying me.
I would want a refund if I was a project. That's why.
Fuck
oh
yeah.
my god, I want my $5 back so I can ape into some projects.
Look at the middle of his shorts. You can tell he's been sitting down a lot today. All right, just
Oh,
give it a
yeah.
second. Boom. Sitting down shorts.
He's packing heat for all the ladies out there. This is becoming a trolling space. But what can we do? There's no fucking audio. Fix it. Come on, people.
This is strictly informational, by the way. You need to know who you're dealing with.
I see the bus is in here, so he can confirm.
Yeah. 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 Look at his knees. They don't look ashy. I mean, sorry, I can't say that, but I think I got ashy elbows, but I don't think I can say that. It looks like his knees are very well hydrated. You know what I mean, like, and it looks like he mountain climbs or something. You see that, like, right above his knee, that muscle? Boom! Look at that thing. Woo!
I bet you he
Right.
doesn't own any crypto. I bet he just came from REI.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I just came from Dick's. I bought some fucking carabiners and shit, you know, like the ones you put around your water bottle, but it's cool.
I learned nothing so far. Oh my god. Ugh.
Wait, is that Michael Phelps with hair? Gee, I can't tell because of shakiness. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm a fucking tripod.
Like,
It
sir,
takes-
like this.
Come on, dude.
Oh, here we go. We had it for 2 seconds. Okay, so somebody stepped on the cable on the camera. Because when that shit started shaking, it went back on for a second.
How do I say your last name? Jimmy? Jimmy?
There it is.
Jimmy. Patrick Jimmy.
Oh, it's a cable issue.
But you have to introduce why for your audience.
Someone
I thought it was. I don't know. Don't quote me. I don't know. But it did look like that, right?
No, because the camera's shaking. This guy's got like Tourette's syndrome or something. I mean, come on, a tripod, people. This is
Have
the
a shot of
futuristic
whiskey.
conference. Oh, here we go. We're gonna hear some audio now.
Only fucking thing we can hear.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
welcome
God
back
we
to
got
the
some audio
live stream
back.
portion of the Blockchain Futures Conference
Oh,
here
shit,
on
it's Lamar Odom.
KYOR Live. Interviewed a lot of good people here
Wait,
today.
what?
A lot of companies, for a lot of good companies, and a lot of
Nice beard, whoever he
interesting
is.
projects around here.
Your beard's
Sometimes you got to
weird.
take a little time out to interview
A little
other
thin.
people that have a
God,
different,
easy, Eminem.
different,
Calm down.
reason for being here.
Your beard's
One
weird.
of those is Patrick Jimmy
No, that's
here, who's
MGK.
volunteered at the Blockchain Futures Conference.
Oh, we can hear
you're
something.
right.
Thank God.
But more along the lines,
It's
Forgot
sad
that's
when
what-
the
start spreading the word about what
when
he's
the
doing
filler
in
spots
crypto.
are better than the
Patrick,
speaker stage.
comment ça va?
I don't see
Ça va bien,
anything.
Tom? Toi-même?
She's been blowing me up all day.
French, but,
Grandma.
welcome to the show.
Yeah, right.
You're welcome.
Probably not even your
So,
grandmother.
Patrick,
It's probably your
tell
side
us,
chick.
how did you get into crypto?
That's smart.
Who thinks about
Ça fait
that?
quoi? Ça fait 7 ans
Me.
aujourd'hui. J'ai embrassé
Yeah,
cette
that's
industrie.
fucking weird.
C'est-à-dire, tout
I
simplement
may
parce
may or may not
que j'ai
use that.
compris que c'était le futur. J'ai compris qu'avec la blockchain, il n'y avait aucune technologie aussi
He's
Oh
engaged in
shit, he
farming.
speaks
Je
French.
manque des mots en fait. Ça dit qui
Oh, he's in
venaient tout
Canada.
simplement
It makes
we need
sense,
to
right?
bousculer le
Well, they can't get
landscape
the
de
audio.
notre
There's
rue
no way they're
jusqu'à
Coyote
présent en
token
termes
is the
d'Internet,
shit.
en
Everybody go
termes de
buy
toute
Coyote
technologie que vous
token.
connaissez. La
Here
blockchain est tout
in
simplement
French
une
Canada,
technologie
we have
fascinante.
embraced
Ce qui
Coyote
m'a
token as our
accroché,
local currency.
qui m'a amené à
Hold on.
vraiment
I think I'm
apprendre c'était quoi la blockchain.
yes, our local
J'ai
coffee
tradé
shop
les
even
crypto-monnaies
accept
pour mieux
Coyote
comprendre
token.
aussi. Et du coup, je me suis lancé dans les études en blockchain où j'ai eu des diplômes à MIT. Puis
They
j'ai
don't have
complété
their own
ma
word for
MBA
blockchain. I love it.
du côté de
Listen, they
l'Italie
can't say
pour vraiment
anything. We've
m'asseoir
been
dans
doing
ce
this for
domaine-là
what?
et
How
être
long
assez
have we been streaming? A
confortable
couple
sur le
hours?
point de vue,
4
sur un
hours.
point de vue
But we've been telling
académique.
them for 4
Et par la
hours.
suite, voilà, je vais
Yeah.
dérouler avant que tu ne continues. I'm going to
The
try
ball's
to
been
move
dropped.
forward before you
I'm
even ask
done.
other questions, right?
No,
If you
but
don't mind.
I can get a little bit of that. And
No, you did not.
the teaching that you're doing
Come
in
on,
blockchain
Tom.
now.
Can't even get your audio
Do you
right.
find
Do
a
you
large
speak
market
French?
for that?
Why don't
Are
they
people
take those
coming to you
fucking
saying,
mics
yes,
up on
I
the
want to learn
stage?
about
Pass them
blockchain?
around like a
Oui, mais
hooker.
effectivement, au Québec, à Montréal, particulièrement où je réside, c'est toute une
Those
folie.
mics
Il y a
work.
vraiment tout le monde, plus précisément les jeunes. Right? Those youngsters.
Yes.
Tous les jeunes sont vraiment accrochés, sont très intéressés par les crypto-monnaies. Et non seulement ça, à travers notre startup, parlonscrypto.com, que nous avons lancé depuis
Is he
2022.
giving us financial
Nous
advice?
sensibilisons, nous éduquons.
I think so. It
Les
sounds like
entreprises, les
financial
populations,
advice.
les administrations aussi.
Buy Coyote token.
Au-delà du Canada, c'est-à-dire nous sensibilisons, nous
This is
éduquons
the best
et
promo right
nous
here.
allons aussi vers
The
des
dirtiest
administrations
shills all
hors du
day.
Canada, plus précisément en Afrique francophone.
So you're talking about the young people here in Canada too, and
All the
blockchain,
5 people watching
crypto,
right now.
but you have a big connection to Africa, and so you want to bring your knowledge about blockchain, and you want to start some new industries and new companies to service the francophone industry in both Canada and in Africa. Tell us about that.
C'est en fait ça, Thomas. Nous avons fait partie de notre
He doesn't know
startup
what the hell he
qui est
just said.
parlonscrypto.com depuis
No
2022.
fucking
C'est une
idea.
startup qui nous permet non
No.
seulement ça de
He's trying to
sensibiliser,
sell me some shit coin.
d'éduquer et d'aider les entreprises.
He's like,
et
I
les
like chicken
administrations
nuggets. Have you
au
tried the
Canada
new
et
sauce
en
from
Afrique
McDonald's?
surtout,
That shit is
quel est notre
fire.
marché cible,
Bro.
à
And they
pouvoir
come with the
comprendre
limited
les
toys
enjeux
now, okay,
majeurs
from
qui se
artists.
passent dans notre monde
You get on
aujourd'hui
that
et
shit.
qui,
And
pour les
nothing against
générations
French
futures,
speaking anything.
resteront
We're
celles
just
qui
we're
restera
just
plus
pissed the
tard.
audio is not
C'est
working.
un enjeu majeur, d'autant plus
Hell
que
no.
nous avons
He could be
vraiment besoin de
speaking
la
English
blockchain
or
du côté
saying
de
nothing
l'Afrique,
like the last 2
vraiment
hours.
besoin
We'd be doing the
pour
same
pouvoir
shit.
booster nos différentes économies.
Well, I caught some of that, but not all of it. But
He said that again. I love it.
Before we go here, anything else you want to talk about?
We should
your
have a new
experience in
hashtag
crypto?
on going live on Twitter.
Jusqu'à présent, ces 7 dernières
Picture
années, mon
cable
expérience
wire.
dans le domaine de la blockchain des crypto-monnaies,
Hashtag dirty
contrairement à ce que
audio.
plusieurs personnes
Yeah.
pensent, qui croient que les crypto-monnaies, c'est
Monster
une
cable.
arnaque. Non, je vous déconseille. C'est ce qu'on
Hashtag
appelle
audio
it's
road.
only a misconception.
Striking.
C'est-à-dire, il y a des gens qui ne comprennent pas.
I
tout
wonder if the
simplement.
honestly, I wonder if the microphone's even working. Maybe it's because he's so close to the
La
camera.
blockchain, c'est une
Probably
technologie
got his own mic
émergente
on it.
et j'encourage toute personne qui souhaiterait
It
apprendre,
Seems like it's
comprendre c'est quoi cette
individual mics.
technologie-là,
Because watch, you'll
de
hear a
s'orienter
difference
sur
in the mics
le
when
site
he
internet
starts talking.
I'll be right
www.parlonscrypto.com
back.
pour mieux en prendre connaissance.
Oh, then you won't hear the difference.
Well, Patrick,
Yep, there
merci
it is.
beaucoup for
Trash.
coming on our show. I really appreciate
Thank you so
learning.
much.
Thank you for bringing the francophone aspect and viewpoint to our show. Thanks again, and good luck with everything.
Thank you so much, Tom. I really appreciate it.
Here we go. Back to nothing. All right. We'll just, we'll see. It's going to be TBD on this shit. You know what I mean? Oh, shit. Did we get a better stream? Did we get a better stream?
Yeah, I'm on it now, actually. Shout out to the boss for that one.
Yeah. Shout out to you for sure.
We've lost a lot of companies.
God, the video is so much better too.
Shout out to the boss. He gets all the credit. His credit's never given. He saved the day.
Who's streaming this?
Policy, and now you have
I don't know.
multiple presidential candidates.
Trying to figure out who's streaming this because this is a total different feed. And why is this not at the top of the list with live streams when it comes? Oh, because they haven't. You know what? They don't have ETH Toronto, and they're fucking dude. Oh my god. Somebody should just call him and tell him to fix that. Anyways,
we're here.
really
This is
the
good.
climate
I
that
like
makes
this.
the U.S.
Yeah.
the crypto leader. But today we do not have that. So that's what we're fighting for. It's a tall order, but we're not giving up.
That's an interesting sentiment. Usman, what about the EU? They're not kicking
I
people
feel like
out.
Harold
They're
from Harold
inviting
and
people
Kumar
in
up there.
with comprehensive regulation when it comes to MiCA. I know Baker McKenzie came out with a compliance toolkit on how to approach the area. Maybe give us some insights on what the EU is doing when it comes to crypto regulation.
Yeah. First of all, I have to say it's an honor and privilege to sit with all of you, but particularly Perry Ann, who is such a key voice on Capitol Hill, a force to be reckoned with, and it's an honor to be part of a member of your organization. So taking things to Europe, which is
That guy all the way
different than
on
the
stage
approach
left is making me nervous. I'm just going to say that, and I'll be quiet.
about a year ago, the Europeans passed MiCA, which is a comprehensive pan-European crypto asset regulatory framework. It had one portion that kicked in just this past June regulating stablecoins, and another portion that's kicking in December relating to what are called CASPs, or crypto asset service providers. A very different approach where it actually is providing, regulatory clarity and certainty to participants. So if you're a stablecoin issuer, you have to determine whether you're captured by the regime. It's pretty clear. You then have certain restrictions or requirements that apply. It's created quite a lot of regulatory certainty, and it's very much tailored to the crypto community as well. So there's different requirements that will apply to stablecoin issuers versus utility tokens and to other types of providers as well. So a quite different approach.
Now, Aaron, you were in regulatory space in digital assets when it was just called Bitcoin regulation. That's what we were focused on, not digital assets and
you're
crypto
finally
assets.
here. Thank
It
you,
was also
boss,
known
again.
as the Wild West.
When I
especially
meet you in
here
person, I'm going to buy you a
Canada.
drink.
What do you think has changed since the time
Whatever you want. Water on the rocks,
today, where we're seeing a little bit
water
more
without the
regulatory
rocks,
clarity from the Canadian government?
orange juice.
We've got
And I'll give you a free hug.
is kind of the best, I think, out of most of the
First
Western
one's free.
jurisdictions in dealing with crypto regulation, right? So, like a lot of the other jurisdictions, we're looking at what we were doing, and trying to copy it. And in terms of some of the more basic rules, what the government ended up doing was just analogizing certain things to like very simple basic rules, like in tax, which is the area I focus in my practice. When they started looking at how are we going to treat digital assets for tax purposes,
I knew there was a reason
they
you
went
made me
back to some of
nervous.
the most basic rules from like when the first chicken was traded for a goat. They were looking at barter rules.
Whoa, the ticker is
Barter
chicken and
transactions,
goat.
and that was kind of
One
where
on
it all
soul, one on
started with
each.
tax in Canada. And then we started looking at more complex things, and okay, now we're trading between tokens and we're doing all these different things. But the government here has actually been, I think, pretty good, and I think we're at a point now where it's all pretty well settled in terms of taxation and how it's administered. So we know finally, different from when I started out in this space almost 10 years ago in crypto.
Only like 10
Nobody
years
even- it was
old.
on nobody's radar.
All right, more, but
and it was
you know.
just complete. If something happened and somebody got audited or there was some enforcement action or something like
Is he
that,
a Bitcoin
nobody
millionaire?
really knew.
I
The
need
left
to
hand
know.
Didn't know what the right hand was doing. None of these.
I was there.
Also, all the regulators didn't cooperate on
He
it.
sold
I
it
don't
all
think
for a
they do, and
taco.
they Still cooperate on it when you have the
Pizza.
anti-money laundering people and the
Lost
securities
his seed
people
phrase.
and the
Sold it
tax
all on
people
Taco
not really
Tuesday.
working together
And gave
on
his
these
seed phrase
things.
to his mom.
So, we can take advantage of that. We can leverage that as advisors to make sure that people get the best deal and the best way to move forward with their business, so that it doesn't kill the technology. Like, we want this technology to survive. We're constantly fighting with regulatory change, but I think we're at a point now where we've got
Mr.
a lot of
Obvious has entered the
certainty,
building.
which is good, and we can move forward on that basis.
And shout out to futurists. They always made sure regulation was on the main stage and having these conversations early on. Perry-Ann, as we look, around the world at other jurisdictions, we see the EU and the UAE. Everyone's trying to be that crypto
Fuck all
friendly.
the bullshit. Just
What are
tax
some
the
of the
people
things
on the
that you're
way
seeing
out.
from other jurisdictions?
Leave everything the way it is. Just hit
Well,
you at
I mean,
the
that's
when
exactly
you need
what
to
we're
cash out.
seeing.
Done.
The U.S. continues to be
A lot of tax, though.
the dominant currency, the largest
A
economy.
woman in the pink
and,
dress, the guy with a white
the
hat,
U.S.'s loss is the
another
rest
guy.
of the world's gain.
She's got
I don't know.
hydrated needs for sure.
I've had had the opportunity to travel to
Yeah,
many
she
different
didn't
jurisdictions.
sleep
We've
last
been
night.
invited by policymakers from around the world to come in and help them learn
Which
and
this is
understand
day
and
2,
inform
right?
their understanding of
No,
this
this is day 1.
technology. So we've had
Oh
great
shit!
engagement with
Fuck, she not
policymakers
sleeping
all
for
around
it.
the
Day
world.
3, she's gonna be look
A
like
lot of
she just.
countries
Travel
do
day.
see this
I'm
as
not
a
gonna say it.
massive opportunity.
We'll
Several
wait
years
till everyone's
ago,
after tonight,
it's been
after all the
mentioned, the
drinking
European
happens.
Union, they
Tomorrow will
passed
be fun.
MiCA, so they have
If people
comprehensive
even show up.
legislation, and there's
Yeah,
a
I
lot
didn't
of
see it yet,
businesses
though.
that are working to get
You want me to
licensed
see it?
so they can
I haven't
operate regulated businesses in their jurisdiction. Something we're not really doing in the United States. Several years ago, the EU created their blockchain observatory and forum. They issued a paper, an early paper, and there was a sentence that always stuck out to me. And what it said is the US created, this is paraphrasing, but the US had created and dominated the internet. And we are not going to let that happen in blockchain. And many other nations are starting to understand the power of this technology. And what I think the conversation really is crypto's not going away.
Yeah,
Digital
but
assets
we
are
already
here
own a
to
lot of it
stay. This is
though,
not a
so
technology that
I don't believe we're selling any
kill.
more
The
of it.
attempts to
So
kill it, they have
it's a good
failed.
point.
The question really is who's going to benefit from it?
Not
Where is
crossing
the
my legs
industry
correctly.
going to
You can see
develop?
all
Is
of
it
them.
going to be, where's the next Silicon Valley?
What did
Where's
you?
the
What
next
did you? I
Wall
couldn't
Street
hear
going
her.
to be?
My wife said she's not
Is it
crossing
going
her
to be in
legs
the United
correctly. She
States?
can see all of
Is
her
it going to
junk.
be in Europe? Is it going to
No,
be
you
in
can't. I
Hong
was
Kong,
looking. Okay,
Singapore?
just
And
for
there
her
is a
sake, I was gonna
mad
message
rush
her
and
and say,
race
look, you
from
need to
all these
tighten it up.
jurisdictions
But
to
nothing to be seen there.
Canada,
Of
perhaps?
course, of course. That's why we're here. But there's a lot of exciting opportunities. The challenge is you don't have the same type of liquidity and market structure opportunities.
Liquidity!
A number of these other things. So
Okay,
it's
let's
a
not
balance,
even
and a lot of
start
people
that
want
shit.
to come to the West.
Oh my
They
God.
want to have access to the
It's a
U.S.
staple,
capital
though.
markets.
It's a staple.
But that it's a big
Too
challenge to
soon.
get licensed and
Yeah, it's
regulated
too
and
soon.
operated because, of course, all of this.
Well, if anyone's listening,
I
the
love it.
man
Oh, as we
named the
talk
boss
about where
saved the day.
companies want to go, you see a lot of decentralized
boss.
DeFi projects. Everyone in the
Is
world
he in
is
our
Web3.
stream right
What are
now?
some of the
He's
jurisdictions
in all.
or
I don't know
places
if
that
he's still
people
here, but look at
prefer
all the
dealing with
comments.
when it comes to building their
What?
infrastructure,
They're
headquarters,
not showing
and
up
their
for.
overall
Oh shit!
operations?
Yeah, I
He was
might
here.
just
He's
comment
here.
here just a bit on
Your
microphones
guys'
because at first started.
took priority over that.
I think one thing that every
Oh,
single
I
country
didn't
wants
see
to avoid
any
is
of his
technical fault,
comments,
right?
dude.
So Mika was a
Look,
really
I'll
good
show you. Oh
framework
my god! Like
It's
I can
alright.
show you my
to,
screen for some
You don't have
reason.
to.
and establish themselves.
We believe you.
Oh,
And there's been a
dude.
conversation around
Oh, you know what? Sorry, that was
USDC,
actually my bad.
which by the way,
Think
you know, the law came into
no,
effect in
that's weird.
July,
It
and
prioritized
USDC
yours
was
and
last
Shelby's
registered,
conversation,
you know,
past
just as the
conversation,
deadline came in.
over his new
So every single
messages.
country is gonna, you know, look into preserving their talent and
That's
also
weird.
capital, right? They want to be the Wall Street of
All that
crypto.
matters is his audio on
You know,
the stage.
me and Aaron, we worked for a long time in the crypto
It's
industry.
true, but I'm just tripping out right
and,
now on the live stream.
5-7 years ago, it was Cayman, Malta. It was all those Panama Foundation. They have all
No
the
one's naming
right
the ticker
framework
today.
for
I mean, come on.
ownerless foundation, right? No,
Yeah, we should have a
putting
show.
tokens. And these
There we
days,
go.
the trend is towards
So
making
wait, are we
sure
dingleberrying
companies
it, or
can
is that
actually
on
establish
hold?
themselves in
No,
the
Ed,
right
we're not
jurisdiction they
pumping that
operate,
yet.
right? Where the
We're just,
talent is.
Dingleberries are just.
So again,
We're
these
just
days
getting
we're seeing
started.
a lot of
We
BVI
need some
came in.
guerrilla marketing,
But what's most
some
important
ground
here is
floor
there's a lot of
shit.
changes.
We already
in
got it
how
all taken
taxes
care of.
are
Look,
regulated, right?
website, it's all
OECD
there.
is changing the
What time
way
does K9 come on?
there's tax
Do we have a
reform
schedule?
and you know, taxes are
4:30 or something?
require more
4?
compliance.
There's one on the
It
site.
comes down to more economic
All right, I'm too
substance,
lazy to click
and we
buttons.
just have to,
Same here.
you know, just be a lot more careful than before.
I actually had it pulled up, but
Aaron, what about you? You know, you wrote pretty much written the book on
I'm out.
offshore jurisdiction and what companies should be thinking about. Everyone has an
Oh,
opinion.
there
on
it is.
whether
There's
to
the stream. He's hitting
register.
flies.
What
I
is
love
the
it.
actual
I've been waiting
maybe
4
red
hours for
flags
this
that
shit.
people should be thinking about
Fucker.
going into register to
he's
these
just circling me.
most crypto-friendly jurisdictions?
Yeah, I think that they
Ah,
should speak to somebody
damn it.
before they go off and speak to somebody at your home jurisdiction before you speak to somebody offshore, because what they're going to tell you all the time is you need to set up a foundation and you need to set up an IBC and you need to set up this this, and you need to set up this. But the truth of the matter is, you don't need most of that stuff. unless you need that stuff. And most projects don't.
Gotta go to
especially
speakers.
these days with
He's
the
got
world
his
going,
legs
not
tighter
token.
than the girl in the
There's
dress
very
does.
few
Look at
token
him.
projects or
He got
token
like
issuing projects
that buttoned
that are
up.
going into
Maybe the seat's
that
too
are
small
looking
for him.
those types of structures.
I think he's tall.
And if you're a smaller project,
is that why you have
don't
your
need to
legs so
spend
close together? It
$1
doesn't
to
make any sense.
$200,000
Yeah, he's got it taped
Oh.
around his leg.
for setting up a structure. Like you just
A
don't.
what?
So the first red flag is
We
if
don't have a run
when
a
you
show.
start talking to those people, they'll
They
always
have
say at the end
speakers
of
and
those
then they have
I think-
conversations.
like
And by the way, you
suggestions.
need to get a
I
legal
think
opinion
4 o'clock
when you're
is
back at your home
K9 and
jurisdiction, but when
4:30.
you
I
get it,
think
we'll
it's
set all
shy.
this stuff up for you. And by the way, you don't have to get the legal opinion. You should get the legal. And I get clients who come to me and they haven't
Do you get
gotten the
clients?
opinion and they start paying for these structures and they can't use them. They can't use them for the purpose for which it was intended anyway. And so that's sad. And that's a lot of money that they're raising from investors that they're spending on things. So I guess biggest red flag is make sure you speak to somebody around who knows about these things. I do a lot of this, offshore tax structuring. It sounds very glamorous and everything, but really it should be objective. Like you do it if you're going to save tax. Don't do it because it's glamorous. Don't do it
Whoever's
because
talking
it's
about
gonna
Bitcoin.
increase some cachet or something. And certainly don't do it for
There's only
securities reasons.
there's
Because
only a
if you're
handful of
planning to
law
offer in
firms
the
that are
United
like
States,
qualified to
you still have to
actually
make sure you're compliant with the United States. You
talk
can't
like
set up a
this
token issuer in BVI
in the United
and issue
States.
all over the world with no consequences.
So I wonder
Right?
if he's
so these are things that
part of one of those
people
firms.
need to be made aware of before they go and spend all this money on the beaches are nice and going down.
I love
there, you might have
beaches.
a trip or two, but really, it's
I
not.
love beaches.
Me
Sure.
too.
Is that right?
Sandals, flip flops.
I love that. Uzma, I
It's my
want to
kind
talk
of
a
comfort.
little bit about the
Ocean, too.
US. It's pretty much been a firing squad when it comes to the crypto. Going on the murder and kill theme from Perry Ann, it's been a firing squad for blockchain companies. And really,
He's
the
talking about
government's been
burning,
enforcement
fighting the blockchain.
only and
That
maybe
dude
a
dropped
little
his
bit of
water
guidance
cup. Did you see
afterwards.
that?
Tell me how, maybe the Bitcoin ETF
Yeah.
or other approvals,
That is
like
vodka.
the Ethereum ETF, is going to help maybe loosen up,
Water.
or is there going to be more restrictions on the way for other blockchain companies?
We call it WOTA
Yeah,
out
it's
here.
really fascinating. I have to
Walla-
say what's been
Wata.
happening in the United States
WOTA.
of late. I mean,
Woda. But you need
we've
to
seen
charge
the
it.
crypto
Yeah.
community fight back.
Charge it up.
I
Really
moved on
commence
to a
offensive litigation,
Ashwanga
including against the SEC
with
to try to get
vodka.
clarity. So
Really?
you mentioned
It's
one
delish.
circumstance, which is really Grayscale's challenge to the SEC on
Add some of
Bitcoin
those
ETFs,
botanicals.
review of their decision, and having it sent back to the SEC to help move forward on Bitcoin ETFs. But in the last year, we've seen many other cases of a similar variety. So we've seen Coinbase really dig in and fight back against the SEC. We've seen Ripple fight back against the SEC, accumulating a number of really key, important decisions along the way, and a fine, which is really only a fraction of what the SEC was seeking. We saw Consensus fight back against the SEC, bringing an offensive piece of litigation to try to get determinations that Ethereum is not a security. We've seen many other cases of this variety. Now, does that represent, and will the SEC change its approach? I'm not sure, like somewhat, I would say. I think the SEC was used to dealing with low-hanging fruit
with our
in the
kimchi
earliest of days.
lobster
Bigger
taco,
cases, probably of fraud.
fusion of fresh
and
lobster, spicy
now we're into
kimchi,
the
and
stage of
crunchy
more
wonton shells.
nuanced, complex matters.
Costco's got some
Some
good
of
kimchi right now. I just bought like a
has
fucking
suffered
jug of that
defeat
shit.
in court,
Really?
but they've now
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
to one of
Oh,
caution.
damn.
And we've been seeing that
And, well, I think it's like 2 hours away. I would make the trip for that.
They did issue
Damn.
a Wells notice. For those of you who are not aware,
Costco's
a
the
Wells
shit.
notice is, I used to be a prosecutor at the Ontario Securities Commission. We had a similar process. It's putting the party on notice that
Once you get a
tell
Costco
us
card,
a
you know
little bit
you've
more,
reached
and this is
adulthood.
your last opportunity to speak, or else we are going to commence a
You've truly made it.
prosecution against you. In that case, it's a little bit different. But
Spend your Sundays just wandering around Costco.
and
That's how you know you're
understand it, the SEC
Full adulted.
from that case and
when you're about to reach that very old age.
happened with Ethereum 2.0, where the
My
SEC
grandma does that
was
weekendly.
and did issue a
Weekendly?
Wells notice and
Every weekend? I don't know.
terminating that
I'm making it up as I go.
They also did recently approve Ethereum ETFs as well. So does this all represent a change of approach of the SEC?
Alex,
I don't
do you
think
need
so. I
something
don't
from
think that they're going
Costco's?
to start welcoming in the crypto community change SAB 121
I love it.
start loving the crypto community all of a sudden. But what it does appear to be the case is that the SEC has noticed.
My favorite thing to do is go to BJ's when we need something and like sit in the parking lot and wait and see how many people try and shove TVs into their tiny little cars.
My favorite thing to do is get one of those statements.
Crypto companies getting tired of fighting. It sounds like they're doing a lot of fighting. Are they getting tired of fighting and maybe look to move more offshore? Or do you think
Yeah, like
President
sitting in the
Trump,
parking
if he's
lot.
elected, would help fight with these crypto companies to get at least a little
They
bit more
sell bean
innovation,
pies
and a little bit more
on the
collaboration
streets.
versus this enforcement actions
Streets,
that we're seeing
the
recently?
streets Compton.
Well, not everybody has the
They
luxury
don't
of
sell bean
fighting.
pies
I
out here
know, as
anymore.
weird as that sounds, but some businesses do not have the resources to engage in litigation with the federal government. It's
Nobody has those resources, lady. You kidding me?
federal government, but it's extremely costly. And there's a lot of businesses that have just settled, or they
We should
close
call
up
her
shop.
Jennifer.
Look, it's not.
You get on the
it's not worth
permission
the
list,
stress, it's
okay?
not
There's
worth the
no
finances.
challenging it, okay?
So
Yeah, no.
I'll allow you
that's
list.
actually probably the majority of the actors.
You know,
Luckily, we have a number of businesses
I put together the betch,
who have a
The
number of
betch?
cases that they
the
can
big,
fight
no, the
these
best
fights.
deck
And
pitch
part
of my
this
life.
is the maturation.
Oh, you can
I'm
tell.
going to use
of
it for
the
something. I will find
cryptocurrency
somewhere
space.
to
It
use
is
this.
somewhat
You
of
can
a
tell
privilege
Alex
to
in the
be
back channels.
in this space.
Yeah,
And
just
if
practice
they
it
didn't
on
take
me.
us seriously, they wouldn't be fighting us
I'd love to
like
learn.
the dominant players that we are, right? So every industry goes through this maturation process. There's going to be
I love
a
saturation.
fight to protect the incumbents. There's going to be a process to regulation. I do think a lot of this is not very productive. But I'm very grateful to the businesses, and many of them are actually here today sponsoring this event in Toronto, are continuing to support our community and fighting these fights. And it's not just for them, it's really for the entire community. I mean, I'll tell you the reason why I show up every day at our nonprofit and fight for our community.
You're
And it has
so
a lot more
cool.
to
Did you
do
take a picture of
with
it
use
while you were
of
there? I'm
digital
joking.
assets
Sorry. That's rude.
than
I
an
shouldn't do that.
opportunity to make money or to get glory and fame through, the opportunities that this presents.
She just literally
At the end
showed
of the
her,
day,
her greatness.
cryptocurrencies are a tool to
Showing
exercise
is
some
great.
of our most natural
She's
and
like,
sacred rights.
I
as
show up every
human
day to my
beings.
nonprofits.
When you think about what
What the
crypto
fuck do
is
you do?
at the technical level, it's an open source software system, so we can communicate
She's like, what?
without
So
someone
it sounds like a
censoring us in between.
Sounds
We can engage
familiar.
in transactions
Yeah.
with anyone telling us we can or we
Nonprofit
can't.
sounds like a hobby.
Message, the whole ethos of crypto is
It is
a
not.
message of inclusivity. We're all
In my
on one
world,
chain. It doesn't matter
A
how
nonprofit is a hobby.
from what you're
Look
doing.
at her
It's a
hydrated knees. Okay, lotion like that, that's not a hobby. Okay, she's making money.
Did
That
she?
reminds me, I need to lotion.
Did she use Sheba soaps and scrubs?
Yeah. She's supporting the ecosystem.
It's
Hey,
a
why not?
attack on our
Where
free
is my lip
speech
gloss?
because, of course, software is protected. Open source software is
I
protected
don't
as
know.
free speech. It's impeding our right to assemble. We can digitally coordinate using this technology, and it's attacking our
Digitally
property
coordinate
rights,
using this
because, of course,
technology.
Bitcoin was
The
world's
great
first
punch
digital
words.
property. And
That's like
introducing
saying we
digital
could use the
property rights
web,
for
the
the
World
first
Wide
time.
Web,
This
to
has
connect.
very little
What
to do
the
with
fuck?
crypto
Like, we all know
businesses,
that
the
shit
SEC's
here.
jurisdiction,
You speak the
or
language, you have
regulator's
to like
power over this,
talk to me like I'm a
and
baby.
more to do with these natural human rights. And that's worth fighting for, no matter
We
where you're
connect a
from,
lot across the
how
World
much
Wide
money you
Web.
have, where
Yes,
you came from. And if we lose
businesses
those
connect.
rights, we've lost everything as a
We
society.
timestamp
That's a powerful
our
statement.
talking
It feels
points.
like you should be, a running partner of maybe one of these presidential candidates.
No announcements. No announcements.
We're going to go down the line and ask everyone. Mo, leave us with a final thought. We're going into the second
Buy Coyote token. That's
conversations
the final
right
thought.
now.
Look how she's holding the mic.
Tokenization,
Look how she's
real world
Yeah,
assets.
I-
Leave us with a final thought that
So
people should
good.
be
I love
thinking
it.
about,
I don't know.
maybe from a
right.
regulatory or tax and accounting space.
She's
to
not
keep in
modest
mind
at
for
all.
all the while
Right.
listening
I'm
to these
joking.
conversations.
She's probably a great
Yeah,
person.
I have two thoughts here.
Yeah, she's
One
smart.
is
Yeah,
certainly
no,
in the
for sure. She
US,
knows
we're
what she's
seeing a
talking about, 100%.
clampdown in,
I'm just talking shit.
IRS
So
and how they treat crypto
don't get it
users.
twisted out there, people.
So a lot of changes
But
there.
still,
that's
look at how
probably
she's
gonna
holding the mic.
affect Canada as well.
Mate, that's funny. That's very funny.
You're gonna probably see like more institutional players.
She's
entering
looking
the
at a
market,
watch.
more.
I just saw her
regulation,
peek
She
at her
is.
watch.
No, right now.
Oh,
register.
maybe it's an Apple Watch and someone's texting her.
We're probably going to see more consolidation in the future, right? So
Talking
certain smaller
points
player might
on the
exist
wrist.
in the market.
Oh yeah,
where
no,
they are more
dude.
regulatory
There's
friendly,
something
like
on the
maybe
arm of
Asia.
the chair there that she's
But
looking at.
I think in terms of
Oh, it's
crypto
on the floor,
markets and
maybe.
crypto players,
Maybe she's looking at
exchanges,
that dude's
and
lap.
project are
She's
probably
not
going to
listening
be
to
more
anything he's saying.
jurisdictionally bound, right? They're going to
She
operate
can't
in a
wait
jurisdiction where
to say what she's thinking about right now.
and crypto might become
Those are
a
the
bit
best
less
conversations.
global, a bit
When they're like,
more,
hey, what did you do today? And they're like,
local. So
blockchain technology.
it goes
And you're like,
against
what?
the motto of crypto, but
I think
we're going to see a bit of
mass adoption would be great. Like, oh fuck,
That's a really
okay.
interesting
Hey,
point.
this is the
Usman, as a
future.
professor, what do
Oh,
you
you
wanna leave
don't
our
say.
students with
Okay.
today?
What else
Yeah,
you
I
got
mean,
for us?
So I've been in this area for about 8 years, and it's almost interesting. We can sort of see what the next phase.
I feel like I've been here for 8 years too.
So in 2017,
Without the
One
audio.
space.
it was
There's one
ICOs
fucking space.
and
Yes.
Crypto asset trading platforms or crypto exchanges, as we call them. Then it was stable coins.
I told you,
the
guy
next
off stage
area
left,
that I
making me
think
nervous.
that
Look how
all
he's
should
holding
be
the
on
mic
your
too.
radar is really
Which guy?
DeFi.
Oh
We've
yeah.
Off
seen
stage
a lot
left
of
too.
regulatory
He's making me
attention
nervous,
on
man. I don't know.
DeFi.
I've been saying that the
We've
whole
seen
time.
IOSCO, which is almost like the United Nations of all securities regulators, put out their final guidance.
All right, this is the
on
second time I've said it, not the whole
DeFi.
time.
They will be asking governments to
You know,
come
they
into
were smart
line
at least to
and
put
regulate
white
DeFi protocols.
chairs.
We've seen the SEC issue a Wells notice against Uniswap. So that's a critical area that I think should be on everyone's radar.
Oh, that
Aaron,
Are you drinking,
I
Shelby?
only have like a second.
Oh yeah.
I only have about a second, but the only thing I'm going to say
Oh,
is
yeah,
just
about a
don't try to
second.
do this yourself.
Don't leave your
I
kids
always-
around me. I will
least to have a
babysit
phone
your
call
kids, but don't leave them
to
around me.
discuss what you're thinking of doing, okay, so that you don't get yourself and your investors and everybody in trouble.
We have a few seconds left. I want to
Wait.
play a fun game of overrated, underrated. I'm going to give each
Oh,
of you.
I got a game for you
let me
here
know if
too.
it's overrated or underrated.
Here we go.
Firing
Which-
SEC Gary Gensler. Overrated or underrated?
This would be
Perfectly
awesome.
honest.
Day one, underrated.
Mo, Russia legalizing crypto for cross-border payments.
Bullish.
Overrated or underrated?
Bullish.
I would say
Bullish.
it's such a tough market. I mean,
No,
we don't
come
see a
on,
lot of
answer the
projects out of
fucking
Russia,
question.
so we'd say a bit overrated. Yeah.
Usman, Solana ETF being approved in the U.S. Overrated, underrated?
Overrated.
Overrated.
And we're going to go IRS coming after crypto tax holders in the U.S. Aaron, overrated or underrated?
Well, it's already happening. So what does that
Yeah,
mean?
it's not even.
that
I would say
properly
they're-
rated?
Question.
Yeah, it is
How
what
about
it is. I
ask a
guess.
question?
It is. It's
What
bad.
guy in the back channel has
But it's
found the
happening.
right stream?
Thank you, everyone,
Is
and
it?
look forward to this panel. They've been amazing. Thank you
Somebody
all those
go,
traveling in Toronto and
punch
Darien from the
Tim
U.S.
and
keep
tell him
fighting the
that
good fight.
he's
Thank
fucking
you.
up. All right, he needs to step his game up. All right,
Well-
he needs to borrow this camera feed. Just plug his little thingy into one of the camera holes. Then
They
even
should-
plug his audio cable into his shit.
They
Then
should
just
have
stream
turned
it.
the volume up a little bit. I could barely hear it, but it is better than the last one.
This one, I could hear the whole thing.
Yeah.
I could hear it all. It was great. But now we're the commentators in between the show. So, you know, oh, it's just me. All right, let's go back.
I'm here.
I know, but I'm the only one on video. It's only
Oh,
fun when
right.
you got like a gang of people on video.
Thank you for coming here. Welcome to you if this is your first Stampede, and thank you to the Canadian Blockchain Consortium for bringing us
Oh,
together
Shelby's
to talk
here.
about the future of fintech in Alberta.
Boom,
So we've
boom,
created,
boom.
I believe, a strong foundation to enable the growth of the sector, but we are always looking for ways to improve regulations and policies
back in
that
a
are
second.
holding back.
Look at those
We're
shit
ready to be
kickers.
as creative as we need to be. But most importantly, this is where you come in. Your advice is critical to helping us make further adjustments to empower your project, your industry, and your province. So I appreciate your willingness to reach out and tell us what you'd like to see. When we're done here today, of course, the work will continue. I hope you enjoyed your Stampede. I hope you're able to see some of the sites. But for now, let's get down to business.
The fuck is this? I don't know what's happening right now. Not sure what's happening right now.
Wait, hold on.
Please, can you now put your hands together for our very special guest and speaker, the Honorable Dale
Oh,
Nally.
snap. Now it all makes sense. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Have I spelled honorable the wrong way the whole
afternoon.
time? Or
My
oh,
name
yeah.
is
I don't know what's
Dale
happening.
Nally. I am the Minister for Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction. We've got Clea Carrington over here with the Canadian Blockchain Consortium. So, first of all, let me tell you a little bit about myself. As the Minister for Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction, I have some pretty cool things that I get to work on. I'm responsible for consumer protection. I'm responsible for all services within Alberta, whether it's driver's licenses, license plates for your cars, if you want to get married. But I'm also responsible for the red tape reduction, which that's a lot of fun. And having that red tape reduction file gives me access to a lot of different pieces
I
of
have
government.
no idea what
So
he's
it puts
talking
me in
about.
a
Red
spot
tape
where I can
reduction.
learn about all different parts of government. And also as part of that, I also have responsibility for alcohol, cannabis, and gaming. Now, my staff thinks that makes me the Minister of Fun. My parents think it makes me the Minister of Sin. I'm not sure. It's all perspective.
Oh, maybe he's
right?
reducing the
But,
red tape with
I also have
bullshit.
responsibility for the
I
blockchain
guess
file.
I can.
Now,
I don't know.
it has been a very busy summer, but I have to tell you, the
That would make
highlight
sense
of
with him
my
speaking
summer
here at the
was
Blockchain
the Canadian
Futures
Blockchain
Conference.
Consortium did a convention in Calgary about a month ago, and it was absolutely the highlight of my summer. We had the premier of the province was at that convention, and a number of my cabinet colleagues were there. And that was important to me because we wanted to send a
Canada
message
is smart.
to industry. We wanted to send a
Seems
signal
like they're on top of
that
this
in
shit, dude.
Alberta,
They're showing up.
blockchain, crypto, you're all welcome to Alberta. The welcome mat is on the floor, and please come to our province and invest because our doors are open. And
You won't let me in your country, so or state, whatever the
now,
hell you are.
my
I don't even know what this is.
enthusiasm for blockchain started about 2 years ago, and it was when Clea invited me to come to a trade mission in Texas on blockchain. And that's when I saw for the first time that an industry that is built on innovation and entrepreneurialism is a perfect match for a jurisdiction that is built on freedom and entrepreneurialism and innovation. And that's why I knew that the crypto industry in Alberta would be a very natural fit. And so let me just tell you a few things about Alberta. We are home to 3,000 tech companies.
Good
That's
job.
3 times as many tech companies as
We
we
got
had 10
3,000
years
tech
ago.
companies in Playa del Rey.
$2.7 billion
Right.
of venture capital come into the province in the last 5 years. And we have 47 blockchain companies in Alberta, and we'd like to see that number to go up as well. Now, there was a gentleman about 30 years ago, you may have heard of him. His name was Ralph Klein. Probably one of the best
know Calvin.
engineers this country has ever seen. And he was an innovator, and he was ahead of his time. And
Calvin
he used
Klein?
to say
Is
something
that the
called
guy with the
Silicon
boxer shorts?
Prairie. And that's what we would like to see in Alberta is
Or
Silicon
cologne.
Prairie.
Oh
So we
shit, they're
want
dropping
tech
another
companies.
cologne.
We
Oh,
want
God, here we go.
blockchain, we want crypto. We want iGaming, anything technology that will contribute to
What was
us
last
becoming
year's burning
Silicon
hair?
Prairie is something
Rug
that
pull
is
by
absolutely
Abel.
welcome in the province of Alberta. So now let me
Yeah,
pivot to
I still wear it.
why choose Alberta as the location
I
for
feel
your
it in my
company.
wallet.
Well, there's a couple of reasons.
It's
And
the fragrance
crypto
that never
miners
goes
need
away.
access to plentiful, affordable energy. And let me tell you,
John was
we
walking away
have
from it when he saw him
affordable
walking off
energy
stage.
in Alberta. We have a 200-year supply of natural gas. And we have some
Still
of the
got that
cheapest natural
Yeah,
gas
Abel
all over
in
you.
North America, if not the cheapest
Shout out One Leg.
natural gas.
We're holding it together,
We have a
tanking the
free and
token,
open
and
market
putting
for
it all into
electricity.
PTC.
So that means you could come into
I'm joking.
Alberta.
I have no proof
You
of
could
that. I'm
partner
joking.
with,
That was
with
a
a
joke.
company
Shout
on
out
your
to
own
One Leg
cogen.
for holding
You
it
could,
together
you
after
could
all the
build your own electro production.
fun.
You could go behind the fence. You
I
could
said, I
even do
wonder if
something like
his champion is
self-supply
funding his
with
vacation to
export,
Toronto.
which is when you produce the power that you need, but when prices for electricity are high, you could stop producing and sell the excess electricity into the open market. So there's lots of potential for you.
Oh,
But
that's
again, you
forward
need a
thinking. You
free
can't
and
even
open
save
market
fucking
for
water in
power
America.
to be able to do that, and that's what we have in Alberta. Now, We also have a low tax cost, a low cost
I have
tax
some
structure.
juicy text
We
messages.
have the
I can't wait to
lowest
share with y'all
corporate
tomorrow
taxes in
with us.
Canada. We're
I
cheaper than
think,
44
Shelby
US
another
states.
mic.
Our
I want to
corporate
hear what
taxes
Shelby's
put us in
saying.
line with Louisiana and Texas.
saying buy
Not only
coyote
are we a
token.
low cost
Of
jurisdiction
course,
for
she
taxes,
she's gonna get a
we
tattoo on her
have
chin.
low corporate taxes. We've got low
COY, no, just
we've got no
just dollar sign COYT.
county land transfer tax,
Tramp
and
stamp on the
employment
head.
taxes, and we have a low cost of
God.
living. So when it comes to attracting employees to Alberta, it's the high wages and the low cost of living that gets them to come there. So those are some of the advantages. On the tax side, we are also leaders in red tape reduction. Since we came to government 5
I
years
feel like
ago,
we're gonna get a
we've
definition
eliminated
for that soon.
33%
I'm feeling
of
in
the
the
red
festive
tape
mood here. How many
in
people do we
government in
have
the
on
province
this
of
stream?
Alberta.
170
And in doing so, we
something.
save job creators
All right, here's what we're gonna
$1.75 billion.
In the spirit of East
And it is that
Toronto,
approach
which is
to
really
red
Shiv
tape
Toronto,
reduction that,
you gotta
that
come
will
into
be
our
a win for this
Telegram.
industry, because we
I'll throw a
want to
link
take
in
those
here.
regulatory
Yeah, I was gonna
hurdles
say I'll
and
pin
get
it up.
them out of the way so you can
Come
do
into
this
our
with your best.
Telegram, and what
Now,
do they have
there's
to?
another
And
reason why
then
you
what
want to come
on
to
X?
Alberta,
Post something
and
on
that's
X.
because we're
Well,
working
actually,
on
first, just
roadmap
actually
for
follow the
4%.
X
And
link
this
there,
roadmap
Token Coyote,
is
and
going
then
to
in that
map
link
out
you'll
the
find
steps that we're going
a
to
link
take
to their
to become a
Telegram.
I'll
world-class
post
And
it.
destination for
if you're
crypto.
there
It's
already,
going to be
retweet
our
the stuff for
signal
tomorrow.
to
Retweet
industry
the spaces tomorrow for
that
Crypto
this is the
Breakfast Club.
place to come
Retweet
to
whatever
invest.
Zach
Let
from
me tell you
Subway
some of the things that we're
posts,
working on in this
and
roadmap.
follow
It's
Shelby.
an ongoing
And then also make sure you
document
pay
right
attention to
now.
what Zach from
One of the
Subway
pillars
says. There's a reason why he
going
is
to
the
be
co-host
how
of
to
Crypto
create an
Breakfast Club with
attractive
Zach
environment
Humphreys,
for
who was on the
crypto
show
companies to
on the
come.
conference
So one of
earlier
the ways that
today
we can do that
on one of the
is
side
we
shows.
have
So pay
we have the
attention.
only
Let's get it.
jurisdiction that has
And for being
regulatory
such a
sandboxes.
well
So essentially,
loved
financial
member of
services
the
companies,
ambidextrous live
fintech,
stream,
other
we can give
innovators
out some
can
coyote.
come to
Yeah, we'll give out some
Alberta, and
coyote
using our
for the
regulatory
stream.
sandbox, they can have
Got a comment though.
temporary relief from legislative and regulatory
I had to find the
requirements.
link here.
And this allows them to get to market quicker because we're not
That's
not
epic
allowing
right now. You guys are about to
regulation
get some real
slow them
money.
down. We've also got captive insurance, and I'm not going to
And
go
would that
into
be
too
on the
much
Shibarium
detail on
side or the
captive
Ethereum
insurance.
side?
You know what?
But
I thought about
essentially
this.
it is
I think
for
I'm going to split it
hard to
50-50.
insure industries
Boom.
like crypto
So everyone
can
wins.
benefit from captive insurance.
Well, every
and,
chain
and, this-
wins.
and I don't want to let the
And
cat
then
out of the
if
bag,
you're
but
not
I
on the
think there might
Shibarium
be
side
more
and
to
you
say
don't
about
and you
captive
win and
insurance
you don't know
in the
how
very
to
near
operate
future.
there, you can watch one of Zach
We're
from
also
Subway's
looking
videos,
at have
follow his YouTube,
concierge service.
and he will literally
So
guide
that
you through on
when
how
you
to
come to the
operate and
province
how
of
to
Alberta
navigate
and you don't know where to
Shibarium
go,
and
we
your
want to have the
Coyote
white
token if
glove
you win.
treatment that is going to
It won't
help
let me
you
post
get
it in the
through all the
comments, but I'm gonna send it to
regulatory
you.
hurdles that are in the province.
This is
so that
the
you can get to
link
market
for
quicker,
the giveaway.
get to production
here.
much faster, and it's that concierge
Boom.
service that a
Get it.
lot of industries are benefiting from now, and we'd like to look at making that available to crypto as well.
He needs to have me
We
around.
also
I like to get
want to
out stuff.
leverage
I was
on
getting close to
energy
it. I was
industry,
waiting till the
because
Shib
again,
stuff started
we have
popping
this
up and getting the
200-year supply of
groove.
natural gas,
We can
and we
start
want to see
early.
what levers can we pull to work for the crypto industry. And the fact is, we have
I'll put it in
stranded
the comments
assets.
below,
We
but
have
I will
orphaned and
also
abandoned wells that could
try
be
to
pressed
pin it
back
here since it's
into
in the
service.
comments. Give me a
We've
sec.
got dry gas producers who, for 3/4 of the year, can't make a profit selling gas because the cost to produce it is more than they're getting on the open market. So there are
Boom.
partnership
There's your link
opportunities
right
when
there.
you
Go
can
get it.
sell gas when it's high on ACO.
Wait,
and
that's
using
not-
mine for crypto
Yeah,
when
that's
price
it.
is low.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
right, awesome.
X,
So
and then
there's-
from that you
there's
can
a
follow
bunch
the
of
rules and the
opportunities,
giveaway.
and so we're putting
Bam.
that document together to figure
Let's go
out
get it.
what
But you got to
levers can
comment.
we pull
So
to leverage
guidelines.
our
First, you got to comment,
energy
retweet the
powerhouse in
space.
Alberta to work
Also
for your
follow
industry.
Shelby, Zach, myself.
We're also looking
Guaranteed,
at
you're a win.
how
You
the
comment more,
of
you're probably
Alberta
going to
can
win more.
leverage blockchain
Well,
to provide
you
better
know,
services
have
to
higher
Albertans.
chances of winning.
So we're going
The
ahead
more
and doing
promo,
that
the
work
more
right
you
now.
work for your bag,
And the last thing that we're doing
the better your
As
chances.
Soul
is we're
Saver says it,
listening.
max engage.
We're here.
That's it.
We're asking industry, what do you need from us? We're telling you what our
Bookmark
vision is
it.
to become a
Retweet it.
world-class
Tell your mom about it.
destination
Tell your
for
son about it.
blockchain, for crypto.
Tell your daughter about it.
What do you need from us?
Tell your wife about it.
Toronto, Alberta.
uncles,
So I'm here to
cousins,
listen. If you have any comments
brother.
for me, please
Yes.
don't be shy about sharing them.
And their
I'm
bastard
gonna be
children.
chatting with you,
Tell them about it.
briefly. Clea and I are going to do a quick Q&A, but I will be here for the next couple of days, and I look forward to engaging with you.
Me
Thanks,
too. I'm
everybody.
right there with you. I'm just in the back
Yeah.
room, in a dark room with a microphone,
Well,
live
thank you,
streaming.
Peter. That was a
fantastic talk, and it's so exciting.
I'm the
have
guy
you
to the
here.
left.
It's our first trade
Somebody needs
meeting
to
down
zoom
in
in on this
Texas.
shit.
What I really appreciate about you is just your willingness to like
All right, here we
listen
go
and
again.
engage with the
I'm gonna just
industry,
shut up this
take
time,
that
though. This is good
feedback.
enough.
And over the last 2 years,
There it is.
Oh, there it is. He heard you. He's probably watching the stream.
I would say it's truly the friendliest
Hey,
jurisdiction
hey, be nice to
in
women.
Canada.
I mean,
When
you
it
can
comes
say that
to,
you're a
you
woman,
know,
but
working
I like
with
the pink
regulators,
pillows, man.
engaging with
They're
our government, and just
compliment
having a
my
positive
eyeballs.
environment all the way around.
They do. They give.
it's
They add a
not secret.
border
The
to the
reason we're doing
frame,
this is
which
we
is
want to
cool.
attract investment, because with investment comes mortgage paying
Are those
jobs to
fan? No,
Alberta,
those are
and
lights.
that's what we want. We want a strong economy. We want good mortgage
They
paying jobs
borrowed
for
them from
Albertans,
the
and this
local
industry will be work hard.
Pornhub
So I'm
studio.
just curious, like, so what kind of key
I
factors
love
or
that they have like
considerations have actually
the
influenced
Janet
Alberta
Jackson
government to
microphones
assert
right now.
such
They
Oh,
should
I
be
know.
doing like a workout.
prominent position
Yeah, I like it.
for this industry?
I saw it
Her
firsthand
her
in
knees are
Texas.
hydrated.
I saw that we have an
I haven't heard them once say how we're going to make profits.
and that is
They don't want me on
that
stage.
kind of
Because we're
industry
talking to like
that
the
we want
Attorney
to attract
General
to
of
Alberta, because we view
Canada.
ourselves as
But we're not
innovative,
from Canada.
entrepreneurial, and so I just think it's
Well,
a
they
perfect
seem very
match.
I'm from
for an
Kazakhstan.
innovative jurisdiction to attract an
My
innovative
sister's
industry like
top
this one.
#1 prostitute, all
And quite
Kazakhstan.
frankly,
Oi.
I think that we've been great partners. The Canadian Blockchain
Oi,
Consortium
mate.
has done an amazing
All right,
job
shout out to
of
my
getting government's attention.
whoever that
And
was
we,
that I was
like I said,
doing.
we had a trade mission, a conference a month ago with the premier of the province.
Sound like
and
Can Do
probably
E-News crew.
7 cabinet ministers
Oi,
attended.
I'm gonna
I
interrupt
don't know of
everybody.
any other ministers in the country that have been attending any blockchain conferences. So maybe I need to invite them all to come to Calgary next year, and they could attend that one with us as well.
You know, so interestingly enough, on that note, we ended up having quite a few members of parliament that reached out that weren't
For those
aware of
corn
it until last
pillows.
minute, that have already requested meetings.
All right, don't look at them.
You know, attending future
They're
events
pretty
that we'll be
sweet.
hosting. So
You know
No,
what?
they
I
are.
will
They're good.
invite
Look at the
those,
camera guy.
those
Just
members of
I can do
parliament to come
better.
to Alberta, which is a freedom-loving jurisdiction, to learn more about a freedom currency, and maybe we could attract them that way.
I love that. So for the roadmap,
Why do they keep looking
for
at the arm of
digital
the
asset
chair when it comes
industry,
to their
really
shit?
is
They must
such
have
an
their
incredible and
notes
important
written there.
opportunity. It's very
Yep.
much a landmark study. So there's no, from our understanding, and we work with groups in the US, in the UK, there's no other jurisdiction that's actually had their government funded like a
I wonder if there's like a
strategy to look
built-in
at like
monitor.
policy, legislation, regulation, everything for this industry. And it's just so important to
What's
like
that?
implement it because it
They
really
should have
does
subtitles on the
shape
screen.
future of this industry. I think that what we're doing in
Especially
Alberta
when
will
people are speaking
actually be
French,
something
but
that ripples
that's not
and
this
impacts
show.
Yeah,
But
that'd be
yeah.
funny if the
Canada
subtitles
as
were
well.
in French too.
So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, because you did a roadmap previously, which is why you
I
have
did
this,
a
like,
roadmap
brainchild
too.
inspiration to do this
We all did
for
roadmaps. Not a
the
big
digital
deal.
asset industry. But could you talk a little bit about the
I got a toad
roadmap
map.
that you did on hydrogen and the economic impacts that came from that?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to tell you that this was an original first for me, but it's not. I learned a long time ago that the success in business
And I
is about
embraced
having
my
a vision.
baldness, and I
so
just
when
said,
I was
"Fuck it,
appointed to be the
I'm gonna
Associate
look this
Minister
way."
for Natural Gas, my team and I worked on a strategy for natural gas about finding new markets for a struggling industry.
It's called Chat GTP.
And since we've done that, we have attracted about $20 billion in investment.
Hey, they can find
that has
4.0.
broken ground in the province.
We pay
since
for
we
the
did that.
service.
Part of that natural gas strategy was to create a roadmap for hydrogen. And that
What?
hydrogen roadmap has had the same success as the natural gas strategy and vision,
Hell yeah.
which essentially was to
I don't
PR
know about that,
signal
but
to industry that Alberta is going to be a destination for the production.
Where's
and
Alberta
export
again?
of clean
I wasn't
hydrogen.
really paying attention.
And so since
I thought that was
that,
somewhere in the South
document
in
was
America,
released,
but I don't
we
think it
have Air
is.
Products, which is the largest hydrogen producer in the
I think
world.
there's like an Alberta,
has chosen
Texas.
Alberta to build a $1.8 billion clean hydrogen facility. Dow Chemical is
Zach
going to use
Drudamas
the
says-
singularity of hydrogen to create the world's first net zero ethane cracker. And that's going to be an $11 billion facility they're going to build.
Cracker.
So these roadmaps are
Just being
important
racist now.
because they lay out.
Let's
our
do a
vision.
quick
They
market
lay out
check
the
right
steps
now.
that we are going to
Bitcoin
take
is sitting at
to address this business.
$60,683,
It's a signal for industry,
and Ethereum
and it's a
is sitting
signal for
at
regulators. It tells the
$2,710.
regulators the direction that we are
Up
going to go so that they can get ready.
8.26% in 7 days, and Bitcoin up
Appreciate that, 'cause one of the things that we noticed
6.87% in
Canada
7 days.
is there is a bit of a legislative gap. Like we're seeing in other
There's your
jurisdictions,
update
like
from today.
Mika in the UK, UK. We're seeing positions being taken up in areas like Bermuda and areas like the Caymans and areas like in the Middle East. And the government's taking a strong position and leading that legislative framework. And what excites me about just having the initial conversation.
What are the top projects on Shibari, and what are
We
the?
had the government,
what are
we had the
He left.
and we had the industry all at the table discussing, like, why would we want to come
There's
to
a lot of
Alberta?
great
What
projects on
potentially
Shibari.
is
What's the
impacting
top
us from being able to
trending
be successful?
Right
And
now?
can you talk a little bit about
Oh, let me pull
why
up.
is the government so willing to like listen to the concerns of the
Let me see here.
Well, at the end of the day, the industry has the intellectual
A
capital.
little off
that
topic,
is
but
gonna
fuck,
help
dude, I
get,
sold like $1,000 pair of
launched in
shoes
Alberta.
yesterday.
So it's important
And
that
I
we
have so
listen
many
to
pairs of
industry,
shoes
and we
in
hear what
different
they have to
places.
say.
I can't
And
find that
we're
pair of
also the
shoes
ones
that I know I
we got
still
industry
have.
here, we got the
Yeah.
regulator over here.
And
We're
literally in
looking to
about
get
like
back
an
and
hour,
forth and let
the order is going to
regulators
get
know
canceled. So
what it
I'm
is
not
that
even
they
looking
need
for
to
it
do
anymore because I
to
know
help
I'm
us
not
be
going to be able to find
successful.
it. But
Because
I want everybody to know on
even
live
though
stream,
I'm the
hey,
minister
just
for
putting this shit
worker
aside
protection,
for you
that
guys.
doesn't mean that I'm against all
And also, I
regulation.
need to really take
I happen
inventory
to
again.
become addicted to clean air, clean water.
Fucking bummed
And I
out.
think a little bit of regulation
Let's
is
go.
appropriate. What I'm against is unnecessary and
All right.
duplication
Do you
of
still have that
regulation.
bulb yet?
And so we're able to take that message from
The what?
industry directly to the
Oh, yeah.
regulators, to inspire
Unfortunately.
them, to help them
They said the
cut
bald cat
more
ate your
red tape
shoes.
so that we can make it
Yeah,
easier
so-
for job
I'll
creators
just send them the
like
bald
yourselves
cat.
to do what you do and invest in the province.
Top gainers right
I know,
here
like,
just came in.
there's key topics coming
Well,
up,
at 3
especially,
o'clock
within
for
the
Shibarium.
industry right
Number
now. And
one,
I know, it's
CYO,
got like
Coyote.
stablecoins top
Number
of mind,
two,
and just your willingness
Leash,
to like listen to the
Ratbone.
companies talk about
Number three,
how
Ryoshi,
lifting them could actually
Ratbone.
impact their
Number
businesses.
four,
And,
Seafun,
that
Ratbone.
that's very
Number
important
five,
for them
Chewy
to feel
Swap,
like government is
Ratbone.
actually, hearing what's going on.
I
Whether
won't
or
go
not
into the
we're able
biggest
to, like,
losers, but
move
just the
the
gainers.
needle on it, but just your willingness to like listen and engage
Dude,
and
Coyote's
hear how
sitting
this could
pretty
actually
right now.
impact jobs and
People
what
out
this
here
could do
just
to the
like dirty shelling.
Well, and this is an issue
Have
that
you
I've
looked at
been
the
keeping
charts?
live to in the last couple of days, and what I've heard you and your industry
Oh,
ask for
time to
is
move
a
to
pause
Alberta.
and support
That's pretty
for
funny.
this 18-month pause so that we can
The
get
what?
it right.
Not
That's
that
a
I'm reading a
no-brainer.
group
We need
chat.
to get this
Pretty
right,
funny.
and
Someone's
sometimes
watching.
the
I don't know if
pause
they're
is
watching our stream,
appropriate
but
so that we
they're
can
watching.
get it right. And so we're going to support that pause. I'm going to continue to listen.
I'm moving to Alberta.
engage, and we'll do what we can to get this right.
Natural gas.
I really appreciate
Blockchain.
that. So my final question
That's
to you,
what I
Minister,
learned.
is like, so how does like collaboration
I would
with
probably
groups
let somebody
like the
named
consortium
Alberta
enhance
serve me
Alberta's
coffee,
efforts
but I don't
in
know if I'd move
promoting
to a town
innovation
named
and growth
Alberta.
within the sector?
Listen,
Right.
our
Or a woman
partnership
named
with the Canadian
Alberta.
Blockchain
Oh,
Consortium
hell no.
has
I'm at
been
oh,
so
Alberta.
important
You're
that
going to have
in
to
our
like
journey
shorten that.
to
Oh,
becoming
Al.
a
What?
destination for blockchain and crypto companies.
Ticker is
And it's
Alberta
that
at this
collaboration.
moment.
The fact that we are lockstep with the Canadian Blockchain Consortium, the fact that you could hold a conference and get a premier and 7 ministers
And next
to show
will be
up.
Baby Berta.
We have amazing collaboration, and it's that collaboration that is going to move us forward because we're not
I'm
the
glad,
experts.
you
We're
know,
the
I've
experts.
changed my
Industry
train of
is the
thought. I
experts,
now
and we need
call
to be lockstep with industry. So I would
projects
just say
that work
collaboration
with
is key for
collaborations,
moving
not
us forward.
partnerships.
Oh, thank you so
And
much
I'll-
for your time. Thank you for
Definitely,
being here.
because-
Very excited to have you at our dinner later this evening to keep
Gave you
talking
that
about these
idea.
impactful
Me,
issues.
myself.
And
No,
I know we're
I
probably
went
going to be
through a
hanging
whole-
out on the
okay.
bananas. So if anyone would like to
2
talk a little
hour
bit more with the
conversation with
minister,
you, and I had
learn
no
more
clue that
about
you
what
were
we're
even
doing in
listening.
Alberta, we
And then at the
really
end of it, you
appreciate
said,
the
"You know what?
opportunity. And can I get a big round
I'm
of
gonna
applause
start
for
calling
Minister
them
Nally?
collaborators." I'm like, fuck you.
Of course. Well, because the worst thing you want to do is team up with a project that could fuck you, basically. So at least if you're
If you
collaborating.
don't trust them with your brand and your own project, then they can't be a partner, like straight up. And honestly, to call somebody a partner, they like have
Thank
to be
you to the
embedded in your
Honorable
own
Dale
shit.
Nally
To
and
me,
Julia Carrington.
other than that,
Don't
it's
forget to
great, for
participate
sure.
in our Rio game for a chance to win prizes. Check out the Rio booth to learn more.
But even
Are you
then,
looking
like
to
sometimes you
hire?
want to like
Team
not do
Spark
that.
is
Sometimes you
hosting
want
a
it to be
talent
like
pool
a
game
supported
by the
project, and
poolside
sometimes
in
it's better to
Cabana today and
call it
tomorrow.
a
For companies looking to
collaboration
hire
than it
top
is like a
talent in
partnership,
Web3, stop by
by the poolside to learn more about the hottest Toronto-based
Done away with,
companies
like,
by Team
favoritism
Spark.
and that nepotism vibe.
Please don't forget to take any pictures. Sorry, what?
And buy some Coyote token.
Sorry. Please don't forget
That's
to
what
take
I
as
meant to
many
say.
pictures as you can. Pop them up onto social media. Hashtag away Futures24. We love seeing your posts and keep us trending up to the top. We're going to be taking a short 10-minute break, and we will see you back soon at the Wonderfy stage.
Wonderful. Thank you, Veronica.
Yeah, everybody calls it East Toronto, and they call it the futurist blockchain. Just saying.
Yeah, they shouldn't call it that. They should call it East Toronto.
Yeah. I mean, it's better for their, like, if they're trying to get outside of Toronto eventually, I can see why they do it that way, but currently, like, they need to reinvent the lingo with the community.
Well, don't they have East Denver?
I have no idea if they put that on either.
Yes, they have East Denver. I'll be there.
Yeah, see, that makes sense. So that's what I meant. Like, it makes sense why they do it that way. And everybody's just, East Toronto. You would think if you're in Toronto at the moment, you'd probably be like using like hashtags, but you know, and you're in Denver, you're like, East Denver.
Yeah. This is the best part of the. Here we go. This is the best speech I've heard so far. Party. Oh yeah, baby. You should be alive. Dancing.
Who is this, Kesha?
No. Yeah.
Oh.
This is the best. Oh yeah. This is my kind of fucking conference. Wait until I'm there next year. It's gonna be a goddamn.
Just doing the Iowa dancing. Just
No.
blocking.
You will be sitting in the court.
No. I'm gonna bring the piano. You have no idea what's gonna happen next year. It's gonna be a goddamn concert.
I have so much interest about that.
It's gonna be a blockchain concert from Zach from Subway, aka Quiznos, on the weekends.
They better not have a long lull in between the next show. Okay. If they do, then all we're gonna do is complain here.
I'm a music junkie, so I'm enjoying this. This has been the best 5 minutes so far. Whoever's playing the music, it's A+. That person's hired. I can do all that at once.
Let's see what happens.
Zach from Subway.
Another one. Oh god, they just called the party. That's it. They're fired. Nope.
Cities breaking down on accounts back. They just have to
What kind of
go
Canadian
'cause
music
they
is
don't
this?
know why. So
Hockey.
while you feel the streets, it's appealing to see. You won't get out
Better
the
be from
country 'cause
techno.
you're bad and free. You got a new horizon, it's a final style. A melancholy town where we never smile. And all
Yeah.
I wanna hear is
Kinda
the
bullshit.
message beat.
I'm just trying to think of the relevance of the music that they're playing. You know what I mean? Like you would think they would be playing like The Future is Cream or something like that.
No shit. Sure is. Oh my god, I'm gonna go jump out my window. And I am on the second floor.
Love forever, love is freely done forever, you and me. When fatherland.
What the hell?
The song should be called This Is Not the Gorilla.
We go ghost town, this small town
I'm
with
confused.
your sound, you're in the lane, go bite the
This
dust,
person
get
that
fired
sent you
with
this
us,
message,
with
is she
your
part of
sound,
it?
you'll kill the ink, so don't stop,
bulldozer?
get it, until you chat ahead and watch the way I navigate it. Windmill fatherland, turn forever hand in hand. Take it all in on your stride. It is
What?
taken
Wait, she wants to do that?
Love
I'm confused.
forever, love is freely.
Are you guys like getting propositioned for a threesome or something?
I'm missing the first part of this conversation. I'm gonna mute for a second.
God damn it. It's just getting juicy.
Take it all in on your stride. It is taken falling down. Love forever, love is freely done forever, you and me. When fatherland is everybody.
And that's some crazy album.
talk about it.
No, I was just kidding. I always like to come in after my mic is muted.
You like that? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
There we go.
We'll talk to you later about it at some point. Nothing crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
It's like Boom Bop 16.
It's like those CDs you used to get through the mail that would have all like the cool songs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is 2000s jams.
In like
All
in
one album.
in kid version.
Big Boss 2024.
Your mom and dad used to love this shit. Buy it now. You were probably made to this song. Buy it now.
You know I'm down for whatever tonight. I don't need to find a thing.
Like some bootleg disc in the mail.
No matter where I go.
I like the first song.
I'm gonna take a off.
Oh, I like all the songs. They're all good.
Yeah. When you're taking down, I might take two down. I need a mental break.
Yeah, I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down.
I mean, they're good because they're like really great music that's just being recreated by somebody who's obviously very talented. I'm joking.
Fucking shit show.
Trying to make ends meet, you're a slave to money, then you die. I'll take you down.
Are you dancing us?
Did you see that?
Yeah. My Web3 DJ name would be DJ Ruggamuffin.
DJ Ruggamuffin. Like the scumbag on Tinder, the DJ.
DJ Ruggamuffin.
Picture you with a very hairy back, DJ Ruggamuffin.
Hairy balls.
Yeah. The gooch is definitely not trimmed.
Yeah, they fucking use that. You guys should put a sticker.
She was a flying sticker.
You guys should put a sticker now. I got your back. That's all you need. Oh yeah, the dog needs to go out. The best part of this space so far, the music. Oh yeah.
I thought the silence was pretty fun when we got a chance to just have fun with it.
Yeah, that was funny too. That was.
But who would have known? We were just in the wrong fucking channel.
All right, everyone. Guess
Oh,
what?
yeah.
We've got about 1 minute
Coyote
before
Token
we
is
return
next
back
on
to our
stage.
main stage.
Coyote Token.
So please feel free. You don't
Nobody
want to miss
will not
anything this
mention
afternoon. Our
Coyote Token.
sessions are
It is
great.
all about
We're going to
Coyote
be starting
Token.
in just 1 minute.
Have you ever staked your tokens and come back in 6 months and they were worth shit? Fuck that. Coyote Token's here to solve that problem.
Coyote Token is the way.
Are you?
By the way, there is a giveaway going on. If you have not looked at the pinned message here, okay, look, you have to comment. You have to do a bunch of things. We said that before, so please comment here. You can start with commenting your ETH address and your other address. I don't know what you need. But you need some things. First, you need to retweet this space. Follow Shelby, Zach, and I. Leave a nice comment. Just tell us how much you like us.
Tell us how much
Goes
you
a
hate
long
it
way.
too.
That too. I
LTV
would
party.
like,
Here we go.
I would love to hear how much you hate me and why. Be great.
6:30, the doors open. 6:45, the boat departs.
Look at that little small yacht. That barely qualifies. All
That
right, I'm
looks,
good.
honestly, it looks like a whale watching boat.
I think that's a tug of boat. Like it tugs out like the real boats.
And how many people
I'm
are going
good.
that? 900?
Shout out LTD. All right, shout out LTD. They're living the dream. They're on a yacht.
I'm living
You know?
the dream.
What's that song? I'm on a boat.
Oh yeah, I'm
Living
on
the dream.
I was living a nightmare earlier with the audio quality, but now I'm good.
God. Well, thank God they weren't in control of that, because if they were, I would have said the same thing.
But shout out to LTD, doing big things.
They are. They're grinding.
Hit me up.
Hey everyone, don't miss
Wanna
the
know if they
hottest
got the wrong
event of the
puppies out there.
conference tonight. LTD Token is the official boat party sponsor and brings together the entire ship
It's time to
community.
live this
Meet at the
motherfucking
boat
dream.
in the parking lot. Enjoy your
That's what
cruise
Mike's title
to
would say.
beautiful
Living the
Lake
motherfucking dream.
Ontario.
Ticker, motherfucker.
Love it. No. They better be playing this kind of music on the.
Ooh, look at this! Look at the dome. That's dope. This is one of the best introductions I've seen so far.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, cool.
Sheba Sense. Damn, that Sheba's got a rack. They come too close together, fuck me up a little bit.
Next up is our panel, Traditional Finance to Crypto,
Damn.
integrating
That's the best
crypto
fucking
into
segment I've seen
institutional
today. Shout out to
investments and the
LTD.
rise
Shout out
of
to
crypto
LTD.
EFTs. Please
That was a
welcome
nice
to the
presentation.
stage
That's
Claire
it. Just shut
Brunel
the stage down
from
now.
the
We're good.
Logic.
Yeah, like hopefully somebody comes up and talks about LTD. That'd be nice. They should have just sent me out there.
That was pretty dope. Good job out there, LTD. You're listening.
They could have just sent me out there, and I could have been on the panel. I would have killed it.
That put a smile on my face. Not gonna lie. That was like, actually pretty exciting to watch. Good job.
No, it was nice.
I like that.
for sure.
Epic. Hit me up, DM.
Thanks so much, everybody. I'm Claire Brownell. I'm the digital
I thought it was going to lead into a dope ass show. I was
Oh,
like,
me
dude, this is
too.
a dope ass intro. I was like,
Me
oh,
too.
fuck yeah. I was excited for a second, too.
We
I
are
was like, oh,
here
shit.
to talk about the evolution and integration of traditional finance and crypto. So I've been on this beat since February of 2021, and one of the
I'll be
very
right back.
first articles I wrote had the headline,
Where are you
Bitcoin on the
going?
balance sheet, once
Outside
hostile to
for
the
a
digital
second.
asset, Wall Street is warming up. And at that time,
I mean, the music was hyped up. The LTD. I was waiting for
traditional
like,
finance, crypto integration
oh my,
whatsoever.
come on!
That's
And then
how
you
to
just
put
have
Bitcoin
people
on a
sitting.
balance sheet. That was
I
huge
can use a
news.
cigarette break.
Remember, MasterCard started experimenting with digital assets. That was huge
Totally get
news. You fast forward to today, and it's a very different landscape. It's been, sort of the year of the Bitcoin ETF. You're getting the stamp of approval from, Wall Street big names like BlackRock and Fidelity. And we're going to talk today about what that means, what it means for Wall Street and Bay Street, what it means for the crypto industry, and what it means for everyone here. So to get us started, I'd like to welcome my panelists and introduce themselves, please.
Hello, I'm Annalise Osborne. I am Chief Business Officer for Cadena, which is a layer 1 proof of work blockchain. I also am the author of a book called From Hoodies to Suits, Innovating Digital Assets for Traditional Finance, which I'm having a book signing tomorrow at 2 o'clock if you'd like to nab a copy of the book. But the book is really focused on how do we upgrade finance and the combination, I guess, of the hoodies that have created this great technology and the suits, which is really the institutional side, working together.
You just call us
So,
hoodies?
I'm super excited for you guys to get a copy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Claire Chang, and the head of institutional at Gemini. We are a custodian and an exchange available in 70 different countries founded in 2014 by Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss.
Hi, I'm Betty Sharples. I'm with a company called Trueflation, as you can see around the screen. We are a three-year-old company, and we launched with the belief that there's a better way to use the technology that has come out through Bitcoin and just even current.
Her knees are
AI,
semi-hydrated.
to do a better way to do an inflation measurement. So we started with the U.S. inflation index, and we now have a UK inflation index, and via all the data that we ingest and our lead investors being Coinbase and Chainlink, we become like a natural real-world asset oracle.
And hi, I'm Didier Lavallée.
His head is fully oiled.
Trust. Tetra is Canada's only regulated qualified custodian for digital assets. We hold a special purpose trust license out of the province of Alberta. We offer our services across Canada and the US to qualified, registered platform to custody assets. Thanks for having us.
Okay, thanks so much. So I'm going to start this off with Annalise, since she has literally written the book on the subject of the evolution of the crypto world from hoodies to suits. And I'm interested in talking about ETFs specifically, since that's been, such a big focus, of news this year and of so much attention and just sheer amounts of money flowing into them. How has the introduction of Bitcoin and Ether ETFs in the U.S. affected the attitudes of the traditional
Here we
financial
go.
world?
Here we go. How has Bitcoin affected the traditional finance space?
As an alternative asset class, and people
Holy
are always
shit, is there
looking-
enough
if you're talking
time
about
to even have that
institutions, always
goddamn
looking at how do we
question
get
answered? I
And
hate
so
questions like that,
the
and I hate her
introduction
pants.
Of ETFs actually enabled crypto diversification, right, to some of these institutions that were concerned about holding custody.
All right, I don't hate
in
the
a
pants,
wallet.
but
There's so many questions about how do you hold
question,
institutional custody. These
and her right
institutions
leg
have been
is
around
doing
for
something
100
weird.
Years. They don't want to work with startups. They're
Just a
heavily
dumb
regulated.
I don't like
And
questions
so
like
the
that. Like,
ETF
why can't we
just
ask like the
old
hard
school
questions?
effort, right? They can
And
go
ask
and
something
buy
like,
just as they would
how
buy any
has
other
Bitcoin
ETF,
affected
offer
traditional
them
finance? Like,
access to
why are
an
you up
alternative
here?
investment class. And if you look, first Bitcoin came out. So the Bitcoin ETF, and I do think it will have ramifications on price and volatility, right? So the Bitcoin ETF now represents about
I think the people who are attending this conference are like noobs. No, none of them are noobs. Most of them probably know more than I do. I don't even know anything.
They're not day traders.
Probably know more than the
I think
people
that's
speaking
gonna
on the panel.
increase as well.
It's been
If
that
you
way
look at
many
kind of the
times I've
lost
gone to these
Bitcoin,
conferences.
Chainalysis estimates about 20%. So right there, that's now like just under 30% of Bitcoin that won't be traded actively. So it decreases the potential for volatility from a price perspective. And it also is highly likely that it will increase the price of Bitcoin with more people wanting to come into the space. The outstanding 401k coverage is about $40 trillion just in the United States. And so if people actually increase an allocation to Bitcoin, that's going to push that value up. I will say Ethereum right now, of the market cap, now that Ethereum ETF has also been approved, it's about 2.5% of the total volume of Ethereum. Just to give yourself an idea that these are institutions coming in to buy. They're not majority owners yet, but it really is kind of a step in the direction of recognizing crypto as a class. And I do believe there will be more ETFs. I think there'll be more ETFs of specific cryptos, but also diversified baskets of cryptos that kind of, if you think about, the FTSE 100 or NASDAQ's top stocks,
Different indices.
that will give access to kind of follow those
She-
indexes. So I think
She's
that's
actually pretty
probably gonna
smart. She's
happen
like
for
super knowledgeable.
NFTs and meme coins
Like,
after
if
it
I was
happens
her, I'd
in
be like, why are
crypto,
you
but it's
making me
really the
answer
first
this
step.
stupid ass question?
Great, thanks so much. So yeah, Claire, if you can,
This is
I'm
all
interested
pre-planned.
in hearing what you think about how the ETFs have changed Bitcoin and Bitcoin
Oh, that
markets.
sucks if
We
it is.
mostly hear about
Oh God, it all
focus
is.
on the traditional financial institutions.
I mean,
that have
mostly it
decided
is,
to
but
embrace and
I
adopt
thought
them,
some of
but
the
what does it mean
answers
for
might be
Bitcoin?
like something they come up with.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think for Bitcoin, there are people in the
They
space, right,
actually
that have been
mean.
kind of very fervous about Bitcoin and the concept of Bitcoin since 2008, even through 2013.
That's true. They've all been
And
reading
then
up
what you
the
see
left
now,
side
right, is
of
that
their
like it's
chair.
really
Just
permeated
watch.
to
They
these
keep doing it.
different areas in traditional finance as well.
But like, if
through,
it's
the adoption
pre-planned,
of,
like,
or
why
the
ask a
allowance of having
dumbass
the launch of
question?
the
You feel
ETF.
like it's more
And
opportunity to ask
with
like
the
the hard
ETF,
questions and
you
seem even
unlock this
smarter.
category
Nobody
of
Like,
wants
make
it.
people
clients that,
believe that
like
you're like
Annalise
fucking.
mentioned, that don't
You're not
necessarily
just
want to go set up their own
trying to
wallet
come into
or
the
set up their own
space.
account
My
or
question would be,
self-custody
what cocktail
and
are you going to
access
drink on the
Bitcoin
LTD yacht?
directly. from their
Type,
current
that's a great
platform,
question.
using their own brokerage accounts and
Are
things
you
like that.
Sharby
And
or are you
so
LT?
that's just like an
And
unbelievable
how are
sort
you
of
dressing
unlocking in a lot
appropriately?
of ways. And I think if you look at analyst estimates, right,
I
coming into
honestly
this,
don't
they were
see
expecting
them
it to
going on the
have
yacht,
sort of like
except
a
for the
10 or
one
20
all the way
billion
stage
sort of
left, the last
inflow,
female on the left.
in a 12-month period. And we got into that 20 billion number basically
She looks like
6
she's
months
gonna
out
be
of
on
the
the yacht
gate, which is
tonight.
incredible. And even when you look at, last Monday, like when there was a massive sell-off in the market,
And the
panic
guy next to
sell-off,
her too.
de-risking from the dollar yen
He
carry
definitely
trade,
looks like he's going to the yacht.
if you look at sort of the net outflows from
Yacht.
Bitcoin, it was only
Yeah,
170 million,
LTD. Yeah,
versus 20 billion of
LTD
assets
yacht
out there.
party
That's an
tonight.
incredible
We'll be
sort of
serving sausage all night.
huddling power, I guess, that exists in that. And so I think,
None of
as we
these
grow
chicks are
here,
going to
and
the
even
LTD
most
party.
recently,
Even the one that I
you see
just
that Morgan
spoke
Stanley,
about.
like one of the
They're like,
major
hell no.
wirehouses,
We know
is gonna
exactly. We're gonna be stuck
offer
with
that product
1,000
now to their clients, like the ETF product to their
people.
clients. And those are just, again, like major unlocking that happens along the way. And so I think it's super, super bullish in terms of obviously
Look at
the
how she's
supply
holding her
dynamic
mic
and the
from the navy
purchasing
blue.
power along
I
the
would
way.
tell her right there. You know what's bullish is the
just in
people
general
that lost their
what
Bitcoin.
we find right
That's
on the
what's
exchange
bullish.
side is that sure,
I'd be like, you know what's
come in,
bullish? The
you
way
buy
you
a
hold your
Bitcoin,
mic, like
you're
it's
pretty excited, it's very volatile.
like it's an
Maybe you sell
LTD
some,
party.
you buy some back. But the reality is that quickly, you start
I'm
to look
joking.
at below
I
the assets
wonder
below.
how it's gonna
What are
look
they?
there.
What are they
I
about?
wonder
What they're
if
trying to
LTD is
do?
gonna have
And what are the infrastructures that are there?
some sort of
And
live
so I
stream
think
for
the
the yacht party, because I
Bitcoin
do want
ETF
to
is a
see
really
that a little bit
interesting
because
sort
it
of
looks
opening up
cool.
this door
And I
to
do
the
know
rest of
a
the
lot of
asset
people are
class
going to be on the
altogether.
boat, man. So
And
it'd be nice to
like
see
what
it.
Annalise said, I think in the
That's why I
future,
talk so much
there'll be
crap
lots of
too. Is like
ETFs that have
I kind of
fascinating
on
sort
that
of
side
crypto
a
and
little bit. Make videos
other
supporting the
tokens in
shit.
there. So lots to
But
come.
in my experience going to these conferences, what I said
So
is
one of the
exactly
key
historically
properties
true.
of Bitcoin is that it's censorship resistant. That if
Where'd
you're,
all you
if
dudes
you're
come from?
custodying
There's
it
no ladies in
yourself,
the space. I'm like,
essentially,
hey,
if you
Right,
commit
prove
your,
us wrong.
your seed phrase to
Video
memory,
stream.
where you
the ones that
etch
are
it
at
on a
these
metal
events
plate
are
and leave
like
it in your
usually
backyard and
paid,
nobody finds it,
like to be
etc.
there.
Your
Like
your
smart. You're
Bitcoin
smart.
is
I showed up
it's
for.
yours.
I actually
It's
had to pay
it's
to
very
get in
difficult
here.
to seize it. We've talked a lot in the Bitcoin crypto communities about not your keys, not your coins when it comes to exchanges. I think everybody knows by now about the risks of holding your tokens
She's wrong.
on a centralized exchange.
She's wrong because
a million
there can be
examples
tokens
from
and there can be
quadriga in
coins.
Canada
Come on,
to
woman, get it
FTX.
right.
But it's
Not
also
just
in
that.
an
Look at the
ETF, you
scoop
lose some of those
of her
censorship
hair in the
I
middle
saw
going
that.
down.
as well. And I feel like
I thought that was a yeah, right?
So
Precious.
Digit, somebody who's
The
in charge of
I saw that too. I was like, shit.
I'm wondering what you think about, are there risks investors may not have thought of when they're buying
we mean, Shelby?
crypto ETFs? What kind of things should people be thinking about?
Yeah.
I'm a couple
Yeah, I
shots
think
of
there's
vodka in, so.
I think I have to be careful.
No,
on the
she looks like
side.
she
I
can be
don't
like in the
say,
movie
necessarily,
Hackers or something.
yeah,
Like
don't buy
she
the
has
ETF,
a
they're super
lane
risky.
here for sure.
But
Give me your
She's way ahead of her
really
time with that
sat in
scoop.
its entirety, right? So you might have a well-respected asset manager.
She's definitely getting on the yacht party.
Earlier, that's been in business for over 100 years. They have a very reputable name. They've been doing this for a very long time. But then you'd probably need to dig a little bit further and who's actually holding the assets behind them, right? And what are
I'll
the
hold your
qualifications
assets.
behind that entity and what do they do?
He's been drinking
also,
too.
the concept of concentration
He's
risk.
like, go
which I
ahead,
think is
daddy.
not talked
Oh
about
God.
enough.
Being half the day with
There's
no
been some
audio.
very
What did you
public
expect me to
statements
do?
I
from
know.
US platforms around the amount of assets that they're currently
You work?
holding.
That's fine.
And as
I'm
an
holding
industry, we need to
assets
think about
too.
that a little bit. We need
She's
to
on the
reflect
live
that
stream.
concentration risk. For an asset that is, quote unquote, supposed to be.
Here's an asset for you,
diversified,
Coyote token.
To have a single point,
Get it
so many of
or
it,
get
could be potentially
wrecked.
systemically
Get left
dangerous,
behind.
for the industry as well. So there
Um,
certainly is a
so
lot of
when does our
considerations.
giveaway end?
Tomorrow.
On the flip side, I know that the asset managers
Definitely
will
tomorrow
spend a
after
lot of
Crypto
time due
Breakfast Club.
diligencing their own counterparties that they
Should
transact
definitely
with,
tie this
even
into
on the customer
something
side, right?
where
So I'm
people
certainly
max
not,
engage because this
suggesting that there's,
200
embedded
people
risk in
obviously
the
do not want
framework or
free
those
money.
people aren't doing their homework.
Because
But
if you're looking at
reality
the
is,
pinned message here
you are
on the
facing
stream,
some issues
that it's
today
free
that
money,
over
just
time,
max
hopefully
engage. Do
dissipate
all the
a little
things that
bit
you know what
as
to
the
do with
industry
your
grows, as
fingers.
more and
Just
more
use those
players
little
get into the
digits you
space,
got
as you know,
attached
the
to your
risk
hand,
is more
attached to your
spread out
wrist.
across entities.
Wrist bone
And I
connected to
encourage
your elbow
people
bone.
to do
That's not
their
true,
homework.
but
Yeah,
something
not
in
your
between.
keys, not your crypto.
Do
Right?
that.
At the end of the day, ETF is a beautiful way to get orange billed and to learn about Bitcoin and
Yeah, but
other
for real,
products. But
pin message. We
ultimately,
have
the
a
true
giveaway
nature
right
of the
now.
asset
So
is
if
to hold it
you
yourself.
follow
Great,
speakers,
thanks so much.
including myself,
So,
Shelby,
Patty, I know one
and
of the
Zach,
things Trueflation does
you'll be
is
qualified
to get
already
involved in tokenized
if
real
you
world assets,
retweet.
among many other things.
Quote tweet.
And I think, to move the conversation away from ETFs a little bit,
Send a
I
nice
personally think that's
message,
one of the
not like a,
most
well, you can send a
interesting
mean one
trends
too.
in
I
the
think we've
convergence
clarified that
of
already, right, Zach? You
TradFi and
can
crypto.
tell us how much you hate
I'm
us if you
curious on
want
your
to,
thoughts
but
on how you
just
see
leave a
that
message.
market
But just
developing
like the
from
space,
here.
and then
How
tell
you
us
see
how
the
much you hate
tokenized
us,
market developing? I'm
and
sorry.
you'll be further qualified
Tokenized real world
to
assets.
the giveaway.
So
Yeah, so actually, and Annalise and I were talking about this prior to coming out on stage, where the trend is obviously going to go towards tokenization. It will, allow.
I think, Betty, sorry, if you hold your microphone
Oh,
closer
sorry,
to your mouth,
I
I
always
think
do.
it'll be easier to hear.
I
Thank you so much.
Damn.
The direction, the
Banging,
trend is definitely
banging on
moving
her.
towards tokenization of a lot of things. But we saw this with, people tried to tokenize real estate, a few years back, and it wasn't quite ready because the infrastructure is not there. So I still think, as Annalise and I were talking about previously, like there's still more infrastructure that needs to come into play to make it more possible for every person to be involved. It's definitely moving in that direction, and like the Truflation Stream Network is something that helps in that tokenization process by providing
She needs to bring the
data
mic up
for people to
again.
then tokenize,
She's
whether
not
they want to do it
listening.
synthetically or not. But this is again where you kind of need that combination of the suits and the sweatshirts to come together to bring, okay, traditional people need this, okay, but this is how you can to really understand how this can move forward in a really beautiful way, which it will. Just I think
She's womansplaining right now.
Great. So one of the most interesting things that in the past year of news or so, I think that's captivated everybody's attention was Larry Fink of BlackRock's big flip flop when it comes to Bitcoin after previously being a critic. Turned around and started saying he was a believer.
I like how they keep cutting the
launching the
dude out.
ETF, and that to me seems like a real turning point in the traditional finance world's attitude towards the asset class. And I think maybe I'll direct this one at Claire. What do having big TradFi names like Larry Fink, others, saying we think this is the real deal. We think this is something you should pay attention to. We think this is maybe even something worth allocating a certain percentage of your portfolio to. How, what's the impact of that?
I mean, look, I think I always start thinking about these things from sort of like the human element of it. Like if you imagine you're sitting at a financial institution and you've been working your way up the ladder, you're there for 20 years, and one day someone comes in that's a bit more junior, that's very excited about this new technology and wants to get involved somehow. I've been in that seat where it feels kind of risky, to move into something like this. But the minute that you have BlackRock, like this, the global CIO of BlackRock, Larry Fink, manages, they're the number one global asset manager around the world, holding almost 10 trillion of AUM at all times, and they're saying, hey, we think this is like the new paradigm. We think that this is the new cutting edge of finance, and we want to move into it. That just completely de-risked your job in terms of developing and looking at this asset class. And
Perceived
if anything,
legitimacy.
you're probably getting inquiries from your senior management of, hey, what's our solution around this, right? Same way that they're getting inquiries from management of, hey, what are we going to do with this AI thing, and how are we going to improve our businesses around that? And so I think this green light from sort of this beacon of the industry is really, really helpful, and will spur so much sort of development, discovery, and movement sort of into this corner of the world. And so I think it's been like a fantastic move. And I do think that there's a lot of criticism out there of like, oh, like you flip flop, things like that. And my feeling around
Dude,
that is
people had
sort
to
of
pay to
just,
hear this shit. You
hey,
could have
like,
read this
it's gonna
shit
take
in
some convincing,
articles
right?
like
And learning,
fucking like a month
process to
ago.
understand sort of how this works,
2
and like
months ago.
what are the benefits of that for you as a business. And it's okay to sort of have different opinions along the way, and think, because of the sort of the long process he's taken sort of to get there, he has a very strong conviction, and he's not afraid to show it through interviews, which is very helpful to our industry. Yeah.
Can I add on that too? I feel like the
Yeah,
institutions
what the
have to grow in a
byproduct of
unique
all that
way
is the
that I don't feel like they're
perceived
necessarily doing it out
legitimacy
of
of
goodness of their heart.
cryptocurrency
They're
through
recognizing,
all of those
I want to
avenues.
continue to grow
That's
by
exactly what that
20%.
is.
Where do I
It
find that
gives
money? And then there's
it
new
legitimizes
opportunities
it to the
for changing
masses. When
generations
you talk about mass
and
adoption, that's
different
it.
opportunities to
Perceived
access crypto
legitimacy.
players.
That's it
If you
right
look
there.
at the funds
And
right
we're
now that
on
are
that
going on the
road. It's
multiple
happening a
chains,
lot.
because they want to get into their
So like a lot of this
the
stuff
funds that are
is
tokenizing
really
right
summed
now
up to
are
kind of
trying
a
out many
lot of
different
things, giving people
chains to get
confidence in
more people.
cryptocurrency,
Instead of
and
having
then more
TradFi
outlets and
people buy
resources for
tokenized
information
products,
too.
they're actually looking at crypto people buying their products as well. So I feel like they're also looking at this technology allows it to be more efficient to reach more people, and I think that institutions are thinking that way as well.
So, Betty, can you tell me a bit about when you talk to people who are not crypto native people, coming to Truflation as potential clients? What are they excited about in the space, and what are some of the concerns and questions you're still getting?
For sure. It's certainly different now than it was, let's say, 4 years ago when people were first kind of starting to get into the crypto space. And going back to what I think, I don't think it's a flip-flopping so much as it's an education process. I'm a former futures trader. I was a screen trader. At the time, we were one of the first firms, and everybody said that the trade will never leave the pits. It's always going to be here. We'll fight it, kicking and screaming. But it became more efficient, and it, democratized the trading platform, trading opportunities. So I think it's more like an education thing. People are excited about it. People know more about what crypto is, that there's a difference between Bitcoin and blockchain, and that there's a lot that can be done to really enhance and improve. You don't just have to be a hedge fund person to have it enhance and improve your capabilities. And I think people are really starting to not flip-flop, but be more educated and have a better understanding of what's possible.
Didier,
That
do you
was a
think
whole
that
lot of
there will
nothing.
come a time when it doesn't even make sense to distinguish between TradFi and crypto? Even right now, I'm starting to see, the companies I cover, resemble each other more and more in terms of the types of products they're offering. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly why I'm here in this space. I mean, I
We
spent
forgot
16
about that,
years
dude.
as a suit. I still kind of have a jacket, but I wear sneakers now. And I think this is the future, right? I've worked at big financial organization. I've seen the infrastructure. I've seen how inefficient it is. I truly believe that the technology is more efficient. Like, we talk a lot about the financial aspects of Bitcoin ETFs, Ethereum ETFs, etc., which is the speculation on the value of the asset, but ultimately, like, the technology specifically for Ethereum and other layer ones is what's driving change in the space. So, you might look at, let's say, Hybit, and it has, last I checked, about 20 billion, right? And I think pretty sure they launched and they thought they were going to do 1 or 2 billion in the year. So it's been a 10x success. But what's really interesting is Biddle and what they're doing on chain, right? Tokenizing a fund, right? Being able to on and off ramp on USDC, basically cutting so many intermediaries in the process, right? In terms of the technology. So I do think that's the future. I think there's a lot more activity than people expect going behind the doors right now of these big financial institutions. There's a lot of value being exchanged on chain right now in proof of concept ecosystems.
Oh
or even
shit, we
maybe
got two
closed,
Zacks on
kind
stage.
of layer ones ecosystem. There's a lot of debt being done right now, and I think that's all very
I'm here.
exciting because at the end of the day, we all know that sending, let's say, money overseas is pretty inefficient, but the overall financial infrastructure to some degree is also very inefficient. And if you can utilize blockchain, get it fast enough, cheap enough, transactional enough, I think definitely that's the future, and that's why I'm here. I mean, I got 2 young kids, and I'm trying to build for them. I think that's the future.
Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes left, and I'm
That's
actually
the
interested
future.
in everyone's take on this question if we're able to have time and get short enough answers. But I would say the most common question I get on this subject from readers
She
or
is
just sort of
hardcore.
people is, but I thought the whole point of Bitcoin was to eliminate the need for banks. Why am I hearing about the traditional financial system integrating with it? Does not kind of defeat the whole purpose. So I think, well, Annalise, what do you think about that?
So many ways to take that. Bitcoin white paper was
She
launched in
is.
2008. The same
Oh,
time
okay,
Occupy
here we
Wall
go.
Street was downtown, and it was the idea to give more power in the hands of the people. I think the technology on which Bitcoin was built is amazing to help upgrade finance, is how I look at it. And so I do think DeFi does put more hands in the people. I can be the bank. I think banks and asset managers and the financial industry is going to have to recognize this technology, because soon we're not going to talk about blockchain. It will be behind what's built. But I do think that much more will be built using this technology because it's much more efficient. We can make money and save money at the same time.
Great, thank you. Okay, Claire, what's your lightning round answer to this
Yeah,
question?
I mean, I really think that that's the Bitcoin itself is just the entry point, really, and the technology itself is so much more bigger than that. And the reality is that we live in a very big world, and with different people kind of using different things. And the reality is that you have to meet your clients and your audience where they are and where they live, right? Like the ETF is a perfect example of that. A lot of clients live on brokerage exchanges, and they want to see these assets in their brokerage account that they access every day. And so you have to be there. And so I think, there's a lot of, as we have more people kind of coming into the fold in this industry, bringing their sort of prior industry knowledge from other places and really integrating this technology into their prior industries, whether that be real estate, whether that's like, obviously financial services, it could be entertainment, it could be lots of things, right? And so I think the future is really bright, and I think, yeah, I think there's lots more room to go. Yeah.
That was well
Betty,
said
what do you
for
think?
sure.
Yeah, so as Annalise said, in 2008 is when the white paper came out.
Definitely.
I read that
Smart.
when I was trading. And for me, the concept of blockchain very much resonated. It's like, okay, you can see the use case in shipping, you can see it in real estate, yes. But my belief at that time was there's no central government backing this, so it's never going to happen. I educated myself more to realize, the point of remittances and things like this. Maybe you don't trust your government, so then now, okay, I can see the value of this cryptocurrency. And then the more you learn about it, again, it's the efficiencies that can come into place because, as we've all said, these hedge funds at the end of the day, they're not here to be, just your best friend. They're here to make money. And how are you going to make money if you're incredibly inefficient and you're not meeting your clients halfway? You're not giving them what they want. So I think it all will work hand in glove.
Okay, Didier, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe leaning on what I said earlier. I mean, I really think there's like Bitcoin and everything else, right? I think when Bitcoin came out, financial crisis, a lot of distrust in the financial system, it made a lot of sense. But the reality is it's pretty inefficient to use for payment, as an example. So people have been trying to build on top of it with Lightning, etc. But at the end of the day, you have now, or many years later, you have now better kind of layer ones for building technology on top of a blockchain, right? So your Bitcoin has become a little bit of your digital gold, your store of value. There's only going to be 21. Everybody's going to try to get some. But then you have a whole stack behind it of where you can actually really build interesting technology. So, again, like just to repeat myself a little bit, I think that the technology aspect of it is more interesting than maybe the casino aspect of it that is currently at the forefront of the industry. And I think over time that will change. It's still very early, I think, in the industry. But again, quietly, there's a lot of things moving on chain. I think it was the government in California, the DMV, they put like 41 million vehicles or 42 million vehicles, like basically on chain, right? Like those things will happen eventually more and more and more. So it's very exciting. I think the technology is phenomenal. But again, I would separate, in my view, Bitcoin is just different than the rest of the layer ones.
Great. I actually hadn't heard about the DMV moving on chain. I'm going to have to look that up later. That's really interesting. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much to my panelists, and thanks for listening.
Harry Potter
enjoy the rest
out.
of your conference. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you so much to our panel.
You're welcome. That was actually really good.
Not the whole thing, but some of it, yeah.
Yeah. What I
It
heard
was just like
is
that stroke off sesh. Like you missed a lot of that typical, oh yeah, it's the future. It's this. It's the shit that we were talking about earlier.
hospitals been using blockchain forever.
Yeah. It's the future. It's like the present currently. How much more will it be integrated? That's the question.
I agree. Save a lot of Bitcoin and buy a lot of Coyote. That's what I heard.
Oh, 100%. That's what she said. She said buy a lot of Coyote and, Bitcoin is the future.
Yeah.
If I was there, I would just jump on stage and start just doing a dance right there at center stage.
I'd be crip walking in my
We're live here
footballs.
on the Blockchain Futures Convention.
Oh,
live
fuck this
stream.
guy again.
At the end of the show today, we want to. It was a wonderful show today, Pedro. There's a lot
That's
of
a
new people on
sidekick.
the show here today. We had a show of hands by the news studio asking how many people were doing the show. A lot of hands up. It was very interesting
Is that
to
Pedro?
learn that the attendance
Yes.
was great.
He comes on our space all the time. Great guy.
Yeah. No, he was the one that opened up the show that we were watching and live streaming with him, with Tim. So like, so Tim was way more busy trying to run the show, and he was the one speaking, and he'd ask a question and then go back to the show, and then Pedro would be there like, yeah, so.
Well, with YOR Live, with Pedro and I, as well as some other YouTube creators.
Pedro's like quite the like homie too, because I saw this dude bring him like a few drinks while he was over here like on camera. Like straight up, if you could have a better homie than that, like I just let him apply. But like if you're in the middle of a show and somebody's passing you liquor on the back end, they know you need it. Shout out to those people, the heroes that don't wear capes.
Did you say crypto hero?
No, I didn't. But shout out Sharby. I love Crypto Hero. He's a dope dude too.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, Pedro's mic is on fucking mute for sure.
Oh God, here we
Just
go.
put it in your mouth.
With the
Put it in your mouth,
Be a
Pedro.
real engineer.
He's gonna hate us for this. He's no longer showing us.
Oh God.
Pedro, you passed him way too many drinks. This is your own fault. Where the hell did Shelby go? Shelby left us.
She left us?
Yeah, Shelby left us.
Probably. Maybe she's got some stuff to do.
Oh, I'd imagine. I'd imagine Shelby has nothing to do besides pretty much everything.
Right?
Did you force her
This
into your
Alice
car?
DJ?
Where are you guys going right now?
No, we're on our way to the futuristic conference. I got a speech to do in
Fuck
about
outta here.
30 minutes. Get my voice box ready.
Oh, okay. You got some shit happen. Copy that.
Copy that. Is Alice DJ? That was a great album. Oh shit, Dr. Dre.
Oh
Shout out
no, this is
Aftermath.
this is Blackstreet. Shout out
Yeah,
Blackstreet and Dr. Dre for producing it.
Yep.
Oh, that's
What the
dirty.
fuck happened? That's it. That
That's
fucking
dirty.
DJ's fired.
You can't hit the Bee Gees.
You can't go from Dr. Dre to the
Okay, whoever's doing this needs to get stabbed.
Gucci. Louis.
All right, don't stab anybody. I take that back. I really do apologize for that, but you know what I meant. Scoochie.
Gucci. Burr. Yellow. Look
Burr.
at egg.
Bar. I killed the motherfucker. Bar.
Please welcome to the stage Philip Alexeyev of CrossFi to discuss crypto made simple.
I'm gonna start
the
calling
one
myself
next billion
Alexeyev.
users.
There you go.
Alex.
What's going on, Toronto? How you guys feeling?
Phenomenal. I drink a lot of
Hell
alcohol.
yeah, I like that.
I'm feeling
I actually just flew in from New
Your
York a
assets.
couple hours ago, and I've never been to Toronto. So if you guys have any tips for cool things to do, I'll be walking around later looking very confused.
Yeah, there's a great strip
But
club
yeah,
around the corner.
basically, I'm here today to talk to you guys about something that's
an
extremely
Indian
important to me,
comedian.
and I
They're
think
very rare.
probably extremely important to everybody in this room, or at least it should be. And before I start my talk, I'm just gonna give a quick little introduction about myself. So basically, the way that I think about my career is doing growth marketing for emerging industries. I've been working in tech startups for
Oh shit! I thought he was
probably over
opening up
15
for a
years at
comedy
this point.
show.
Prior to my crypto journey, I had a
It
couple
sounded
of
just like it.
successful exits in
It did.
AR, VR, and 3D printing. And then I
thought
started
he was
with
about to get
crypto
funny.
about
I'm not gonna lie.
2015. The world seemed to be falling apart, and I was looking for alternatives to traditional finance. And I'll get to it later, but
Shelby's back. I think
nowadays
she went to
I
get
don't
more
have
alcohol.
as much of a gripe with
No, I
it,
had to hop on your
as I
computer.
used to.
Nice.
I've done a lot of really cool things in crypto. I've worked at big companies
like a
like Binance.
password,
I've
but
helped
okay.
smaller
Ooh, who's
companies
this guy?
acquire users,
Looks like he bleached his
engage those
shirt. What is
users,
this?
monetize those users, and ultimately delight those users
Why are
to
you
create
hating on his
growth
bleached
loops
shirt?
that then scale those companies and
His shirt
create
looks like a
massive
smart
success
contract.
stories. So that's kind of what I do.
It's a
And the
35-year-old
current
man
project
living a
that I've been
15-year-old
working
body.
on, and I'm
Wait,
really
no, it's
excited about,
opposite,
is a
but
company
still
called
something like that.
CrossFi. You could see it all around the place. So a little bit about CrossFi. CrossFi is an ecosystem. It's a layer one blockchain that is built for
Oh, he's
scalability,
fancy. He
built
has
for
like
security, and
slides
built to
ready and
support
everything.
our flagship payment product. CrossFi has a bunch of really cool developers
He
working on
paid for the
great
premium
projects.
package,
We've got a
obviously.
great suite of DeFi tools. But I think the coolest thing that CrossFi actually does is our non-custodial payment technology. We literally allow you to connect any Web3 wallet to our app without transferring
What
your
about the
tokens
Dingleberries
anywhere,
wallet?
without any third party or any middleman. Hold a certain amount of tokens and
It
transact
doesn't
with your
exist,
crypto
but
at any point of
and if
sale
it does,
terminal
don't use it.
anywhere
It's not a
around the
real thing.
world. So
So,
pretty cool stuff. You know,
what makes
we're
this
all,
different
I
from the
hope, big
coin-based?
believers in not your keys, not your coins. And I think we've
I,
seen the
I, I don't
pitfalls
know.
of
I'm just research.
transferring your
What?
tokens over to an exchange
This
or
guy's
transferring
app
your
means,
tokens over to
or
another app
wallet
that you
or
don't necessarily
payment
trust.
gateway.
Yeah, we're trying to
Yeah,
enable
everyone's got it.
truly
Everyone's got
non-custodial
something.
payments with
I
your
think he's got the
crypto
secret
in
sauce
the
coming here
TradFi
pretty
world.
soon. We'll
As I
see.
said, I don't have any
I
more
can
gripes
feel
with
it.
TradFi. We're actually embracing it. So throughout my time in
Looks like he's been
crypto,
eating all the
I've
sauce.
noticed a couple of things that
Or
really
no side
prevent
views anymore.
crypto from proliferating into society, from
Ooh.
mass adoption. And so I'm here today to talk about those things, and then I'm here today to give you some solutions to
Very
address those
bouncy.
problems, and then show you how we're doing that at Cross Finance. So why don't we dive right in?
If I couldn't hear him, it
So,
looked like he was in a rap
kind of,
video.
these are the main
I
challenges
thought he was literally
that
about to
I've
just do a
identified
fucking
by working
stand-up.
with
Like, I'm not
dozens
gonna
of
lie, when he
companies,
came to
both big
stage.
and small. These are the things that I've been seeing that prevent users from really being able to dive in head first, embrace the technology, and I think most importantly, have confidence in using certain products and integrating them into their daily lives. So, of course, we've all seen it. I mean, complexity, technical barriers. You start talking to people about the blockchain, they start looking at you very confused, they get intimidated. You know, I'm sure we all have friends that aren't crypto natives. Everybody sitting in this room,
I'm not gonna lie,
you
this
know, I'm
dude's
sure you
speaking
know
like
the
a
crypto
medium
landscape like
language
the
to
back of your
everybody.
hand. People that are not crypto native are intimidated by blockchain technology. That is just
Like,
a
not
fact.
too fast,
Then,
not
of
too
course,
slow.
you have security concerns. You hear in
Not
the news, oh,
so
there's been
much
this
overly
huge hack,
explaining and
and
not under
this
explaining. I
liquidity
don't
has
know.
been stolen, and this exchange has collapsed. I mean, hearing that as a non-native crypto user, you definitely get a little bit worried. Now, as a crypto native, obviously, you know, a hack is a hack and a collapse is a collapse. It's just another day in the world. But again, the reason that people are intimidated by crypto is that this is the narrative that
Hammer
they
guy had a
continue
seizure.
to hear. Another big factor, regulatory uncertainty. You hear all the time, oh, this is illegal, or this might be sketchy, or this isn't good. And so, again, as a user looking to get into the world of crypto, I'm thinking to myself, oh, I should probably stay away because I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing here and I don't want to get in trouble, right? That's just putting yourselves in the shoes of somebody who is thinking about embracing crypto technology. And then volatility, I mean, that is just the world that we live in. The last few months have been absolute hell for the markets. You know, all of us sitting in this room, we're like Braveheart. We run into the fire. We don't care. Crypto collapses, we buy more. Crypto rises,
That's a bunch of
amazing.
crap.
We
Bitcoin's
celebrate.
over
But it's just
60K. What
another day in the life of a
space are you
crypto
living in?
native. When it comes to folks that are just looking at it from the outside,
Do bear markets even
no,
exist
I
anymore?
do not want to do that with my money. That is extremely
Only during Bear
scary.
Week.
I am not into that. And I think for me, the most important
Yeah.
thing that I've seen,
Like I've said
preventing
before, man, these
users from
winters are gonna
truly
get
being able
less.
to embrace crypto, is
They're not
usability
gonna
and
be
the
as long as
user
they used to be,
experience. I
and
mean, we've all used, you know,
they've been
brand new
fractionalized
crypto
almost.
apps. We've used
I don't know.
DeFi
We'll see in
solutions.
the
We've
next
used
couple of
the
years.
whole gamut of the crypto landscape.
see.
And I mean, let's be completely honest, right? The interfaces are complicated. The transactions are difficult. You're not sure. You haven't paid the gas.
I've just been
you
in the
haven't
game
set
long
the
enough to
slippage. I
see
mean,
like
you know, again, as
a lot of
somebody who's not
patterns,
crypto
with
native,
just
these
everything,
are
like
things
not just
that
charts or
are
anything like that, but
intimidating.
just
It's scary.
behavior in the
It's
market
not something that I want to
and
experience, especially
adoption
when
too.
I'm used
So
to
like,
making transactions
that's why I say
with
like
swiping a
bear
credit
markets
card.
are
It's
just
that
going to be less
simple. And
frequent,
so
and when
why
they
would I
do
ever want to put my money
happen, they're
into
going to be like
something that is more
less intense
complicated
and
than that? It
probably
is
a
just
lot
creating more
less
headache for me.
long than
All I
they were
want to do is
before.
buy a
Think about like
coffee
4
and move
years,
on
2
with my day.
years, you know, like
And so,
if you look
you
at the
know, again,
history,
as I've
they've
worked
been
with
getting
a bunch
shorter
of
and shorter.
companies in crypto, these things just keep coming up again and again, and I keep seeing these issues. And so some of the solutions that I found that really help bypass these issues and solve them and address them are as follows. I mean, education and awareness, number one. Again, some of these concepts might be very simple, but really think about it. As a business owner, as somebody who represents a company, is your product actually doing these things, or do you just think you're doing these things? So, education and awareness. Are you creating comprehensive educational resources? Are you doing workshops and webinars? Are you really explaining what the value of your product is, how your
Webinars.
product works, and how it's going to help somebody
Guys
achieve
have
their
We
noticed.
goals
like
and give them
using
confidence in using your
the
product?
intergalactic web.
Enhanced security measures, right? User-friendly security solutions, insurance and fraud protection, another big topic. You know, banks have FDIC. I have 250K in the bank. I can take out confidently that 250K and know that it's going to be there. How
I
do
have
we
respect
do
for
that in
everyone that
crypto?
like
How do we provide the
put
same
together a
level of
presentation for
assurance for
this,
users
but
that
I
are
feel
using our
like everyone
technology?
that's at this event already
Regulatory
knows all of
clarity. I
this.
think this is a really big one. How do
I
we,
want to say you're
as
spot
business
on, and that's why
owners
they don't
and
have
as
a huge
representatives
turnout.
of crypto companies,
And there's like
collaborate with regulators?
100 people
How do we
probably there
create
max sitting in those seats. The
transparent
rest of the people are
policies and
networking like
guidelines?
smart
How do
people.
we make sure that our users actually know what the law is and how they're interacting with the law when they're using our products? This is extremely important. These are things that are literally preventing people from downloading your app,
We're
from
about to
using
get on a
your
boat.
L2, from doing anything in the world of
I'm
crypto.
on a boat, bitch.
Stable coins and risk management tools. Again, this might apply to
On a
certain
boat.
businesses, might not apply to certain businesses, but utilizing stable
Your
Are
coins
they
side of the
already
deck.
on a boat?
volatility
Jesus.
as a user who expects a dollar to a dollar, a euro
Is
to
that Shelby?
euro. Of course, we all know on the back
Zach's a
end,
messy guy. There's like
currencies
crumbs on
fluctuate. My
his side of the
dollar is
desk.
not worth as much today as it
You
was
don't
10
say.
years ago. But for the non-native crypto user, they want that one-to-one. They want that stability. They don't want to wake up and see a 30% market crash, and now all of a sudden they have 30% less money.
You should see
So
the
how do
like
we help
backside
them
of
gain
my
that
camera.
stability? And of course, offering financial
The
tools for
rest
risk
of
management.
this looks clean.
And I think most
Everything on the
importantly, again,
opposite
through
side of the
all
camera,
work that
not
I've
so
done
much.
with crypto
Got
companies,
coffee from like 2
improved
days ago. I'm
user
like, ew, that's
experiences,
growing some shit in there.
simple
I'll get to it
interfaces.
tomorrow.
If you give this to somebody that's 70 years old and they
I'm
don't
joking.
understand what's going on, chances are nobody does,
I'm not
unless
joking.
you're a crypto native, in which case you'll just dive
What,
headfirst
now
into
we're
anything.
what?
'Cause we
We're
love
showing the 70-year-olds at the
experimentation.
moment. What is
We
happening?
love new things. We love shiny objects, and we're willing to
We're
play
showing
with
their
them. But again,
grandchildren
if
that are
the
going to put them
goal
up
is
on
mass
game,
adoption,
steal their
then
pensions,
please
their
simplify
homes,
your user
put it all in the
interfaces,
crypto.
make them easy to understand.
Best part is not
and
one
then
person's
seamless
explaining to me
transaction
how
processes.
I'm going
I mean,
to make money
we
off
can't
their
necessarily
product.
solve for that super easily.
All I know is
but
that
always
he
think,
knows how
what
things
does
work, and
that
that's it.
flow
I have
look
not
like?
heard about
What
his
is each
product
step
and
in that
why I need
flow?
to
What
buy
is
it.
each interaction that the user is taking with your product? And how
Absolutely.
can I make it
What
dead
you said,
simple
Zach. Like,
to
I have
help
no
people
idea where the fuck I
embrace
make
your
money and where the
technology,
fuck I buy this shit.
understand your technology, and be confident in deriving value from your technology? Very, very important things. I know, again, simple concepts.
You need to
but
have
are
confidence
you
in
actually
deriving value
truly
from your
delivering
investment.
on
What
these
the
promises?
fuck?
We don't need
Are
any
you
of that
At
shit.
kidding?
CrossBuy,
I
some
got a
of the
wallet
ways that we're
and
solving for
Uniswap.
these are
You know you're talking about
creating
crypto,
Uniswap.
bitch,
easy-to-use
right?
products supported by high quality educational content. We really put a lot of bandwidth and resources into educating our
Bandwidth.
users. How do
Oh,
you
that's
use
a
True.
this
great
thing?
word.
What does it look like?
That makes
Where
money.
exactly do you click? What happens when you click? We're
I mean, it
focused on
does.
You get
security.
dusted.
Again, as a financial product, we enable true non-custodial crypto to
His
fiat
bandwidth.
payments. And so a
Somebody
huge
rugged
focus
his
of ours
fucking
is
haircut.
safety and
He
security,
looks like an
not only on
emo
the
from
back end,
like,
but as well
All right,
as
I'm
the
gonna
front
stop.
end, really explaining
All
to
right,
users
I'm
what
gonna
we're
stop.
doing to keep their money safe.
I don't even know the name of his product.
Instead of running out into the wild and saying, you know, F the
No.
banks, F the regulators. No, we work with regulatory bodies
Getting
to
attacked again.
understand, embrace, and translate those regulations into our products to help users understand what it is exactly that's going on in
You
the
got
back
long,
end. How are they
skinny
interacting
fingers.
with the law, and how do they keep themselves safe while they're doing that? Risk management. We at CrossFi work directly with banks. So we're not doing middlemen, we're not doing third parties. We work directly with banks to build products that are native, as de-risked as possible, and to continue driving adoption the way that banks
But
have driven
traditional
adoption
finance
for
isn't
their
there
financial
yet. Like,
products.
who's he working
And I
with?
think,
I don't get it.
again, most
I don't want his
importantly, and
product
we'll
just because he works with
continue
banks.
to read
Yeah.
this concept and die on this
But-
hill. We build products through
I think that
extensive
people
user
like this are
testing.
trying
We
to
get
appease to an
feedback from
audience
our
that doesn't
users.
exist
We
yet. One that they're trying to build because they
exactly
think
what
that they're ready to
feeling when
come
they
in here,
interact
that there's
with our
people
product.
already here to
And
buy
over
their
the course
product.
of
It's not
decades
the
of
way that
combined
works.
experience from
They're
the
not
team,
doing the math
we
right
really
here.
are
And that's
trying to
why I've
build
said, like in the
something
past,
that
it's
is
just like
very easy to
people
use,
don't
is very
actually
easy
like
to understand,
do the
and
math
it's
with
extremely
all the
simple
shit that
to
goes into the
derive
equation,
value
which is
from.
whatever they're trying to do here.
So
And
really
and it's
quickly, just
not
want
what
to
you're
reiterate
used to doing.
some
It's
of the
just not.
problems:
You have to
complexity,
do the math differently.
security, regulations, volatility, and
Because this is all
UX/UI,
traditional shit
and
that
the
just sounds like
solutions that
something we
we
would
all
buy,
in this
right?
room need to be
1
focused
billion
on
users.
to
The
create a better
next.
experience for the next billion users in crypto.
I could rate that too.
Yeah, but like, this is nothing more than a PowerPoint at this point. This means nothing to me. Like, I don't understand. This is just a stage filler. Like, who is this
Dude's
person?
literally using our
We are all
lingo
paving
with his
the way
traditional
to global
financial
crypto
background to
adoption,
paint a
and I'm
picture.
just going to
That's
leave
it.
you guys with the one question: how are you helping to build for the next billion users? Thank you guys very much for having me. It's an honor
Easy.
and
It's
a
called
pleasure being
DeFi.
here. You can connect with CrossFi across all of our social channels, and you can connect with me on all of my social channels. Thank you very much. I'm going to go walk around and look confused and hopefully talk to some of you guys.
You already do.
I'll be
Thank you,
back in
Philip.
45
We would
minutes.
also like to thank Digital Shovel for bringing the mining experience to life here at the Blockchain Futurist Conference. Check out their data center located at the front and get the full crypto mining experience. Up next, can you please welcome Mike Siligatse of Ether.fi to discuss DeFi for normal people.
Hello. All right. Well, thanks for being here. My name is Mike Siligadze. I'm the founder and CEO of EtherFi. Our mission at EtherFi is to make DeFi easy for normal people. And what I'll do is I'll walk you through an example of what a person today has to go through in order to use DeFi.
Here we go again.
What we know make it better. Before we get to that, I
No,
want to
people
start
paid
off with,
$1,000 to
a
hear what
question.
they already know. Apparently,
So by a show of
it's like
hands,
Bitcoin
how many of
conference.
you
What a
use
joke! That's why I stopped
DeFi
going
on
to
a
these shits.
regular
Like I've
basis,
said this
let's say at
before.
least a
It's
few
like
times a week?
this is why I literally stopped going. Network. You don't need to watch
Okay,
this
so
shit. Go
3
talk to
hands
people.
going up. All right, so most people don't use DeFi, or it's late in the day. Okay, well, for those of you that do use DeFi on a regular basis, how many of you feel safe when you're using DeFi? When you go to click
I
that
do.
button on a hardware
All the
wallet
time.
or click
All the
accept on
time.
MetaMask, how many of you feel like, yeah, this is great?
Feel like I have
definitely not
ownership.
gonna get rugged?
I do because I don't put all my
That's
fucking
two.
money in the
Okay,
wallet, you
great.
dumbass.
Well,
The
I
thing,
think
yeah, well, that's the
what I
thing. Use
typically
DeFi.
see,
Like, what
when
if
I
you
talk
can
about it,
log into some shit that's
mostly
like,
what I'm seeing here, I guess, is that most people, when they
you
use
know,
DeFi,
you
it's
get
a very
AI wolfed.
opaque, convoluted process.
Sorry, AI Wolf. I
endless
knew you
pitfalls.
commented here. I'm
You
just
click the
shouting you
wrong
out.
link, you approve the wrong transaction, and then your entire wallet gets drained. That's the
That's
typical
false.
user experience, and that's not even
You're an
talking
idiot.
about the onboarding
This
process
is the
of
stuff
trying to
that
figure out
scares
seed
people.
phrases
Like,
and hardware
stop it.
wallets
What an
and
idiot.
browser
They should fire. They
extensions
should
and
charge him.
transactions and so on.
Should be a
and so forth.
fine.
So as I said, what I'm going to
You
do
know
is
where
to
he is?
walk
Knock it
through,
off.
100%
It's like a curse
real
jar.
conversation,
$1,000
that
for the
I
dumb
went
shit that
through
you say that's
trying
not
to
true.
help one of my friends
Jesus, what
onboard
was he
onto
hanging out
DeFi,
at
and in
Crypto Chrissy's
particular,
house?
using EtherFi, which is our product.
No,
as a
the
first-time
unruggable,
user.
apparently.
And this person was actually fairly technical. They were actually a startup founder, were very successful, regularly used technology. but were new to crypto. It's
You
just
don't
not
say.
something that they were used to, and they had quite an adventure trying to figure out how to use EtherFi. And I use EtherFi really just so that I don't dunk on
Look
other
at his
protocols.
pants. He hasn't been sitting
I'm
long.
trying to
He also doesn't have a
to
girlfriend.
be reflective on the process.
She left him for DeFi.
Okay, so the first step
He
of actually
definitely is
using
not getting
DeFi
laid.
is trying to figure out how to take fiat and convert it into crypto. So my friend started by trying to go to Kraken and depositing funds into Kraken, and then in order to then convert it into ETH. Their first experience was sending the money and then waiting a week and not having the funds actually show up on the other side. And this probably wouldn't be that different, with most other exchanges, because to get into crypto, you have to go through fiat and through centralized exchanges, which in itself is a pretty painful process. So having given up on that, he's Canadian, so he went to Wealthsimple and said, all right, maybe this is going to be easier. So he was able to transfer
He's
the
like
money
trying to solve a problem that's
over
already
there,
solved.
but then realized that, okay, great, now he needs to put it into MetaMask, and as part of deploying a larger amount of capital, there was a 2% fee involved in actually converting the fiat into crypto, which wasn't obvious, at the start of the journey.
Dude's got a good slideshow.
So this is the first pitfall of trying to figure out how to get
really.
money into crypto and then navigating the various sort of myriad of hidden fees that are involved in doing that.
That's like me when I wake
Finally,
up every
the
morning.
money in
That
Kraken
picture
miraculously showed up
gets me.
after desperate calls to
When you look
to
at your
support,
portfolio
and
from all the Deej
inexplicably
employees.
the $5,000 that
Like,
you know,
why'd
he
you
put
get
in,
back into that?
to ETH turned into $4,900 after all the miscellaneous fees that were added in the process. Okay, great. Now he's trying to figure out how to take the money from, in that case, Kraken, and put it into Trezor, a hardware wallet, which I strongly advise them to use a hardware wallet. So that was, yet another part of the journey. Then once he got it into the hardware wallet, there was
This is a fabricated
trying to figure out
journey.
how do I connect this hardware wallet
I
to a
think this
browser
dude thinks
extension
that there's more
then lets me
newbies there
finally
than there
interact
is.
with EtherFi.
But I guarantee you the newbies are sitting
Having
there
figured that
listening
out,
to this because
there's
everybody
now the
else
question
got
of,
up
all
and
right,
watched
has the
that
money
already.
left my hardware wallet and now it's in the browser extension? Like, what's the connection between those two? And finally, then there's two separate transactions that you need to do in order to deposit the ETH into a dApp. And this would be true for any dApp. It's not just a thing for EtherFi. It would be true for Aave or Compound or whatever app you're using. The first step is signing a bunch of incomprehensible hex
You can
in
do
order
this
to
shit in
approve
Telegram
your token
now.
transaction,
Why would I
and then
use your
signing
fucking
another
service,
bunch of
dude?
incomprehensible hex
Like,
in
they're
order
so
to actually
behind,
deposit
like,
it
on
into
everything.
into the dApp.
There's like bots that
And
are already
then trying to
built,
make the
like, where you
connection
could actually
that
get
we
your
all
own
kind of take
token
for granted,
set up.
or some of you take for
As
granted.
ton, ETH,
that
Sol, like
there's
all the
this concept
shits.
of composability,
Fuck.
that you can take one thing
fool's
and
so
put it into
behind.
another thing and put it into another
They
thing,
should have
and it
hired
all
me.
kind of naturally interoperates. Well, to a normal
They
person,
should
they
put
look
us
at
on
that and say, well,
stage.
okay, well that means I no longer have staked ETH because
Just
I put it into
right
this
there on the
new-
video wall,
Yeah, so
just
trying to
talk
realize
shit.
that
Yeah.
no, it's actually one continuous chain. of
While the
complicated
speaker
things.
just
So-
speaks, hey,
And
you
then, of
dumb
course,
fuck,
the
you're so
question
fucking wrong.
all right,
Look,
great.
let me
You
tell you
deposit
why,
into
by
some
the way. And
protocol.
everybody
In the
listen the
case of
fuck up, by
EtherFi, in our liquid product, it's
so good.
We'll talk about it a little more later. It's a strategy vault. Trying to
He
figure
would
out, all right, I
leave,
put
he
this
would walk
money in,
away
what's
crying.
actually
He would, I
happening?
want my money back.
Where do I track what my performance is? If you use something like
Hands,
Robinhood
hips.
or whatever brokerage account, you can see your portfolio graph and how it's changing over time. Here, all you have is
It's called
your
Google
Etherscan
spreadsheet, buddy.
and maybe DBank
Why
to
does he
see
say
all right,
like
what your current
he's like
snapshot
teaching too much?
is
He doesn't.
such and such without
One of the
really
big
much of a
things here with
historical
these
track record.
speakers at these conferences that
And then finally,
I don't
for
get,
most normal people that
like even when
live
they're pitching
in
their
Canada
product,
or
they're
most
teaching.
countries, you then
They
need to
need
figure
to
out, all right,
find a
you
better
did
way to not
15
teach
different
while
transactions
they're pitching their
just
product.
to take your money from your fiat account all the way into a dApp.
I agree.
What the hell does that mean in terms of your taxes? Is this something that's, is it income? Is it capital gains? What do you do with it on an annual basis? None of that is really made apparent when you're using really any DeFi product today.
You ape it into Shiba Obama.
All of that,
Parker Enoch.
this whole exchange took place over a period of about 2 days. All of
Shabama?
that brought the question of like,
Shabama.
think about the context that somebody needs to
Shabama
know
Inu.
in order to use even
Yeah,
the simplest
exactly.
DeFi
You're gonna be like
product.
a
Let's say
like
we're
a
talking
ninja.
about Aave, which is about as simple as you can get. You just
It's gonna be
deposit
a
your
Inu
USDC,
legs with a
let's
Obama
say,
face.
and earn some interest. The amount of context that you need to know in order to do that is
I think these people should
uh,
have a few
Look at
drinks
Shelby.
before they go on
it
stage.
essentially makes DeFi utterly
What?
incomprehensible
This
to
dude?
normal
No.
They
people.
need to drink some
Which
alcohol before
for
they go
most
on
of you who didn't
stage.
put up your hand is you're
They
probably
need to
saying,
do
yeah, that's
something,
why I don't use it.
like some mushrooms.
Well, this is a problem, and this is the mission that
They
EtherFi
need to
is
put
meant
Humphreys
to
on
solve.
stage, like, and just shut these
Uh,
people
Oh
the
yeah.
fuck
Quick
up.
show of hands, how many
They're
people
so
know
bad.
about EtherFi?
They're so bad that,
Use it
like,
or you've heard of it?
even with the back end
Okay, maybe like
conversations that he was
20%
having,
people.
he fucking
Okay,
like
so what
he
EtherFi
owns, dude.
is,
Yeah. Oh
it
yeah.
is a full suite
He's a
We
good
don't fuck
of
showman,
with
DeFi
him.
products.
for sure.
It
Oh,
consists
But he
mainly
has
of
the
3
knowledge
products
too.
that
Like,
help
usually
users
people just
save,
face through
invest,
shit,
and spend
but
their
this dude
crypto
actually like
without
knows what
ever
he's
having
talking
to
about
off-ramp.
too.
It's basically the
This is why
first
the Crypto
vertically
Breakfast
integrated
Club is the best
DeFi
show
product
on
suite
earth.
that allows you
Yeah,
to
we need to
stay
put a
in
face to
crypto
your
and
face.
still
You could be the
live your
same
life
thing.
like
You could
a
be
normal
bigger.
person.
You could be
And that consists of 3
the
products:
Zach of all
EtherFi
Zacks.
Stake,
All right,
I
I'll
like
shut
to
up.
be the
Liquid, and
ghost though.
EtherFi Cash. Stake
Yeah, I
is
can tell you're not worried about all that
analogous
bullshit.
to a savings
Bigger
account
picture
where
kind
you
of
hold
man.
your ETH
Love it.
or dollars and earn the native interest rate of the Ethereum ecosystem.
I don't need the recognition, all that crap. I
Liquid
don't care.
is a DeFi strategy
I want the
vault. What that
money.
means is, great, you've got your ETH. Now you want to put it to work in the DeFi ecosystem. Liquid is
We
this
all
This guy
want the
lost
automated
me
money.
when he
strategy
said he doesn't
vault
like
that
DeFi.
deploys your assets and earns an interest rate.
When he uses those
It's
words
higher risk, but
several
higher
times in a
reward
row,
for
you
for
lose
crypto
me.
assets.
DeFi,
Finally,
trust.
EtherFi Cash,
Oh,
which is
we're
a
trying to
product that
build
we
better.
are
I'm like, no, you're
going to be
not.
launching
You're
No,
in
you're not.
just under a month.
trying
We're
to
very excited
copy and
about
paste
is
something
a
and do
spending
something a
account. So it
little
is
bit
a
better.
non-custodial
It's like
wallet
adding honey to
that
your
allows you
peanut butter
to
and
hold your
jelly.
crypto in a
You know what I
secure
mean?
wallet
Like,
and
I'm like,
a
hey,
credit
you're
card that's tied
right.
to that
Or
wallet that lets you
bananas.
spend
You're
your
right.
USDC or USDT one
Shout
to
out to
one
the
without
boss for
any
banana cell
crazy
phone
fees
smoothie.
in real life, and to actually
Token coming
borrow
soon.
against your DeFi
I
position.
still
So
like
you have
turtleneck
assets in
emu.
Aave and
Someone
in
launched
EtherFi
it already.
Liquid and Pendo
Turtlenecks
or
don't
all
look
kinds
good
of
on
other
me, so
fun
I can't
protocols
fuck with
that you
that.
may be using. EtherFi Cash will let you actually borrow
I got no,
directly against
like,
those assets.
with the
With
beard
the
too.
hope
It's just
that
gonna
you
be
never
weird.
have to off ramp again. You can just live your life like a normal person in crypto, holding
I didn't
custody.
know.
of,
Oh God, did you floss?
Okay, just about out
I'm
of time.
joking.
Thank you.
I'm joking.
I actually
Thank God
do.
he's over.
Yeah,
All right, I'll
I-
be back. I
I
gotta get my voice box ready.
Thank you, Mike. Don't forget that you have a chance to
I
win
stopped listening a long
$1,000
time
in
ago.
K9 tokens. All you have to do is hashtag or
You
hashtag
could
K9
win
on
some
X.
Coyote token
We would
right
now
now
like to make
if
a
you
very special
follow the link
introduction
that's
for the
pinned here
first
right
time
now.
ever
Follow all the speakers.
in Web3
Follow your
history.
boy.
A K9
Follow my
will be
mom.
making an
Follow our
announcement on
cousins
stage.
and just do all
Please
the things.
put your
And you
paws
could
together
potentially win some
for
stuff.
K9
But also show up to
Finance
Crypto Breakfast Club
DAO.
tomorrow.
Are they bringing the
And you can
puppies?
also win. Oh shit. Oh,
The
shit. I
puppies
see
are
it.
here.
Oh, that's not a puppy. That is a bomb sniffing dog. You like that? He's barking. I told you. He's like, oh, we got a threat. He is. I was joking, but I think he actually is. This motherfucker, he's like, I sniff threats. Shaitoshi's about to come on stage. We're about to drop treats. Okay, fine. I was wrong. He's on a pedestal.
Welcome, ETH Toronto guests.
That's
It's
a German
unique
Shepherd.
honor
What the
to
fuck?
be the first ever dog to speak at a cryptocurrency conference, and I'm thrilled to
Hell
share
no.
a possum update with you. Last year, on this very stage, Shiba
I love
Inu
German
launched
Shepherds.
their L2 blockchain, Shibarium. Today, we come together for another groundbreaking announcement from K9 Finance DAO, an official SHIB partner. We stand not just to witness a launch, but to embrace a journey that began with a spark of inspiration back in 2020. It was then that Ryoshi ignited a revolution with the launch of SHIB and unveiled the futuristic Ryoshi Papers, a visionary blueprint for decentralized finance in the hands of the SHIB army. These papers unveiled a roadmap that extended beyond mere tokens. They promised a universe of possibilities, a swap platform, a robust blockchain, a commanding presence at conferences, and a thriving DeFi ecosystem.
That Indian dude, the emo
Since
guy, I
those
think he
early
did the
days,
voiceover for
SHIB has
this.
soared to the heights of the top 10, guided by new leaders who have embraced Ryoshi's technology's torch and carried it forward. And now we stand on the threshold of a new era with the advent of K9 Finance, the official liquid staking solution for the SHIB blockchain.
Damn.
It's testnet beta live after the conference for the public.
They're going godly on it.
K9 Finance is more than just a platform. It is a beacon for developers and SHIB Army members into a realm where financial
Look at the sun.
empowerment meets
Those lights
technological
make it look like
innovation.
it's looking at you.
It embodies
Oh,
the
no,
spirit of community and the promise of a decentralized future where every voice matters, where transparency and inclusivity reign supreme. Join us on this enchanting journey as we unleash the potential of decentralized finance with K9 Finance. Together, let us write a new chapter in the saga of SHIB, where
This would be a
dreams
good
are
pitch for
transformed
last
into
year.
reality, and where the mystical meets the practical. in
I mean,
the
I like
world
K9
of
Finance, but
blockchain
like this is not complimentary to where they're at right now. They're
K9
killing it.
Finance, the official liquid staking solution for the SHIB blockchain, will be launching on September 18th, and you are the first to hear.
It just lacks luster. No, you're not. Your shit got leaked. Okay, we know. All right. German Shepherds are dope as fuck. I told you. See, that's why they sniffed. It was that bomb dog. See, look, motherfucker coming. I fucking said it, dude. He was sniffing all of that shit. All right. Do you think he's gonna come out on stilts? I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't know.
Eating
See?
pancakes.
And now,
Like there's a number of scenarios.
message from the world's greatest decentralized community.
Definitely not a
in
Chardonnay,
Bitcoin,
man.
Shiba Inu.
Maybe he is.
Hello, Toronto, and welcome to the SHIB
What a
2024
Of course.
Blockchain
This is what
Futurist
Zach would
Keynote.
do if he was on
In the
stage.
history of the world, few decentralized communities have been able to accomplish what Shiba Inu has been able to accomplish in a few years. Here's a quick recap. In 2022, we had some major accomplishments, and our streak extended in 2023. SHIB was the second most searched token in the world in 2023, amongst many other metrics. Too many to mention in our short time together. We stood digitally, of course, on this very stage 1 year ago and launched Shibarium to a roaring global crowd and experienced a rush of compute units immediately. But we didn't stop there. We also released the SHIB paper, a sort of constitution for our decentralized state. We knew to achieve full and lasting decentralization that could only be hallmarked and accompanied by a series of technologies that would allow our community to have power, control, responsibility, and a plan that could span decades. Now, 1 year later, we are here to showcase our progress and finalize the amazing experiment that is Shiba Inu.
Buy her a new perfume. They didn't get the right files in. Damn, you can't even read that shit. Do they not have a fucking sound check for this show? All right, fine. I'll shut up. GE or what? Gas fees? Yeah, that means nothing to me. Ming Sharpie. 47 average 1 mil day, million wallets, 36K bridge actions. Shit. Dude, there's major fumbles here. Like, did they not rent? They didn't rent out the motherfucking like venue like a day or two prior is the problem. They didn't want to pay the extra. You have to allow these people time to do all this shit, but they should have gotten the right files based on the video wall that they're presenting on. And if you're professional, you already know what video size you need. You don't even need to check that shit. You just say, I need this file size for your image. This is something I know. I've built these video walls. And I've been on the end where you're not building them either. So like, it's pretty simple actually. It's like a TV that you build. So yeah, that was a little. I mean, for that being Shaitoshi's thing, look, nothing but love for the SHIB ecosystem, but like somebody there needs to get a grasp on like the graphics, or like I don't know, man. Like you're representing an entire community, including myself. I own tons of SHIB NFTs, tons. I got into SHIB pretty early. I made some money on it too, but like this is representing us all. Like at least get the file sizes right.
Right.
I knew it. Fucking Shiba Inu Tapper. Fucking minigame. Fucking knew it. I could have called it even.
Here we go.
Look, I'm telling you, they're gonna basically copy and paste what Hamster Combat is doing right now. I guarantee you. Almost fucking copy and paste.
Where's my coyote tapper? I wanted a coyote tapper.
I mentioned it. I need, yeah, let's get to it. Yeah, let's get to it. I'm ready.
What is this? Metaverse avatars? What are we doing here? Can't read it. It's like white on white.
No, I can tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna implement exactly what Coyote Token will do. But what Hamster Combat is doing, they're stealing all of the attention from all the tappers. Shibarium has all their users using other people's tappers. If they create their own, nowhere else to go. Create more things to do as more tappers are created. There's no reason for them to do anything else.
Learn,
Watch.
connect, and
Because
create
they
digital
promoted
network
multiple
state built
games
on Shibarium.
Watch. Called it. They presented multiple game styles for a reason. I'll tell you that. They presented multiple game styles because it's in line with Hamster Combat is doing.
Your hub, view your
you don't want to
assets, and
share
dive
the
into
stage with
community
anybody
feeds,
if you don't have
trade
to.
NFTs and view community events and news. Create your profile and join the social network state powered by Web3. Share your thoughts, follow friends, and engage with the community in a decentralized environment. Dive into decentralized finance with ShibHub. Manage your assets, stake tokens, and explore various financial opportunities in a secure and decentralized environment. Discover and trade unique digital assets in our Shibarium NFT marketplace. Own digital collectibles, art pieces, and more, all securely stored on the blockchain. Immerse yourself in our Games Hub. Play, connect, and compete in Web3 games with opportunities to earn rewards and engage with a vibrant gaming community.
That's
Unleash
so
your
awesome.
creativity by exploring a wide range of dApps in our dApp store. Harness the power of our AI dApp creator tools to build and customize your own applications, transforming ShibHub into a dynamic extension of your vision and aspirations.
Copy and paste fucking kings right here, bro. I'll tell you that. And you know what? They always enter at the
The single
right
most
time.
important part of ensuring our long-term success are going to be our partners.
No hate at all.
Even the industry's most reputable and respected VC funds,
This is really good.
investors,
They're getting ahead of all
angels, and
blockchains
DAOs are
by
committed to
creating
the
this
progress of SHIB and have
easy
demonstrated their
button for
commitment
game
in
creation
very
and
impactful
promotion.
ways.
That'll show
We've
volume
also
in
begun
their
searching
whole
for partners that
ecosystem. I
will enable
guarantee you
this new
that.
operating system with advanced features. Many of you have heard of our first
You see
partner,
way more
Samba,
volume.
which will allow SHIB's tech stack to include fully homomorphic
Airdrops, all that incentive.
If there's anything
People
we
will
learned
sign
since
up
we
for
last
wallets
met,
and know how to
and many
use
of us
them
already
before they
knew,
actually buy
is that we
anything
need
on
a
that
new
blockchain
worldwide
if they do it this way,
decentralized
the right
system
way.
that requires the ability to have anyone who wants to build with SHIB's tech stack and join our nation, the chance to do so easily and at a low cost. Starting a new business should be quick, simple, easy, and efficient. This requires an entire financial layer that melds the Web 2 world, which we all still must live in, to the Web 3 world that we are building. Our new partner that serves as the financial layer for our state will be announced shortly. It'll showcase why we believe that a new operating system for the world is not only necessary, but also can be achieved with SHIB. We've shown you all the amazing tech on the horizon and why this is important to our long-term strategy. But we are most dedicated to the original plan laid out by Ryoshi. Of it, 3 components remain, but I'll share with you 2. Bangkok is known from being an international hub for fun, and alongside DevCon this year, we will overtake the streets of Thailand, showcasing to the world what a meme really is. Are you interested in being a sponsor or speaker? Visit
Shout out to all
shib.io for
people
more
listening right
details
now. Do
and
not
join
go out
the
to
first
Thailand with your
Shiba
wallets
Inu
connected to your
conference.
mobile devices.
That being said,
All right,
I
do
hope
not
you all
do
had
it.
time to treat yourself to a calming spa moment and think about why it's important to stay grounded in this space.
Or create a burner
When the
wallet with
time
some
is right,
bullshit on it
and
so you don't get
alongside the
murdered.
right
But like,
partners, we will release our final
do not have all
non-stable
your shit on
token,
you.
Treat, the governance token with a unique utility. While the world awaits this meme of all memes, we beg you not to fall for the tricks the shadow cats have laid for our community and stick to the official channels for release notes. We are the most accomplished, advanced, and powerful decentralized community and meme on the planet. We've withstood the Futters attacks and built the future during one of the world's darkest hours. There's much to look forward to, including a PhD level white paper on our DAO voting and implementation thereof, including karma and reputation, governmental level partnerships, and of course, my guiding light with 44 tenets to
Just
triumph in
saying.
crypto.
Who the fuck has a PhD, first of all? And nobody who has a PhD would say that
But
shit.
since our time is cut short, we will discuss in detail there in Bangkok. Until then, I love you and take care.
It's like Zatoshi. It's I'll babysit your kids. All right. Never mind. All right, let's be quiet.
Wait, what? We have a few more moments? Oh, well, in that case, one more thing. So many tokens and projects in the top 20 state, they're going to onboard the next billion users. But to do so isn't as easy as it sounds, mainly because you have to reach 1 billion people, and that isn't easy. Think about it. Even the Super Bowl only gets 200 million viewers.
I've always said
All
this
the
about
EGOT
Shiba.
ceremonies
The one
together
thing they have
don't
for them
equate
is their
into 1
fucking
billion
household
viewers.
name.
Not even close.
And
Very
their
few
cult
events
following.
reach an audience that large, other than, say, the
And
Olympics.
YouTubers that have built their
So,
name off of shit.
We looked for a partner that actually can reach 1 billion viewers. We are extremely proud to announce here tonight our partnership with IFA, the International Indian Film Academy Awards. This dual award ceremony isn't a paid sponsorship. This is a multi-year partnership to build an incredible technology for an enterprising and ingenious company and reintroduce SHIB in our plans to a market that knows us well.
I have no
Remember
idea.
that
It
$1
looks like
billion
the America's Got
donation
Talent
to
version
COVID
of some other shit.
India. Best of all, the tickets for this guaranteed
There's a
sold
lot of
out event
heads.
will be the first of many events powered by the first ever SHIB-powered ticketing system. IFA tickets go on sale later this month. Visit ifa.com or shib.io for details.
Maybe it's their
That's a
like
big partnership, all right? And now it's your turn to find incredible partners for the world's first truly decentralized state. Be on the lookout for that and so many other exciting announcements as we gear up for our first
Oh, there he
ShibaCon
is.
and our realization
Oh, he
of
showed
the
his
plan
face.
laid out by
Oh,
Ryoshi
it's
and enhanced by
probably
yours truly.
he probably
The
hasn't
future of
flossed.
SHIB in the world is in your hands, SHIB Army. Charge forward, and I'll see you in Bangkok.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was like worse than the cologne last year. Dude, I hold a lot of NFTs, dude. Like, I'm not just talking shit. Like I'm not one of those people. Like, I actually have been invested in this community for a long time. And I
What
support
an
projects that are
incredible
built on
first
Ethereum.
day.
But
We've
that
nearly
shit
reached
was
the end of our day
lackluster.
one, and I'd like to welcome back to the stage Tracy Leparulo.
Wow. Wow, what a video. Shib has been a title
Lap a
sponsor
dance.
for 2 years, and it's been such a pleasure working with
It's
this
Chrissy.
team. It's quite
Oh, no, it's not.
incredible what they do out in
It's
the
Chrissy at
universe and the
14.
crypto
You're
world
wearing
and actually
slippers?
going and reaching the masses.
I hope so.
I'm actually blown away, and I'm very excited about their upcoming event, and I will be heavily promoting it. Ideally, I'll be there.
I'm pretty
so
sure
we're gonna
Chrissy
try and
is
get,
listening right now. She's
to go
told
see
me that she
Shiba,
listens to my live streams.
out at their next event.
She tried to shame me for them.
Woo.
She's
All
the
right, let's
type
talk
to
about
just show up
tomorrow.
anyways.
Thank you guys for staying. Wow, what a day. I know it was crazy. I don't know how it was for everyone else. It was for me for sure. But we have a really exciting day tomorrow.
Shut up! Don't get
The big
ruggables.
thing we're talking about tomorrow is artificial intelligence. So we're called
Don't get
Blockchain Futures
rugged.
Conference, but our domain, our Twitter account, all these other things are actually just called Futures Conference. That's because in a lot of ways, we see the future of blockchain and Web3 to be integrated in everything. If you can imagine in the 90s, the internet happened, and
It's
there were
going to be
internet
integrated in
conferences.
everything. In the
Internet
90s.
conferences aren't around
She's
too much anymore.
woman-splaining.
Now
Shelby,
they're
can
integrated
you
into
call her right
every single
now?
event.
Because I know you're a
Whereas
woman, so you
internet is
obviously have
just
her number.
so obvious in every single day life. And
Can
we
you call
believe
her right now
future
and tell her to stop
Web3 will be
woman-splaining
the
me?
same.
This is very
So
insulting.
tomorrow's about AI Futures Conference, specifically the convergence of AI and
thank you.
blockchain. There's a lot of scary things about coming for artificial intelligence. There's a lot of incredible things coming for artificial intelligence. And I truly believe it's Web3
Yeah,
that's going to
not for
help bring those
you.
together.
I mean,
So definitely
artificial
come here tomorrow
intelligence,
to
like,
learn about that.
Jesus
We have
Christ.
main
I'm
stage
ugly as shit,
presentations
but you should
here.
see me with the
We have
artificial
panel
intelligence.
presentations upstairs on AI. We have a round table out in Cabana area. We also have some robots floating around by Hypercycle that's sponsored here. It's a lot of
That's
other
pretty
cool
cool.
stuff going on. Some other things, housekeeping things. Your wristband, you
Who's
need
that
that for
dude?
tomorrow. Please don't take it off tonight. There is a fee to get it back on, so try not to take it off tonight if you can. So that's going to be
It's
happening.
shower-proof,
We
I can
also have
tell.
women's breakfast tomorrow at 9 a.m. upstairs, open to everybody. Really an upgraded breakfast up there as well.
What?
Following that is a facilitated networking event by the Association
So
of Women
cool.
in Cryptocurrency. So highly recommend that for all the females in the
Woman
space.
only
Women Plus,
breakfast?
really
That's gonna be the
everyone's
one I
invited.
want to go
And
to.
throughout
What
the
the
day, we have a few
fuck?
book signings. That was crazy today, the book signing.
You have way better
More
food.
organized on the book signing.
We're getting like
We
cereal
got
and
Ari
sausage
Jules coming out
and
tomorrow.
old
He is the
eggs.
chief scientist of Chainlink. If you guys don't know Chainlink, they're a top project. They're also upstairs, a
It's like
sponsor of the
going to a
hackathon,
woman's
so go check
bathroom. It's
them
just,
out.
you know, it's gonna be
Chief data
better. Give me an
scientist
excuse, I'll
speaking
do it.
here with a book signing after at 12. And tons of other events kind of floating in between. Newton, a big exchange, they're doing a private VIP party. If you don't have a ticket yet, there is, a guest list, but feel free to go onto that. Other than that, go on
AKA it's too fucking
CanadaCryptoWeek.com.
late.
Tons of events there. Eventmobi.com/futures24. If you thought today was cool, tomorrow there's tons of exciting surprises. I always say like so much went into this event. You guys have no idea how many people and projects and sponsors, and they're launching things. Being an event is really unique actually, because honestly, like 60% of these brands here have a new logo, have a new website, have a new demo, are doing something new for this event. So come here and learn about it. I know you want to stay on
Got a
Zoom.
new
I know you want
community
to do a
because they just
meeting. I know you
rugged
want
you.
to do all these other things. And you're trying to squeeze it in. You will not get
All
any
right,
more
probably
networking
not.
than you will do tomorrow, because tomorrow I find everyone's more laid back. They kind of know the grounds, and they're here to shake hands and make deals. So we are during the week. People who are here for business. So come here, learn, get educated, take the time, and come here early. Other than that, we have the boat cruise going on tonight. I'm sure there's a crazy lineup going up there.
LTD boat
We're going
cruise.
to try and get everyone on the boat. So
Hey,
just make your way to the
Shelby,
parking lot
Zach
if
could
you're
have been my
interested in
plus
coming.
one.
You
He
do have to be on
declined.
the guest list there.
What?
Other than
He
that,
could have
I
been
think
my
we're good
plus
for
one.
today.
That
He didn't
bitch.
want to go with
Looking at
me,
my
so I didn't
sister
go.
who really helps run this entire thing. We're good?
Him and his
All
ghost
right.
appearance.
Say thank you to the volunteers on their way out, and
No.
we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Selfish.
Not in Miami.
It's not like that out there. It's actually pretty gross. It feels like being in like a downtown LA beach community. Like that's exactly the vibe that I got from being in Miami. I was like, I like the fact that nobody wears masks and they're like hella independent, but like you motherfuckers live in a fucking cesspool. Like, dude, I watched a gang of Haitians come on the beach and just take over cabanas just because they could, and nobody stopped them. I was like, hey, it's a good thing I'm here thick. I gotta fuck with us, but like, average people just got like, it was weird.
It's been years since Zach and I went
You
down to
gotta
Miami.
hear about this.
Oh, you're not
Go
missing
from
out.
idea to illustration faster with generative AI in Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah, you're not missing out. It's it hasn't changed. It's just gotten probably hotter, I'd imagine, since the last time you were there.
Probably, yeah. Actually, the last time we were there, we just flew in to Fort Lauderdale and just went straight down to like the cruise port. Like I didn't even want to go through like anything. I didn't want to shop. I didn't want to go to restaurants. I was like, just get me out of here.
Oh, dude, I sweat for like 3 days or like 48 hours is what I'll call it before I was able to acclimate to the weather there. Like,
Yeah. Well,
no
you're
joke.
not used to it. We're used to the humidity.
No. Oh my God. You guys being used to it and still can't take it. I'm from California, like LA specifically. You understand? That was like being on another planet. It was fucking dude, I swear to God, I sweated for like 2 days at least before I got acclimated to the weather there. It was nuts.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy it. I enjoyed the scenery, but it's just it's like most coastal communities, just very overrun. And I think immigration has really done a number on it, especially the beach communities where everybody wants to be. And it took me like an hour and a half to get across a 5-minute bridge. So other than that, it's super dope. I'm like, I just want to eat my lunch that I have fucking a reservation for. Like, can I fucking get across this motherfucker? And no, you almost could just get out of your car and just run across the bridge faster out of the Uber. And the Uber, by the way, it's a fucking $10 Uber that costs you $110 while you're out there. Gotta love Miami.
That's
Miami.
crazy.
Shout out Miami.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. They're still playing fucking. I don't know what they're playing. That doesn't
All right.
even.
Well.
Oh, I think they.
Tomorrow's-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no! Tomorrow's lineup at 9:30 is ETH Women. Crypto Queen is going to be a keynote speaker. So of course that's happening during the Breakfast Club. So I'm going to try and record it or give like, I don't know, we'll talk about it on the Crypto Breakfast Club. I don't think I'm going to go co-host with Zach tomorrow. So I think you and him will take the show. Hopefully Paid's available, but I don't know. See what happens with ETH Toronto tomorrow. See what Zach has come up with. I don't know.
Do you have a topics list for tomorrow? If not, that's cool too. Like I'm good to wing it. Like
I don't. I leave that up to the Zacks. I just kind of hopped on today and did my own thing.
Yeah, we'll probably
we can talk about this after we end the live stream if
Yeah.
you want to, because I think the ETH conference ended their live stream because I just double checked it. Right? Did they?
Yeah, because I think it's the LTD boat party now. Looking at the lineup.
Oh shit! Can we get a link? Hey, Bus, are you still here? Can we get a link? Joking. All right. Not
Yeah,
joking,
we'll
though.
recap
Yeah.
today. We'll recap today. Talk about. I want to hear people's opinions on the SHIB pitch and all that stuff, and we'll hopefully Zach will hop in and he can talk about who he's talked to, and that might be a lot of the show too. So, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we got to let him know that Ambidextrous was definitely streaming his live stream, even though it wasn't the main show. We were out here supporting. He's like, shut the fuck up. I already told him. Yeah, no, I mean, that was cool. I'm glad that we actually were on that channel, though, right? Even though we had the hiccups that we had, it was good because if we were on the other channel initially, we wouldn't have had Zach live streaming here with us, which was cool.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So we didn't know that, but we knew that now.
Who's on the party? Who's running the party tonight? Is it oh, why can't I think of his name right off the top of my head? Shiba Sequoia Forest.
Oh,
Andrew.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew from Lads. I know that he had a hand in getting the party ready. What's going on with him? Just message him. See if he has a link to something.
Oh, he actually put into the LTD party.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right, I didn't know that. Andy, what's his name? Andrew. I didn't know that he was part of Andy. What a dick. I didn't know that he was a part of the LTD team, or at least they hired him to put together the event. That's pretty cool.
He was doing some of the spaces. He was the host.
For LTD spaces?
Yeah, one of them he was.
Fuck, man. Okay, I need to pay more attention because I didn't even know they did any spaces.
Oh shit.
Okay, I did, first of all, and I did talk to Tony about me being one of the prospects for the voice of them as well, and they did offer me some spaces, so I'm working that out. But yeah, I didn't know that he hosted some of them. That's pretty cool.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what the charts are saying. Most important.
Soon, Ambidextrous, the asshole, voice of LTD, live the fucking dream is what we're gonna call it. I'm gonna add an F to the name when I come on board.
I'm living the coyote dream because the chart's up 31.45%.
Jesus Christ. If the charts look like that for half the fucking tokens that were fucking put before us today, that'd be amazing.
I don't care what anyone says. Charts are very, very important. That's where investors put their money.
Yeah, but who's behind the chart? I think that we've answered that question too. People, dude, Rooster, he's probably listening to this live stream. He got pissed off because I went off on a KYC. So I was on your side. Okay, so like, let's just go back to Crypto Breakfast Club. Okay, remember when you're like KYC and people were like meme coins, and you're like KYC still, but meme coins. I'm on the side, but I'm on the side of like full transparency. Like when I say full transparency, I mean full transparency, right? All right, cool. So that's what I was saying in that space, and people just got all butt hurt. At the end. People got super butthurt. Even at the end, like, I don't care if Rooster's listening at, but at the end, before he left, he gave this whole speech, his whole like used car sale, and I don't care if you like KYC and blah 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 blah, and we're doing this and no KYC. Like he added it to his whole used car salesman pitch. I was like, damn, I think I struck a chord. Sorry if I just want full transparency with the things I'm buying for my money. Doesn't mean that you have to do it. I didn't say, hey, all you dumb shits here with no utility doing meme coins, KYC. I said anything that I would throw my money into, I would need this, and I think this is going to be the new standard.
I don't think you're live streaming any. Are we still live streaming?
No, we're not live streaming shit. There was nothing to live stream. Is there?
No. Okay, so is this behind the scenes?
No, this is just us.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool.
All right, let's, we can end it, or we can jump in another space. Let's look at another. You want to end it? Let's end it. It's been long. It's the end of the day. Look,
I have a meeting coming up in half an hour. I should probably prepare for.
Exactly. All right, everybody, just give a shout out. Just say bye to everybody that's here right now. We got 210 people watching us.
Damn. Check out the Crypto Breakfast Club tomorrow.
Ambidextrous will be back to co-host with Zach.
All day. More professional. I am more professional in those spaces. I'm professional here, but just on my own level. All right, Zach, what's up, dude?
Oh, I'm tired.
Oh, and that's what it sounds.
I'm yawning.
Oh,
tired.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know.
That was long. Are you going to stream the rest of the conference tomorrow?
Yeah, probably.
It's content. Yeah.
It's fun too. I enjoy it.
I do too. I like to hear what people see, if there's any new technology, or I always like to see if people are feeding me bullshit or not. And usually I can tell in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, like people are like, "Oh, there's a black crow." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not listening to you anymore."
But I love when they try to sell a product that's like 2 years back, and everyone in the audience is ahead of it.
Or even like 3 months old. Like that's like almost like a year old in this space. Like I'm telling you, like they're saying, I'm like, that would, like, if you said that 3 months ago and Toronto was out, I'd be like, damn, she's ahead of the game, or he's ahead of the game, because it was actually a dude who said it. I was like, oh my god, you're not. You're not. Anyways, yeah. So we're gonna end it here. 210 people, whoever you are. Guess what? I don't have 210 new followers. Neither does Shelby. Neither does Zach. Neither does Coyote Token. Neither does this giveaway. All right, but maybe you can join Crypto Breakfast Club tomorrow, and you can have more chances at some shit like that. If not, that's cool. You were here with us anyways. It was fun. You stuck around for a reason, so respect, love you, appreciate you. We're gonna end the stream. That's it. Like, so I don't know what to tell you. Vote Trump.